Maybe the hardest time to move unobserved through a city. Or maybe the easiest. Because at 5 o'clock on a Friday, nobody pays attention to anything. Except the road ahead. The man with the rifle drove north. Not fast, not slow. Not drawing attention, not standing out. He was in a light-colored minivan that had seen better days. He was alone behind the wheel. He was wearing a light-colored raincoat and the kind of shapeless light-colored beanie hat that old guys wear on the golf course when the sun is out or the rain is falling. The hat had a two-tone red band all around it. It was pulled down low. The coat was buttoned up high. The man was wearing sunglasses, even though the van had dark windows and the sky was cloudy. And he was wearing gloves, even though winter was 3 months away and the weather wasn't cold. Traffic slowed to a crawl where First Street started up a hill. Then it stopped completely, where 2 lanes became 1 because the blacktop was torn up for construction. There was construction all over town. Driving had been a nightmare for a year. Holes in the road, gravel trucks, concrete trucks, blacktop spreaders. The man with the rifle lifted his hand off the wheel, pulled back his cuff, checked his watch. 11 minutes. Be patient. He took his foot off the brake and crawled ahead. Then he stopped again where the roadway narrowed and the sidewalks widened, where the downtown shopping district started. There were big stores to the left and the right, each one set a little higher than the last because of the hill. The wide sidewalks gave plenty of space for shoppers to stroll. There were cast-iron flagpoles and cast-iron lampposts, all lined up like sentries between the people and the cars. The people had more space than the cars. Traffic was very slow. He checked his watch again. 8 minutes. Be patient. 100 yards later, the prosperity faded a little. The congestion eased. First Street opened out and became slightly shabby again. There were bars and dollar stores. Then a parking garage on the left. Then yet more construction, where the parking garage was being extended. Then, further ahead, the street was blocked by a low wall. Behind it was a windy pedestrian plaza with an ornamental pool and a fountain. On the plaza's left, the old city library. On its right, a new office building. Behind it, a black glass tower. First Street turned an abrupt right angle in front of the plaza's boundary wall and ran away west, past untidy rear entrances and loading docks, and then on under the raised state highway. But the man in the minivan slowed before he hit the turn in front of the plaza and made a left and entered the parking garage. He drove straight up the ramp. There was no barrier because each space had its own parking meter. Therefore, there was no cashier. No witness, no ticket, no paper trail. The man in the minivan knew all that. He wound round the ramps to the second level and headed for the far back corner of the structure. Left the van idling in the aisle for a moment and slipped out of the seat and moved an orange traffic cone from the space he wanted. It was the last one in the old part of the building, right next to where the new part was being added on. He drove the van into the space and shut it down. Sat still for a moment. The garage was quiet. It was completely full with silent cars. The space he had protected with the traffic cone had been the last one available. The garage was always packed. He knew that. That was why they were extending it. They were doubling its size. It was used by shoppers. That was why it was quiet. Nobody in their right mind would try to leave at 5 o'clock. Not into the rush hour traffic. Not with the construction delays. Either they'd get out by 4 or wait until 6. The man in the minivan checked his watch. 4 minutes. Easy. He opened the driver's door and slid out, took a quarter from his pocket and put it in the meter, twisted the handle hard and heard the coin fall and saw the clockwork give him an hour in exchange. There was no other sound. Nothing in the air except the smell of parked automobiles. Gasoline, rubber, cold exhaust. He stood still next to the van. On his feet, he had a pair of old desert boots, khaki suede, single eyelets, white crepe soles, made by Clark's of England, much favored by Special Forces soldiers. An iconic design, unchanged in maybe 60 years. He glanced back at the parking meter. 59 minutes. He wouldn't need 59 minutes. He opened the minivan's sliding rear door and leaned inside and unfolded a blanket and revealed the rifle. It was a Springfield M1A Supermatch autoloader, American walnut stock, heavy premium barrel, 10-shot box magazine, chambered for the .308. It was the exact commercial equivalent of the M14 self-loading sniper rifle that the American military had used during his long-ago years in the service. It was a fine weapon. Maybe not quite as accurate with the first cold shot as a top-of-the-line bolt gun, but it would do. It would do just fine. He wasn't going to be looking at extraordinary distances. It was loaded with Lake City M852s. His favorite custom cartridges, special Lake City match brass, Federal powder, Sierra Match King 168-grain hollow-point boat-tail bullets. The load was better than the gun, probably. A slight mismatch. He listened to the silence and lifted the rifle off the rear bench, carried it away with him to where the old part of the garage finished and the new part began. There was a half-inch trench between the old concrete and the new, like a demarcation line. He guessed it was an expansion joint. For the summer heat. He guessed they were going to fill it with soft tar. Directly above it, there was yellow and black caution do not enter tape strung between two pillars. He dropped to one knee and slid under it, stood up again, and walked on into the raw new construction. Parts of the new concrete floor were traveled smooth and parts were rough, still waiting for a final surface. There were wooden planks laid here and there as walkways. There were haphazard piles of paper cement sacks, some full, some empty. There were more open expansion joints. There were strings of bare light bulbs, turned off. Empty wheelbarrows, crushed soda cans, spools of cable, unexplained lengths of lumber, piles of crushed stone, silent concrete mixers. There was gray cement dust everywhere, as fine as talc, and the smell of damp lime. The man with the rifle walked on in the darkness until he came close to the new northeast corner. Then he stopped and put his back tight against a raw concrete pillar and stood still. Inch to his right with his head turned until he could see where he was. He was about 8 feet from the garage's new perimeter wall, looking due north. The wall was about waist high. It was unfinished. It had bolts cast into it to take lengths of metal barrier to stop cars hitting the concrete. There were receptacles cast into the floor to take the new parking meter posts. The man with the rifle inched forward and turned a little until he felt the corner of the pillar between his shoulder blades. He turned his head again. Now he was looking north and east, directly into the public plaza. The ornamental pool was a long, narrow rectangle running away from him. It was maybe 80 feet by 20. It was like a large tank of water just sitting there. Like a big above-ground lap pool. It was bounded by 4 waist-high brick walls. The water lapped against their inner faces. His line of sight ran on an exact diagonal from its near front corner to its far back corner. The water looked to be about 3 feet deep. The fountain splashed right in the center of the pool. He could hear it, and he could hear slow traffic on the street and the shuffle of feet below him. The front wall of the pool was about 3 feet behind the wall that separated the plaza from First Street. The 2 low walls ran close together and parallel for 20 feet, east to west, with just the width of a narrow walkway between them. He was on the garage's second level, but the way First Street ran uphill meant the plaza was much less than 1 story below him. There was a definite downward angle, but it was shallow. On the right of the plaza, he could see the new office building's door. It was a shabby place. It had been built, and it hadn't rented. He knew that. So to preserve some kind of credibility for the new downtown, the state had filled it with government offices. The Department of Motor Vehicles was in there, and a joint Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps recruiting office. Maybe Social Security was in there, maybe the Internal Revenue Service. The man with the rifle wasn't really sure, and he didn't really care. He dropped to his knees and then to his stomach. The low crawl was a sniper's principal mode of movement. In his years in the service, he had low crawled 1,000,000 miles, knees and elbows and belly. Standard tactical doctrine was for the sniper and his spotter to detach from the company 1,000 yards out and crawl into position. In training, he had sometimes taken many hours to do it, to avoid the observer's binoculars. But this time, he had only 8 feet to cover, and as far as he knew, there were no binoculars on him. He reached the base of the wall and lay flat on the ground, pressed up tight against the raw concrete. Then he squirmed up into a sitting position. Then he knelt. He folded his right leg tight underneath him. He planted his left foot flat and his left shin vertical. He propped his left elbow on his left knee, raised the rifle, rested the end of the forestock on the top of the low concrete wall, sawed it gently back and forth until it felt good and solid. Supported kneeling, the training manual called it. It was a good position, second only to lying prone with a bipod in his experience. He breathed in, breathed out. 1 shot, 1 kill. That was the sniper's credo. To succeed required control and stillness and calm. He breathed in, breathed out, felt himself relax, felt himself come home. Ready. Infiltration successful. Now wait until the time is right. He waited about 7 minutes, keeping still, breathing low, clearing his mind. He looked at the library on his left. Above it and behind it, a spur of the raised highway curled in on stilts, like it was embracing the big old limestone building, cradling it, protecting it from harm. Then it straightened a little and passed behind the black glass tower. It was about level with the 4th story back there. The tower itself had the NBC peacock on a monolith near its main entrance, but the man with the rifle was sure that a small network affiliate didn't occupy the whole building. Probably not more than a single floor. The rest of the space was probably one-man law firms, or CPAs, or real estate offices, or insurance brokers, or investment managers. Or empty. People were coming out of the new building on the right. People who had been getting new licenses, or turning in old plates, or joining the army, or hassling with federal bureaucracy. There were a lot of people. The government offices were closing. 5 o'clock on a Friday. The people came out of the doors and walked right to left, directly in front of him, funneling into single file as they entered the narrow space and passed the short end of the ornamental pool between the 2 low walls. Like ducks in a shooting gallery, one after the other. A target-rich environment. The range was about 100 feet, approximately. Certainly less than 35 yards. Very close. He waited. Some of the people trailed their fingers in the water as they walked. The walls were just the right height for that. The man with the rifle could see bright copper pennies on the black tile under the water. They swam and rippled where the fountain disturbed the surface. He watched. He waited. The stream of people thickened up. Now there were so many of them coming all at once that they had to pause and group and shuffle and wait to get into single file to pass between the 2 low walls. Just like the traffic had snarled at the bottom of First Street. A bottleneck. After you. No, after you. It made the people slow. Now they were slow ducks in a shooting gallery. The man with the rifle breathed in and breathed out and waited. Then he stopped waiting. He pulled the trigger and kept on pulling. His first shot hit a man in the head and killed him instantly. The gunshot was loud, and there was a supersonic crack from the bullet and a puff of pink mist from the head, and the guy went straight down like a puppet with the strings cut. A kill with the first cold shot. Excellent. He worked fast, left to right. The second shot hit the next man in the head. Same result as the first, exactly. The third shot hit a woman in the head. Same result. 3 shots in maybe 2 seconds. 3 targets down. Absolute surprise. No reaction for a split second. Then chaos broke out. Pandemonium. Panic. There were 12 people caught in the narrow space between the plaza wall and the pool wall. 3 were already down. The remaining 9 ran. 4 ran forward, and 5 spun away from the corpses and ran back. Those 5 collided with the press of people still moving their way. There were sudden loud screams. There was a solid stalled mass of panicked humanity, right in front of the man with the rifle. Range, less than 35 yards. Very close. His 4th headshot killed a man in a suit. His 5th missed completely. The Sierra Match King passed close to a woman's shoulder and hissed straight into the ornamental pool and disappeared. He ignored it and moved the Springfield's muzzle a fraction, and his 6th shot caught a guy on the bridge of his nose and blew his head apart. The man with the rifle stopped firing. He ducked low behind the garage wall and crawled backwards 3 feet. He could smell burnt powder, and over the ringing in his ears he could hear women screaming and feet pounding and the crunch of panicked fender benders on the street below. "Don't worry, little people," he thought. "It's over now. I'm out of here." He lay on his front and swept his spent shell cases into a pile. The bright Lake City brass shone right there in front of him. He scooped 5 of them into his gloved hands, but the 6th rolled away and fell into an unfinished expansion joint. Just dropped right down into the tiny 9-inch deep, half-inch wide trench. He heard a quiet metallic sound as it hit bottom. Decision? Leave it, surely. No time. He jammed the 5 cases he had in his raincoat pocket and crawled backwards on his toes and his fingers and his belly. He lay still for a moment and listened to the screaming. Then he came to his knees and stood up, turned round and walked back the same way he had come. Fast but in control, over the rough concrete, along the walkway planks, through the dark and the dust, under the yellow and black tape. Back to his minivan. The rear door was still open. He rewrapped the warm rifle in its blanket and slid the door shut on it. Got in the front and started the engine. Glanced through the windshield at the parking meter. He had 44 minutes left on it. He backed out and headed for the exit ramp. Drove down it and out the unmanned exit, and made a right and another right into the tangle of streets behind the department stores. He had passed under the raised highway before he heard the first sirens. He breathed out. The sirens were heading east, and he was heading west. Good work, he thought. Covert infiltration, 6 shots fired, 5 targets down, successful exfiltration, as cool as the other side of the pillow. Then he smiled suddenly. Long-term military records show that a modern army scores 1 enemy fatality for every 15,000 combat rounds expended by its infantry. But for its specialist snipers, the result is better. Way better. 12,500 times better, as a matter of fact. A modern army scores 1 enemy fatality for every 1.2 combat rounds expended by a sniper. And 1 for 1.2 happened to be the same batting average as 5 for 6. Exactly the same average. Simple arithmetic. So even after all those years, a trained military sniper had scored exactly what his old instructors would have expected. They would have been very pleased about that. But his old instructors had trained snipers for the battlefield, not for urban crime. With urban crime, factors unknown on the battlefield kick in fast. Those factors tend to modify the definition of successful exfiltration. In this particular case, the media reacted fastest. Not surprisingly, since the shootings took place right in front of the local NBC affiliate's window. 2 things happened, even before a dozen panicked bystanders all hit 911 on their cell phones simultaneously. First, every minicam in the NBC office started rolling. The cameras were grabbed up and switched on and pointed at the windows. Second, a local news anchor called Ann Yanny started rehearsing what she knew would be her very first network breaking news report. She was sick and scared and badly shaken, but she knew an opportunity when she saw it. So she started drafting, in her head. She knew that words set agendas, and the words that came to her first were sniper and senseless and slaying. The alliteration was purely instinctive. So was the banality. But slaying was how she saw it. And slaying was a great word. It communicated the randomness, the wantonness, the savagery, the ferocity. It was a motiveless and impersonal word. It was exactly the right word for the story. At the same time, she knew it wouldn't work for the caption below the pictures. Massacre would be better there. Friday Night Massacre? Rush Hour Massacre? She ran for the door and hoped her graphics guy would come up with something along those lines, unbidden. Also not present on the battlefield is urban law enforcement. The dozen simultaneous 9/11 cell phone calls lit up the emergency switchboard like a Christmas tree, and the local police and fire departments were rolling within 40 seconds. Everything was dispatched, all of them with lights popping and sirens blaring. Every black and white, every available detective, every crime scene technician, every fire engine, every paramedic, every ambulance. Initially, there was complete mayhem. The 9/11 calls had been panicked and incoherent. But crimes were plainly involved, and they were clearly serious, so the Serious Crime Squad's lead detective was given temporary command. He was a high-quality 20-year PD veteran who had come all the way up from patrolman. His name was Emerson. He was blasting through slow traffic, dodging construction, hopelessly, desperately, with no way of knowing what had happened. Robbery, drugs, gang fight, terrorism. He had no hard information, none at all. But he was calm, comparatively. His heart rate was holding below 150. He had an open channel with the 911 dispatcher, desperate to hear more as he drove. "New guy on a cell phone now," the dispatcher screamed. "Oh," Emerson screamed back. "Marine Corps from the recruiting office." "Was he a witness?" "No, he was inside, but he's outside now." Emerson clamped his teeth. He knew he wasn't going to be first on scene, not even close. He knew he was leading from the rear, so he needed eyes. Now. A Marine? He'll do. "Okay," he said. "Patch the Marine through." There were loud clicks and electronic sounds, and then Emerson heard a new acoustic. Outdoors, distant screaming, the splash of water. The fountain, he thought. "Who is this?" he asked. A voice came back, calm but rushed, loud and breathy, pressed close to a cell phone mouthpiece. "This is Kelly," he said. "First Sergeant, United States Marine Corps. Who am I speaking with?" "Emerson, PD. I'm in traffic about 10 minutes out. What do we got?" "5 KIA, the Marine said. "5 dead." "Affirmative." "Shit." "Injured?" "None that I can see." "5 dead and no injured." "Affirmative," the Marine said again. Emerson said nothing. He had seen shootings in public places. He had seen dead people. But he had never seen only dead people. Public place shootings always produced injured along with the dead, usually in a 1-to-1 ratio at least. "You're sure about no one injured?" he said. "That's definitive, sir," the Marine said. "Who are the DOAs?" "Civilians. 4 males, 1 female." "Shit." "Roger that, sir," the Marine said. "Where were you?" "In the recruiting office." "What'd you see?" "Nothing." "What'd you hear?" "Incoming gunfire, 6 rounds." "Handguns?" "Long gun, I think. Just one of them." "A rifle?" "An auto-loader, I think. It fired fast, but it wasn't on full automatic. The KIAs are all hitting ahead." A sniper, Emerson thought. Shit. A crazy man with an assault weapon. "Has he gone now?" he said. "No further firing, sir." "He might still be there." "It's a possibility, sir. People have taken cover. Most of them are in the library now." "Where are you?" "Head down behind the plaza wall, sir. I've got a few people with me." "Where was he?" "Can't say for sure. Maybe in the parking garage. The new part. People were pointing at it. There may have been some muzzle flash. And that's the only major structure directly facing the KIAs." A warren, Emerson thought. A damn rat's nest. "The TV people are here," the Marine said. Shit, Emerson thought. "Are you in uniform?" he asked. Full dress, sir, for the recruiting office. Okay. Do your best to keep order until my guys get there. Roger that, sir. Then the line went dead, and Emerson heard his dispatchers breathing again. TV people and a crazy man with a rifle, he thought. Shit, shit, shit. Pressure and scrutiny and second-guessing, like every other place that ever had TV people and a crazy man with a rifle. He hit the switch that gave him the all-cars radio net. All units, listen up, he said. This was a lone nutcase with a long gun, probably an automatic weapon. Indiscriminate firing in a public place, possibly from the new part of the parking garage. So either he's still in there, or he's already in the wind. If he left, it was either on foot or in a vehicle. So all units that are more than 10 blocks out, stop now and lock down a perimeter. Nobody enters or exits, okay? No vehicles, no pedestrians, nobody under any circumstances. All units that are closer than 10 blocks proceed inward with extreme caution. But do not let him get away. Do not miss him. This is a must-win, people. We need this guy today, before CNN gets all over us. The man in the minivan thumbed the button on the remote on the visor, and the garage door rumbled upward. He drove inside and thumbed the button again, and the door came down after him. He shut the engine off and sat still for a moment. Then he got out of the van and walked through the mudroom and on into the kitchen. He patted the dog and turned on the television. Paramedics in full body armor went in through the back of the library. 2 of them stayed inside to check for injuries among the sheltering crowd. 4 of them came out the front and ran crouched through the plaza and ducked behind the wall. They crawled toward the bodies and confirmed they were all DOA. Then they stayed right there, flat on the ground and immobile next to the corpses. No unnecessary exposure until the garage has been searched, Emerson had said. Emerson double-parked 2 blocks from the plaza and told the uniformed sergeant to direct the search of the parking garage, from the top down, from the southwest corner. The uniforms cleared the 4th level, and then the 3rd, then the 2nd, then the 1st. The old part was problematical. It was badly lit and full of parked cars, and every car represented a potential hiding place. A guy could be inside one, or under one, or behind one. But they didn't find anybody. They had no real problem with the new construction. It wasn't lit at all, but there were no parked cars in that part. The patrolmen simply came down the stairwell and swept each level in turn with flashlight beams. Nobody there. The sergeant relaxed and called it in. Good work, Emerson said. And it was good work. The fact that they searched from the southwest corner outward left the northeast corner entirely untouched. Nothing was disturbed. So, by good luck or good judgment, the PD had turned in an immaculate performance in the first phase of what would eventually be seen as an immaculate investigation from beginning to end. By 7 o'clock in the evening, it was going dark, and Ann Yanny had been on the air 11 times. 3 of them network, 8 of them local. Personally, she was a little disappointed with that ratio. She was sensitive to a little skepticism coming her way from the network editorial offices. If it bleeds, it leads, was any news organization's credo. But this bleeding was way out there, far from New York or L.A. And it wasn't happening in some manicured suburb of Washington, D.C. It had a tinge of weirdo from the heartland about it. There was no real possibility that anyone important would walk through this guy's crosshairs. So it was not really prime-time stuff. And in truth, Ann didn't have much to offer. None of the victims was identified yet. None of the slain. The local PD was holding its cards close to its chest until families had been notified individually. So she had no heartwarming background stories to share. She wasn't sure which of the male victims had been family men or churchgoers. She didn't know if the woman had been a mother or a wife. She didn't have very much to offer in the way of visuals, either. Just a gathering crowd held 5 blocks back by police barricades, and a static long shot down the grayness of First Street, and occasional close-ups of the parking garage, which was where everyone seemed to assume the sniper had been. By 8 o'clock, Emerson had made a lot of progress. His guys had taken hundreds of statements. Marine Corps First Sergeant Kelly was still sure he had heard 6 shots. Emerson was inclined to believe him. Marines could be trusted on stuff like that, presumably. Then some other guy mentioned his cell phone must have been open the whole time, connected to another guy's voicemail. The cellular company retrieved the recording, and 6 gunshots were faintly audible on it. But the medical examiners had counted only 5 entry wounds in the 5 DOAs. Therefore, there was a bullet missing. 3 other witnesses were vague, but they all reported seeing a small plume of water kick out of the ornamental pool. Emerson ordered the pool to be drained. The fire department handled it. They set up floodlights and switched off the fountain and used a pumping engine to dump the water into the city storm drains. They figured there were maybe 80,000 gallons of water to move, and that the job would be complete in an hour. Meanwhile, crime scene technicians had used drinking straws and laser pointers to estimate the fatal trajectories. They figured the most reliable evidence would come from the first victim. Presumably, he was walking purposefully right to left across the plaza when the first shot came in. After that, it was possible the subsequent victims were twisting or turning or moving in other unpredictable ways. So they based their conclusions solely on the first guy. His head was a mess, but it seemed pretty clear the bullet had traveled slightly high to low and left to right as it passed through. One tech stood upright on the spot, and another held a drinking straw against the side of his head at the correct angle and held it steady. Then the first guy ducked out of the way, and a third fired a laser pointer through the straw. It put a tiny red spot on the northeast corner of the parking garage extension, 2nd level. Witnesses had claimed they had seen muzzle flashes up there. Now science had confirmed their statements. Emerson sent his crime scene people into the garage and told them they had all the time they needed. But he told them not to come back with nothing. Ann Yanny left the Black Glass Tower at 8:30 and took a camera crew down to the barricades 5 blocks away. She figured she might be able to identify some of the victims by a process of elimination. People whose relatives hadn't come home for dinner might be gathering there, desperate for information. She shot 20 minutes of tape. She got no specific information at all. Instead, she got 20 minutes of crying and wailing and sheer stunned incredulity. The whole city was in pain and in shock. She started out secretly proud that she was in the middle of everything, and she ended up with tears in her eyes and sick to her stomach. The parking garage was where the case was broken. It was a bonanza, a treasure trove. A patrolman 3 blocks away had taken a witness statement from a regular user of the garage saying that the last space on the 2nd level had been blocked off with an orange traffic cone. Because of it, the witness had been forced to leave the garage and park elsewhere. He had been pissed about it. A guy from the city said the cone hadn't been there officially. No way, couldn't have been. No reason for it. So the cone was bagged for evidence and taken away. Then the city guy said there were discreet security cameras at the entrance and the exit, wired to a video recorder in a maintenance closet. The tape was extracted and taken away. Then the city guy said the new extension was stalled for funding and hadn't been worked on for 2 weeks. So anything in there less than 2 weeks old wasn't anything to do with him. The crime scene technicians started at the yellow and black Caution Do Not Enter tape. The first thing they found was a scuff of blue cotton material on the rough concrete directly underneath it. Just a peach fuzz of barely visible fiber. Like a guy had dropped to one knee to squirm underneath and had left a little of his blue jeans behind. They photographed the scuff and then picked it up whole with an adhesive sheet of clear plastic. Then they brought in Klieg lights and angled them low across the floor. Across the 2-week-old cement dust, they saw perfect footprints. Really perfect footprints. The lead tech called Emerson on his Motorola. "He was wearing weird shoes," he said. "What kind of weird shoes?" "You ever heard of crepe? It's a kind of crude rubber, almost raw, very grippy. It picks everything up. If we find this guy, we're going to find crepe's old shoes with cement dust all over the soles. Also, we're going to find a dog in his house." "A dog?" "Yeah, we got dog hair here, picked up by the crepe rubber earlier, and then scraped off again where the concrete's rough. And carpet fibers, probably from his rugs at home and in his car." "Keep going," Emerson said. At 10 to 9, Emerson briefed his chief of police for a press conference. He held nothing back. It was the chief's decision what to talk about and what to conceal. 6 shots fired and 5 people dead, Emerson said. All headshots. I'm betting on a trained shooter, probably ex-military. Or a hunter, the chief said. Big difference between shooting deer and shooting people. The technique might be the same, but the emotion isn't. Were we right to keep this away from the FBI? It wasn't terrorism. It was a lone nut. We've seen him before. I want to be able to sound confident about bringing this one in. I know, Emerson said. So how confident can I sound? Well, so far we've got good stuff, but not great stuff. The chief nodded and said nothing. At 9 o'clock exactly, Emerson took a call from the pathologist. His staff had x-rayed all 5 heads. Massive tissue damage, entry and exit wounds, no lodged bullets. Hollow points, the pathologist said. All of them through and through. Emerson turned and looked at the ornamental pool. 6 bullets in there, he thought. 5 through and throughs and 1 miss. The pool was finally empty by 9:15. The fire department hoses started sucking air. All that was left was a 1/4 inch of scummy grit and a lot of trash. Emerson had the lights re-angled and sent 12 recruits from the academy over the walls, 6 from one end and 6 from the other. The crime scene techs in the parking garage extension logged 48 footprints going and 44 coming back. The perp had been confident but wary on the way in and striding longer on the way out. In a hurry. The footprints were size 11. They found fibers on the last pillar before the northeast corner. Mercerized cotton at a guess from a pale-colored raincoat at shoulder-blade height, like the guy had pressed his back against the raw concrete and then slid round it for a look out into the plaza. They found major dust disturbance on the floor between the pillar and the perimeter wall, plus more blue fibers and more raincoat fibers, and tiny crumbs of crepe rubber, pale in color and old. He low-crawled, the lead tech said. Knees and elbows on the way there, and knees, toes, and elbows coming backwards. If we ever find his shoes, they're going to be all scraped up at the front. They found where he must have sat up and then knelt. Directly in front of that position, they saw varnish scrapings on the lip of the wall. He rested his gun there, the lead tech said. Sawed it back and forth to get it steady. He lined himself up and aimed his gaze over the varnish scrapings like he was aiming a rifle. What he saw in front of him was Emerson, pacing in front of the empty ornamental pool, less than 35 yards away. The academy recruits spent 30 minutes in the empty pool and came out with a lot of miscellaneous junk, nearly $8 in pennies, and 6 bullets. 5 of them were just misshapen blobs of lead, but one of them looked absolutely brand new. It was a boat-tail hollow point, beautifully cast, almost certainly a .308. Emerson called his lead crime scene tech up in the garage. I need you down here, he said. No, I need you up here, the tech replied. Emerson got up to the 2nd level and found all the techs crouched in a low huddle with their flashlight beams pointing down into a narrow crack in the concrete. Expansion joint, the lead tech said. And look what fell in it. Emerson shouldered his way in and looked down and saw the gleam of brass. A cartridge case, he said. The guy took the others with him, but this one got away. Fingerprints? Emerson asked. We can hope, the tech said. Not too many people wear gloves when they load their magazines. How do we get it out of there? The tech stood up and used his flashlight beam to locate an electrical box on the ceiling. There was one close by, new, with unconnected cables spooling out like fronds. He looked on the floor directly underneath and found a rat's nest of discarded trimmings. He chose an 18-inch length of ground wire. He cleaned it and bent it into an L shape. It was stiff and heavy, probably overspecified for the kind of fluorescent ceiling fixtures he guessed the garage was going to use. Maybe that was why the project was stalled for funding. Maybe the city was spending money in all the wrong places. He jiggled the wire down into the open joint and slid it along until the end went neatly into the empty cartridge case. Then he lifted it out very carefully so as not to scratch it. He dropped it straight into a plastic evidence bag. "Meet at the station," Emerson said. "In 1 hour. I'll scare up a DA." He walked away on a route exactly parallel to the trail of footprints. Then he stopped next to the empty parking bay. "Empty the meter," he called. "Print all the quarters." "Why?" the tech called back. "You think the guy paid?" "I want to cover all the bases." "Well, you'd have to be crazy to pay for a parking just before you blow 5 people away." "You don't blow 5 people away unless you're crazy." The tech shrugged. Empty the meter? But he guessed it was the kind of insight detectives were paid for, so he just dialed his cell phone and asked the city liaison guy to come on back again. Someone from the district attorney's office always got involved at this point because the responsibility for prosecution rested squarely on the DA's shoulders. It wasn't the PD that won or lost in court, it was the DA. So the DA's office made its own evaluation of the evidence. Did they have a case? Was the case weak or strong? It was like an audition, like a trial before a trial. This time, because of the magnitude, Emerson was performing in front of the DA himself. The big cheese. The actual guy who had to run for election. And re-election. They made it a 3-man conference in Emerson's office. Emerson and the lead crime scene tech, and the DA. The DA was called Roden, which was a contraction of a Russian name that had been a whole lot longer before his great-grandparents came to America. He was 50 years old, lean and fit, and very cautious. His office had an outstanding victory percentage, but that was mostly due to the fact that he wouldn't prosecute anything less than a total certainty. Anything less than a total certainty, and he gave up early and blamed the cops. At least that was how it seemed to Emerson. "I need seriously good news," Roden said. "The whole city's freaking out." "We know exactly how it went down," Emerson told him. "We can trace it every step of the way." "You know who it was?" Roden asked. "Not yet. Right now he's still John Doe." "So walk me through it." "We've got monochrome security videotape of a light-colored minivan entering the garage 11 minutes before the event. Can't see the plates for mud and dirt, and the camera angle isn't great. But it's probably a Dodge Caravan, not new, with aftermarket tinted windows. And we're also looking through old tapes right now because it's clear he entered the garage at some previous time and illegally blocked off a particular space with a traffic cone stolen earlier from a city construction site." "Can we prove stolen?" "Okay, obtained," Emerson said. "Maybe he works for the city construction department." "Maybe." "You think the cone came from the work on First Street?" "There's construction all over town." "First Street would be closest." "I don't really care where the cone came from." Roden nodded. "So, he reserved himself a parking space." Emerson nodded in turn. "Right where the new construction starts. Therefore, the cone would have looked plausible. We have a witness who saw it in place at least an hour before. And the cone has fingerprints on it. Lots of them. The right thumb and index finger match prints on a quarter we took out of the parking meter." "He paid to park?" "Evidently." Roden paused. "Won't stand up," he said. "Defense will claim he could have placed the cone for an innocent reason. You know, selfish but innocent. And the quarter could have been in the meter for days." Emerson smiled. Cops think like cops, and lawyers think like lawyers. "There's more," he said. "He parked, and then he walked through the new construction. At various points he left trace evidence behind, from his shoes and his clothing. And he'll have picked trace evidence up in the form of cement dust mostly, probably a lot of it." Roden shook his head. "Ties him to the scene sometime during the last 2 weeks. That's all, not specific enough." "We've got a 3-way lock on his weapon," Emerson said. That got Roden's attention. "He missed with 1 shot," Emerson said. "It went into the pool. And you know what? That's exactly how ballistics labs test fire a gun. They fire into a long tank of water. The water slows and stops the bullet with absolutely no damage at all. So, we've got a pristine bullet with all the lands and grooves we need to tie it to an individual rifle. Can you find the individual rifle? We've got varnish scrapings from where he steadied it on the wall. That's good. You bet it is. We find the rifle, and we'll match the varnish and the scratches. It's as good as DNA. Are you going to find the rifle? We found a shell case. It's got tool marks on it from the ejector mechanism. So we've got a bullet and a case. Together, they tie the weapon to the crime. The scratches tie the weapon to the garage location. The garage location ties the crime to the guy who left the trace evidence behind. Roden said nothing. Emerson knew he was thinking about the trial. Technical evidence was sometimes a hard sell. It lacked a human dimension. The shell case has got fingerprints on it, he said, from when he loaded the magazine. Same thumb and index finger as on the quarter in the parking meter and on the traffic cone. So we can tie the crime to the gun, and the gun to the ammo, and the ammo to the guy who used it. You see? It all connects. The guy, the gun, the crime. It's a total slam dunk. The videotape shows the minivan leaving? 90 seconds after the first 911 call came in. Who is he? We'll know just as soon as the fingerprint databases get back to us. If he's in the databases. I think he was a military shooter, Emerson said. All military personnel are in the databases. So it's just a matter of time. It was a matter of 49 minutes. A desk guy knocked and entered. He was carrying a sheaf of paper. The paper listed a name, an address, and a history, plus supplementary information from all over the system, including a driver's license photo. Emerson took the paper and glanced through it once, then again. Then he smiled. Exactly 6 hours after the first shot was fired, the situation was nailed down tight. A must-win. His name is James Barr, Emerson said. Silence in the office. He's 41 years old. He lives 20 minutes from here. He served in the U.S. Army. Honorable discharge 14 years ago. Infantry specialist, which I'm betting means a sniper. DMV says he drives a 6-year-old Dodge Caravan, beige. He slid the papers across the desk to Roden. Roden picked them up and scanned them through once, twice, carefully. Emerson watched his eyes. Saw him thinking, the guy, the gun, the crime. It was like watching a Vegas slot machine line up 3 cherries, bing, bing, bing. A total certainty. James Barr, Roden said, like he was savoring the sound of the words. He separated out the DL picture and gazed at it. James Barr, welcome to a shitload of trouble, sir. Amen to that, Emerson said, waiting for a compliment. I'll get the warrants, Roden said. Arrest and searches on his house and car. Judges will be lining up to sign them. He left, and Emerson called the chief of police with the good news. The chief said he would schedule an 8 o'clock press conference for the next morning. He said he wanted Emerson there, front and center. Emerson took that as all the compliment he was going to get, even though he didn't much like the press. The warrants were ready within an hour, but the arrest took 3 hours to set up. First, unmarked surveillance confirmed Barr was home. His place was an unremarkable 1-story ranch. Not immaculate, not falling down. Old paint on the siding, fresh blacktop on the driveway. Lights were on, and a television set was playing in what was probably the living room. Barr himself was spotted briefly in a lighted window. He seemed to be alone. Then he seemed to go to bed. Lights went off, and the house went quiet. So then there was a pause. It was standard operating procedure to plan carefully for the takedown of an armed man inside a building. The PD SWAT team took charge. They used zoning maps from the city offices and came up with the usual kind of thing. Covert encirclement, overwhelming force on standby front and rear, sudden violent assault on the front and rear doors simultaneously. Emerson was detailed to make the actual arrest, wearing full body armor and a borrowed helmet. An assistant DA would be alongside him to monitor the legality of the process. Nobody wanted to give a defense attorney anything to chew on later. A paramedic team would be instantly available. 2 canine officers would go along because of the crime scene investigators' theory about the dog in the house. Altogether, 38 men were involved. And they were all tired. Most of them had been working 19 hours straight. Their regular watches, plus overtime. So there was a lot of nervous tension in the air. People figured that nobody owned just one automatic weapon. If a guy had one, he had more. Maybe full-auto machine guns. Maybe grenades. Or bombs. But in the event, the arrest was a walk in the park. James Barr barely even woke up. They broke down his doors at 3 in the morning and found him asleep, alone in bed. He stayed asleep, with 15 armed men in his bedroom, aiming 15 submachine guns and 15 flashlight beams at him. He stirred a little when the SWAT commander threw his blankets and pillows to the floor, searching for concealed weapons. He had none. He opened his eyes, mumbled something that sounded like, "What?" and then went back to sleep, curling up on the flat mattress, hugging himself against the sudden cold. He was a large man, with white skin and black hair that was going gray all over his body. His pajamas were too small for him. He looked slack, and a little older than his 41 years. His dog was an old mutt that woke up reluctantly and staggered in from the kitchen. The canine team captured it immediately and took it straight out to their truck. Emerson took his helmet off and pushed his way through the crowd in the tiny bedroom. Saw a 3/4 full pint of Jack Daniels on the night table, next to an orange prescription bottle that was also 3/4 full. He bent to look at it. Sleeping pills. Legal. Recently prescribed to someone called Rosemary Barr. The label said, "Rosemary Barr, take 1 for sleeplessness." "Who's Rosemary Barr?" the assistant DA asked. "Is he married?" Emerson glanced round the room. "Doesn't look like it." "Suicide attempt?" the SWAT commander asked. Emerson shook his head. "He'd have swallowed them all, plus the whole pint of J.D. So I guess Mr. Barr had trouble getting off to sleep tonight, that's all. After a very busy and productive day." The air in the room was stale. It smelled of dirty sheets and an unwashed body. "We need to be careful here," the assistant DA said. "He's impaired right now. His lawyer is going to say he's not fully capable of understanding Miranda, so we can't let him say anything. And if he does say something, we can't listen." Emerson called for the paramedics, told them to check Barr out, to make sure he wasn't faking, and to make sure he wasn't about to die on them. They fussed around for a few minutes, listened to his heart, checked his pulse, read the prescription label. Then they pronounced him reasonably fit and healthy, but fast asleep. "Psychopath," the SWAT commander said. "No conscience at all." "Are we even sure this is the right guy?" the assistant DA asked. Emerson found a pair of suit trousers folded over a chair and checked the pockets. Came out with a small wallet. Found the driver's license. The name was right, and the address was right. And the photograph was right. "This is the right guy," he said. "We can't let him say anything," the ADA said again. "We need to keep this kosher." "I'm going to Mirandize him anyway," Emerson said. "Make a mental note, people." He shook Barr by the shoulder and got half-opened eyes in response. Then he recited the Miranda warning. The right to remain silent, the right to a lawyer. Barr tried to focus, but didn't succeed. Then he went back to sleep. "Okay, take him in," Emerson said. They wrapped him in a blanket, and 2 cops dragged him out of the house and into a car. A paramedic and the ADA rode with him. Emerson stayed in the house and started the search. He found the scuffed blue jeans in the bedroom closet. The crepe-soled shoes were placed neatly on the floor below them. They were dusty. The raincoat was in the hall closet. The beige Dodge Caravan was in the garage. The scratched rifle was in the basement. It was one of several, resting on a rack bolted to the wall. On a bench underneath it were 5 9mm handguns and boxes of ammunition, including a half-empty box of Lake City M852 168-grain boat-tail hollow point .308s. Next to the boxes were glass jars with empty cartridge cases in them, ready for recycling, Emerson thought. Ready for hand-loading. The jar nearest the front of the bench held just 5 of them. Lake City brass. The jar's lid was still off, like the 5 latest cases had been dumped in there recently and in a hurry. Emerson bent down and sniffed. The air in the jar smelled of gunpowder. Cold and old, but not very. Emerson left James Barr's house at 4 in the morning, replaced by forensic specialists who would go through the whole place with a fine-toothed comb. He checked with his desk sergeant and confirmed that Barr was sleeping peacefully, in a cell on his own with round-the-clock medical supervision. Then he went home and caught a 2-hour nap before showering and dressing for the press conference. The press conference killed the story stone dead. A story needs the guy to be still out there. A story needs the guy roaming, sullen, hidden, shadowy, dangerous. It needs fear. It needs to make everyday chores exposed and hazardous, like pumping gas or visiting the mall or walking to church. So to hear that the guy was found and arrested even before the start of the second news cycle was a disaster for Ann Yanny. Immediately, she knew what the network offices were going to think. No legs, over and done with, history, yesterday's news. Literally. Probably wasn't much anything anyway, just some inbred heartland weirdo too dumb to stay free through the night. Probably sleeps with his cousin and drinks Colt 45. Nothing sinister there. She would get one more network breaking news spot to recap the crime and report the arrest, and that would be it. Back to obscurity. So, Yanny was disappointed, but she hid it well. She asked questions and made her tone admiring. About halfway through, she started putting together a new theme, a new narrative. People would have to admit the police work had been pretty impressive. And this perp wasn't a weirdo. Not necessarily. So, a serious bad guy had been caught by an even more serious police department, right out there in the heartland. Something that had taken considerable time on the coasts in previous famous cases. Could she sell it? She started drafting titles in the back of her mind. America's Fastest. Like a play on Finest? The chief yielded the floor to Emerson after about 10 minutes. Emerson filled in full details on the perp's identity and his history. He kept it dry. Just the facts, ma'am. He outlined the investigation. He answered questions. He didn't boast. Ann Yanny thought he felt the cops had been lucky, that they'd been given much more to go on than they usually got. Then Roden stepped up. He made it sound like the PD had been involved in some early minor skirmishing and that the real work was about to begin. His office would review everything and make the necessary determinations. And yes, Ms. Yanny, because he thought the circumstances warranted it, certainly he would seek the death penalty for James Barr. James Barr woke up in his cell with a chemical hangover at 9 o'clock Saturday morning. He was immediately fingerprinted and re-Mirandized once and then twice. The right to remain silent, the right to a lawyer. He chose to remain silent. Not many people do. Not many people can. The urge to talk is usually overwhelming. But James Barr beat it. He just clamped his mouth shut and kept it that way. Plenty of people tried to talk to him, but he didn't answer. Not once. Not a word. Emerson was relaxed about it. Truth was, Emerson didn't really want Barr to say anything. He preferred to line up all the evidence, scrutinize it, test it, polish it, and to get to a point where he could anticipate a conviction without a confession. Confessions were so vulnerable to defense accusations of coercion or confusion that he had learned to run away from them. They were icing on the cake. Literally the last thing he wanted to hear, not the first. Not like on the TV cop shows, where relentless interrogation was a kind of performance art. So he just stayed out of the loop and let his forensics people complete their slow, patient work. James Barr's sister was younger than him and unmarried and living in a rented downtown condo. Her name was Rosemary. Like the rest of the city's population, she was sick and shocked and stunned. She had seen the news Friday night, and she caught it again Saturday morning. She heard a police detective say her brother's name. At first she thought it was a mistake, that she'd misheard. But the guy kept on saying it. James Barr, James Barr, James Barr. She burst into tears. First tears of confusion, then tears of horror, then tears of fury. Then she forced herself to calm down and got busy. She worked as a secretary in an 8-man law firm. Like most firms in small heartland cities, hers did a little bit of everything, and it treated its employees fairly well. The salary wasn't spectacular, but there were intangibles to compensate. One was a full package of benefits. Another was being called a paralegal instead of a secretary. Another was a promise that the firm would handle legal matters for its employees and their families, free, gratis, and for nothing. Mostly that was about wills and probate and divorce and insurance company hassles after fender benders. It wasn't about defending adult siblings who were wrongly accused in notorious urban sniper slayings. She knew that. But she felt she had to give it a try, because she knew her brother, and she knew he couldn't be guilty. She called the partner she worked for at home. He was mostly a tax guy, so he called the firm's criminal litigator. The litigator called the managing partner, who called a meeting of all the partners. They held it over lunch at the country club. From the start, the agenda was about how to turn down Rosemary Barr's request in the most tactful way possible. A defense to a crime of this nature wasn't the sort of thing they were equipped to handle, or inclined to handle. There were public relations implications. There was immediate agreement on that point. But they were a loyal bunch, and Rosemary Barr was a good employee who had worked many years for them. They knew she had no money because they did her taxes. They assumed her brother had no money either. But the Constitution guaranteed competent counsel, and they didn't have a very high opinion of public defenders. So they were caught in a genuine ethical dilemma. The litigator resolved it. His name was David Chapman. He was a hard-scrabbled veteran who knew Roden over at the DA's office. He knew him pretty well. It would have been impossible for him not to, really. They were two of a kind, raised in the same neighborhood and working in the same business, albeit on opposite sides. So Chapman went to the smoking room and used his cell phone to call the DA at home. The two lawyers had a full and frank discussion. Then Chapman came back to the lunch table. "It's a slam dunk," he said. "Miss Barr's brother is guilty all to hell and gone. Roden's case is going to read like a textbook. Hell, it's probably going to be a textbook one day. He's got every kind of evidence there is. There's not a chink of daylight anywhere." "Was he leveling with you?" the managing partner asked. "There's no bullshitting between old buddies," Chapman said. "So?" "Well, all we would have to do is plead mitigation. If we can get the lethal injection reduced to life without, there's a big win right there. That's all Miss Barr has a right to expect. Or her damn brother, with all due respect." "How much involvement?" the managing partner asked. "Well, sentencing phase only, because he'll have to plead guilty." "You happy to handle it?" "Under the circumstances." "How many hours will it cost us?" "Not many. There's practically nothing we can do." "What grounds for mitigation?" "He's a Gulf War vet, I believe, so there's probably chemical stuff going on, or some kind of delayed post-traumatic thing. Maybe we could get Roden to agree beforehand. We could get it done over lunch. The managing partner nodded, turned to the tax guy. Tell your secretary we'll do everything in our power to help her brother in his hour of need. Barr was moved from the police station lockup to the county jail before either his sister or Chapman got a chance to see him. His blanket and pajamas were taken away, and he was issued with paper underwear, an orange jumpsuit, and a pair of rubber shower sandals. The county jail wasn't a pleasant place to be. It smelled bad, and it was noisy. It was radically overcrowded, and the social and ethnic tensions that were kept in control on the street were left to rage unchecked inside. Men were stacked 3 to a cell, and the guards were short-handed. New guys were called fish, and they were left to fend for themselves. But Barr had been in the Army, so the culture shock for him was a little less than it might have been. He survived as a fish for 2 hours, and then he was escorted to an interview room. He was told there was a lawyer waiting there for him. He found a table and 2 chairs bolted to the floor in a windowless cubicle. In one of the chairs was a guy he vaguely recognized from somewhere. On the table was a pocket tape recorder, like a Walkman. My name is David Chapman, the guy in the chair said. I'm a criminal defense attorney, a lawyer. Your sister works at my firm. She asked us to help you out. Barr said nothing. So here I am, Chapman said. Barr said nothing. I'm recording this conversation, Chapman said. Putting it on tape. I take it that's okay with you? Barr said nothing. I think we met once, Chapman said. Our Christmas party one year? Barr said nothing. Chapman waited. Have the charges been explained to you? He asked. Barr said nothing. The charges are very serious, Chapman said. Barr stayed quiet. I can't help you if you won't help yourself, Chapman said. Barr just stared at him, just sat still and quiet for several long minutes. Then he leaned forward towards the tape machine and spoke for the first time since the previous afternoon. He said, They got the wrong guy. They got the wrong guy, Barr said again. So tell me about the right guy, Chapman said immediately. He was a good courtroom tactician. He knew how to get a rhythm going. Question, answer, question, answer. That was how to get a person to open up. They fell into the rhythm, and it all came out. But Barr just retreated back into silence. Let's be clear about this, Chapman said. Barr didn't answer. Are you denying it? Chapman asked him. Barr said nothing. Are you? No response. The evidence is all there, Chapman said. It's just about overwhelming, I'm afraid. You can't play dumb now. We need to talk about why you did it. That's what's going to help us here. Barr said nothing. You want me to help you, Chapman said, or not? Barr said nothing. Maybe it was your old wartime experience, Chapman said, or post-traumatic stress, or some kind of mental impairment. We need to focus on the reason. Barr said nothing. Denying it is not smart, Chapman said. The evidence is right there. Barr said nothing. Denying it is not an option, Chapman said. Get Jack Reacher for me, Barr said. Who? Jack Reacher. Who's he? A friend? Barr said nothing. Someone you know? Chapman said. Barr said nothing. Someone you used to know? Just get him for me. Where is he? Who is he? Barr said nothing. Is Jack Reacher a doctor? Chapman asked. A doctor? Barr repeated. Is he a doctor? Chapman asked. But Barr didn't speak again. He just got up from the table and walked to the cubicle's door and pounded on it until the jailer opened it up and led him back to his overcrowded cell. Chapman arranged to meet Rosemary Barr and the firm's investigator at his law offices. The investigator was a retired cop shared by most of the city's law firms. They all had him on retainer. He was a private detective, with a license. His name was Franklin. He was nothing like a private eye in a TV show. He did all his work at a desk, with phone books and computer databases. He didn't go out, didn't wear a gun, didn't own a hat. But he had no equal as a fact-checker or a skip tracer, and he still had plenty of friends in the PD. "The evidence rock solid," he said. "That's what I'm hearing. Emerson was in charge, and he's pretty reliable. So was Roden, really, but for a different reason. Emerson's a stiff, and Roden's a coward. Neither one of them would be saying what they're saying unless the evidence was there."
"I just can't believe he did it,"
Rosemary Barr said. "Well, certainly he seems to be denying it," Chapman said, "as far as I can understand him. And he's asking for someone called Jack Reacher. Someone he knows or used to know. You ever heard that name? You know who he is?" Rosemary Barr just shook her head. Chapman wrote the name Jack Reacher on a sheet of paper and slid it across to Franklin. "My guess is he may be a psychiatrist. Mr. Barr brought the name up right after I told him how strong the evidence is. So maybe this Reacher guy is someone who can help us out with the mitigation. Maybe he treated Mr. Barr in the past."
"My brother never saw a psychiatrist,"
Rosemary Barr said. "To your certain knowledge?"
"Never."
"How long's he been in town?"
14 years, since the Army.
"Were you close?"
We lived in the same house."
"His house?" Rosemary Barr nodded. "But you don't live there anymore?" Rosemary Barr looked away.
"No," she said. "I moved out."
"Might your brother have seen a shrink after you moved out?"
"He would have told me."
"Okay. What about before, in the service?" Rosemary Barr said nothing. Chapman turned back to Franklin. "So maybe Reacher was his Army doctor," he said. "Maybe he has information about an old trauma. He could be very helpful." Franklin accepted the sheet of paper. "In which case I'll find him," he said.
"We shouldn't be talking about mitigation anyway,"
Rosemary Barr said.
"We should be talking about reasonable doubt. About innocence."
"The evidence is very strong," Chapman said. "He used his own gun." Franklin spent 3 hours failing to find Jack Reacher. First, he trawled through psychiatric associations. No hits. Then he searched the internet for Gulf War support groups. No trace. He tried LexisNexis and all the news organizations. Nothing. Then he started back at the beginning and accessed the National Personnel Record Center's database. It listed all current and former military. He found Jack Reacher's name in there easily enough. Reacher had entered the service in 1984, and there was an honorable discharge in 1997. James Barr himself had signed up in 1985 and mustered out in 1991. So there was a 6-year overlap. But Reacher had been no kind of doctor, no kind of psychiatrist. He had been a military cop, an officer, a major, maybe a high-level investigator. Barr had finished as a lowly specialist E4. Infantry, not military police. So what was the point of contact between a military police major and an infantry E4? Something helpful, obviously, or Barr wouldn't have mentioned the name. But what? At the end of 3 hours, Franklin figured he would never find out, because Reacher fell off the radar after 1997. Completely and totally. There was no trace of him anywhere. He was still alive, according to the Social Security Administration. He wasn't in prison, according to the NCIC. But he had disappeared. He had no credit rating. He wasn't listed as title holder to any real estate or automobiles or boats. He had no debts, no liens, no address, no phone number, no warrants outstanding, no judgments entered. He wasn't a husband, wasn't a father. He was a ghost. James Barr spent the same 3 hours in serious trouble. It started when he stepped out of his cell. He turned right to walk down to the payphones. The corridor was narrow. He bumped into another guy, shoulder to shoulder. Then he made a bad mistake. He took his eyes off the floor and glanced at the other guy and apologized. A bad mistake because a fish can't make eye contact with another prisoner, not without implying disrespect. It was a prison thing. He didn't understand. The guy he made eye contact with was a Mexican. He had gang tattoos, but Barr didn't recognize them. Another bad mistake. He should have put his gaze back on the floor and moved on and hoped for the best, but he didn't. Instead, he said, "Excuse me." Then he raised his eyebrows and half smiled in a self-deprecating way like he was saying, "This is some place, right?" Bad mistake. Familiarity, and a presumption of intimacy. "What are you looking at?" the Mexican said. At that point, James Barr understood completely. "What are you looking at?" That was pretty much a standard opener. Barrack rooms, bar rooms, street corners, dark alleys. It was not a phrase you wanted to hear. "Nothing," he said, and realized he'd made the situation much worse. "You calling me nothing?" Barr put his eyes back on the floor and moved on, but it was way too late. He felt the Mexican's stare on his back and gave up on the payphone idea. The phones were in a dead-end lobby, and he didn't want to feel trapped. So he walked the long counterclockwise circuit and headed back to his cell. He got there okay. Didn't look at anyone, didn't speak. He lay down on his bunk. About 2 hours later, he felt okay. He guessed he could handle a little macho bluster, and he was bigger than the Mexican. He was bigger than 2 Mexicans. He wanted to call his sister. He wanted to know she was okay. He set off for the payphones again. He got there unmolested. It was a small space. There were 4 phones on the wall, 4 men talking, 4 lines of other men waiting behind them. Noise, shuffling feet, crazed laughter, impatience, frustration, sour air, the smell of sweat and dirty hair and stale urine. Just a normal prison scene, according to James Barr's preconceptions. Then it wasn't a normal scene. The men in front of him vanished, just disappeared. They just melted out of sight. Those on the phone hung up mid-sentence and ducked back past him. Those waiting in line peeled away. In half a second, the lobby went from being full and noisy to being deserted and silent. James Barr turned around. He saw the Mexican with the tattoos. The Mexican had a knife in his hand and 12 friends behind him. The knife was a plastic toothbrush handle wrapped with tape and sharpened to a point like a stiletto. The friends were all stocky little guys, all with the same tattoos. They all had cropped hair with intricate patterns shaved across their skulls. "Wait," Barr said. But the Mexicans didn't wait, and 8 minutes later, Barr was in a coma. He was found sometime after that on the floor, beaten pulpy, with multiple stab wounds and a cracked skull and severe subdural bleeding. Afterwards, Jail Talk said he had it coming. He had disrespected the Latinos. But Jail Talk said he hadn't gone quietly. There was a hint of admiration. The Mexicans had suffered a little, but not nearly as much as James Barr. He was medevaced to the city hospital and sewn up and operated on to relieve pressure from a swollen brain. Then he was dumped in a secure intensive care unit, comatose. The doctors weren't sure when he would wake up again. Maybe in a day, maybe in a week, maybe in a month, maybe never. The doctors didn't really know, and they didn't really care. They were all local residents. The warden at the jail called late at night and told Emerson. Then Emerson called and told Roden. Then Roden called and told Chapman. Then Chapman called and told Franklin. "So what happens now?" Franklin asked him. "Nothing," Chapman said. "It's on ice. You can't try a guy in a coma." "What about when he wakes up?" "If he's okay, then they'll go ahead, I guess." "What if he isn't?" "Then they won't. Can't try a vegetable." "So what do we do now?" "Nothing," Chapman said. "We weren't taking it very seriously anyhow. Barr's guilty all to hell and gone, and there's nothing much anyone can do for him." Franklin called and told Rosemary Barr because he wasn't sure if anyone else would have taken the trouble. He found out that nobody else had. So he broke the news himself. Rosemary Barr didn't have much of an outward reaction. She just went very quiet. It was like she was on emotional overload.
"I guess I should go to the hospital," she said.
"If you want," Franklin said.
"He's innocent, you know. This is so unfair."
"Did you see him yesterday?"
"You mean, can I alibi him?"
"Can you?"
No,
Rosemary Barr said.
I can't. I don't know where he was yesterday, or what he was doing.
Are there places he goes regularly? Movies, bars, anything like that?
Not really.
Friends he hangs with?
I'm not sure.
Girlfriends?
Not for a long time.
Other family he visits?
There's just the two of us, him and me.
Franklin said nothing. There was a long, distracted pause.
What happens now?
Rosemary Barr asked. I don't know exactly.
Did you find that person he mentioned?
Jack Reacher? No, I'm afraid not. No trace.
Will you keep on looking?
There's really nothing more I can do.
Okay.
Rosemary Barr said.
Then we'll have to manage without him.
But even as they spoke, on the phone late at night on the Saturday, Jack Reacher was on his way to them. Reacher was on his way to them because of a woman. He'd spent Friday night in South Beach, Miami, in a salsa club with a dancer from a cruise ship. The boat was Norwegian, and so was the girl. Reacher guessed she was too tall for ballet, but she was the right size for everything else. They met on the beach in the afternoon. Reacher was working on his tan. He felt better brown. He didn't know what she was working on, but he felt her shadow fall across his face and opened his eyes to find her staring at him. Or maybe at his scars. The browner he got, the more they stood out, white and wicked and obvious. She was pale, in a black bikini, a small black bikini. He pegged her for a dancer long before she told him. It was in the way she held herself. They ended up having a late dinner together and then going out to the club. South Beach salsa wouldn't have been Reacher's first choice, but her company made it worthwhile. She was fun to be with, and she was a great dancer, obviously. Full of energy. She wore him out. At 4 in the morning, she took him back to her hotel, eager to wear him out some more. Her hotel was a small Art Deco place near the ocean. Clearly the cruise line treated its people well. Certainly it was a much more romantic destination than Reacher's own motel, and much closer. And it had cable television, which Reacher's place didn't. He woke at 8 on Saturday morning when he heard the dancer in the shower. He turned on the TV and went looking for ESPN. He wanted Friday night's American League highlights. He never found them. He clicked his way through successive channels and then stopped dead on CNN because he heard the chief of an Indiana police department say a name he knew, James Barr. The picture was of a press conference. Small room, harsh light. Top of the screen was a caption that said, "Courtesy NBC." There was a banner across the bottom that said, "Friday Night Massacre." The police chief said the name again, James Barr, and then he introduced a homicide detective called Emerson. Emerson looked tired. Emerson said the name for a third time, James Barr. Then, like he anticipated the exact question in Reacher's mind, he ran through a brief biography. 41 years old, local Indiana resident, U.S. Army infantry specialist from 1985 to 1991, Gulf War veteran, never married, currently unemployed. Reacher watched the screen. Emerson seemed like a concise type of a guy. He was brief, no bullshit. He finished his statement, and in response to a reporter's question, declined to specify what, if anything, James Barr had said during interrogation. Then he introduced a district attorney. This guy's name was Roden, and he wasn't concise, wasn't brief. He used plenty of bullshit. He spent 10 minutes claiming Emerson's credit for himself. Reacher knew how that worked. He'd been a cop of sorts for 13 years. Cops bust their tails, and prosecutors bask in the glory. Roden said James Barr a few more times, and then said the state was maybe looking to fry him. For what? Reacher waited. A local anchor called Ann Yanny came on. She recapped the events of the night before. Sniper slaying, senseless slaughter, an automatic weapon, a parking garage, a public plaza, commuters on their way home after a long working week. 5 dead, a suspect in custody, but a city still grieving. Reacher thought it was Yanny who was grieving. Emerson's success had cut her story short. She signed off, and CNN went to political news. Reacher turned the TV off. The dancer came out of the bathroom. She was pink and fragrant, and naked. She'd left her towels inside.
"What shall we do today?"
she said with a wide Norwegian smile. "I'm going to Indiana," Reacher said. He walked north in the heat to the Miami bus depot. Then he leafed through a greasy timetable and planned a route. It wasn't going to be an easy trip. Miami to Jacksonville would be the first leg, then Jacksonville to New Orleans, then New Orleans to St. Louis, then St. Louis to Indianapolis. Then a local bus, presumably, south into the heartland. 5 separate destinations. Arrival and departure times were not well integrated. Beginning to end, it was going to take more than 48 hours. He was tempted to fly or rent a car, but he was short of money, and he liked buses better, and he figured nothing much was going to happen on the weekend anyway. What happened on the weekend was that Rosemary Barr called her firm's investigator back. She figured Franklin would have a semi-independent point of view. She got him at home, 10 o'clock in the morning on the Sunday.
I think I should hire different lawyers, she said.
Franklin said nothing.
David Chapman thinks he's guilty,
Rosemary said.
Doesn't he? So he's already given up.
I can't comment, Franklin said. He's one of my employers. Now Rosemary Barr said nothing. How was the hospital? Franklin asked.
Awful. He's in intensive care with a bunch of prison deadbeats. They've got him handcuffed to the bed. He's in a coma, for God's sake. How do they think he's going to escape?
What's the legal position?
He was arrested but not arraigned. He's in a kind of limbo. They're assuming he wouldn't have gotten bail.
Well, they're probably right.
So they claim under the circumstances, it's like he actually didn't get bail. So he's theirs. He's in the system, like a Twilight Zone.
What would you like to happen?
He shouldn't be in handcuffs, and he should be in a VA hospital at least. But that won't happen until I find a lawyer who's prepared to help him.
Franklin paused. How do you explain all the evidence?
I know my brother.
You moved out, right?
For other reasons, not because he's a homicidal maniac.
He blocked off a parking space, Franklin said. He premeditated this thing.
You think he's guilty too?
I work with what I've got, and what I've got doesn't look good. Rosemary Barr said nothing. I'm sorry, Franklin said.
Can you recommend another lawyer?
Can you make that decision? Do you have a power of attorney?
I think it's implied. He's in a coma. I'm his next of kin.
How much money have you got?
Not much.
How much has he got?
There's some equity in his house.
It won't look good. It'll be like a kick in the teeth for the firm you work for.
I can't worry about that.
You could lose everything, including your job.
I'll lose it anyway, unless I help James. If he's convicted, they'll let me go. I'll be notorious, by association, an embarrassment.
He had your sleeping pills, Franklin said.
I gave them to him. He doesn't have insurance.
Why did he need them?
He has trouble sleeping.
Franklin said nothing.
You think he's guilty?
Rosemary said. The evidence is overwhelming, Franklin said.
David Chapman isn't really trying, is he?
You have to consider the possibility that David Chapman is right.
Who should I call?
Franklin paused. Try Helen Roden, he said.
Roden?
She's the DA's daughter.
I don't know her.
She's downtown. She just hung out her shingle. She's new and she's keen.
Is it ethical?
No law against it.
It would be father against daughter.
It was going to be Chapman, and Chapman knows Roden a lot better than his daughter does, probably. She's been away for a long time.
Where?
College, law school, clerking for a judge in D.C.
Is she any good?
I think she's going to be. Rosemary Barr called Ellen Roden on her office number. It was like a test. Someone new and keen should be at the office on a Sunday. Ellen Roden was at the office on a Sunday. She answered the call sitting at her desk. Her desk was second-hand, and it sat proudly in a mostly empty two-room suite in the same black glass tower that had NBC as the second-floor tenant. The suite was rented cheap through one of the business subsidies that the city was throwing around like confetti. The idea was to kickstart the rejuvenated downtown area and clean up later with healthy tax revenues. Rosemary Barr didn't have to tell Helen Roden about the case because the whole thing had happened right outside Helen Roden's new office window. She'd seen some of it for herself, and she'd followed the rest on the news afterwards. She had caught all of Ann Yanny's TV appearances. She recognized her from the building's lobby in the elevator.
Will you help my brother?
Rosemary Barr asked. Helen Roden paused. The smart answer would be, no way. She knew that. Like, no way, forget about it, are you out of your mind? 2 reasons. 1, she knew a major clash with her father was inevitable at some point, but did she need it now? And 2, she knew that a new lawyer's early cases defined her. Paths were taken that led down fixed routes. To end up as a when all else fails criminal defense attorney would be okay, she guessed, all things considered. But to start out by taking a case that had offended the whole city would be a marketing disaster. The shootings weren't being seen as a crime. They were being seen as an atrocity. Against humanity, against the whole community, against the rejuvenation efforts downtown, against the whole idea of being from Indiana. It was like L.A. or New York or Baltimore had come to the heartland, and to be the person who tried to excuse it or explain it away would be a fatal mistake. Like a mark of Cain. It would follow her the rest of her life.
Can we sue the jail?
Rosemary Barr asked.
For letting him get hurt?
Helen Roden paused again. Another reason to say no. An unrealistic client.
Maybe later, she said. Right now, he wouldn't generate much sympathy as a plaintiff, and it's hard to prove damages if he's heading for death row anyway. Then I can't pay you much, Rosemary Barr said. I don't have money.
Helen Roden paused for a third time. Another good reason to say no. It was a little early in her career to be contemplating pro bono work. But. The accused deserved representation. The Bill of Rights said so, and he was innocent until proven guilty. And if the evidence was as bad as her father said it was, then the whole thing would be little more than a supervisory process. She would verify the case against him independently, then she would advise him to plead guilty. Then she would watch his back as her father fed him through the machine. That was all. It could be seen as honest dues-paying, a constitutional chore. She hoped.
Okay,
she said.
He's innocent, Rosemary Barr said. I'm sure of it.
They always are, Helen Roden thought.
Okay,
she said again. Then she told her new client to meet her in her office at 7 the next morning. It was like a test. A sister who really believed in her brother's innocence would show up for an early appointment. Rosemary Barr showed up right on time at 7 o'clock on Monday morning. Franklin was there, too. He believed in Helen Roden and was prepared to defer his bills until he saw which way the wind was blowing. Helen Roden herself had already been at her desk for an hour. She had informed David Chapman of the change in representation on Sunday afternoon and had obtained his audio tape of his initial interview with James Barr. Chapman had been happy to hand it over and wash his hands. She had played the tape to herself a dozen times Sunday night and a dozen more that morning. It was all anyone had of James Barr. Maybe all anyone was ever going to get. So she had listened to it carefully, and she had drawn some early conclusions from it.
Listen,
she said. She had the tape queued up and ready in an old-fashioned machine the size of a shoebox. She pressed play, and they all heard a hiss and breathing and room sounds and then David Chapman's voice. I can't help you if you won't help yourself. There was a long pause, full of more hiss, and then James Barr spoke. They got the wrong guy. They got the wrong guy, he said again. Then Helen watched the tape counter numbers and spooled forward to Chapman saying, Denying it is not an option. Then Barr's voice came through. Get Jack Reacher for me. Helen spooled onward to Chapman's question. Is he a doctor? Then there was nothing on the tape except the sound of Barr beating on the interview room door.
Okay, Helen said. I think he really believes he didn't do it. He claims as much, and then he gets frustrated and terminates the interview when Chapman doesn't take him seriously. That's clear, isn't it? He didn't do it, Rosemary Barr said. I spoke with my father yesterday, Helen Roden said. The evidence is all there, Miss Barr. He did it, I'm afraid. You need to accept that a sister maybe can't know her brother as well as she'd like. Or, if she once did, that he changed for some reason.
There was a long silence.
Is your father telling you the truth about the evidence?
Rosemary asked.
He has to, Helen said. We're going to see it all anyway. There's the discovery process. We're going to take depositions. There would be no sense in him bluffing at this point.
Nobody spoke.
But we can still help your brother, Helen said in the silence. He believes he didn't do it. I'm sure of that, after listening to the tape. Therefore, he's delusional now. Or at least he was on Saturday. Therefore, perhaps he was delusional on Friday, too. How does that help him? Rosemary Barr asked. It's still admitting he did it. The consequences will be different. If he recovers. Time and treatment in an institution will be a lot better than time and no treatment in a maximum security prison. You want to have him declared insane? Helen nodded. A medical defense is our best shot. And if we establish it right now, it might improve the way they handle him before the trial. He might die. That's what the doctors said. I don't want him to die a criminal. I want to clear his name. He hasn't been tried yet. He hasn't been convicted. He's still an innocent man in the eyes of the law. That's not the same. No, Helen said. I guess it isn't.
There was another long silence.
Let's meet back here at 10:30, Helen said. We'll thrash out a strategy. If we're aiming for a change of hospitals, we should try for it sooner rather than later. We need to find this Jack Reacher person, Rosemary Barr said. Helen nodded. I gave his name to Emerson and my father. Why? Because Emerson's people cleared your brother's house out. They might have found an address or a phone number. And my father needed to know because we want this guy on our witness list, not the prosecution's. Because he might be able to help us. He might be an alibi. Maybe an old army buddy at best.
I don't see how, Franklin said. They were different ranks and different branches.
We need to find him, Rosemary Barr said. James asked for him, didn't he? That has to mean something.
Helen nodded again.
I'd certainly like to find him. He might have something for us. Some exculpatory information, possibly. Or at least he might be a link to something we can use.
He's out of circulation, Franklin said. He was 2 hours away in the back of a bus out of Indianapolis. The trip had been slow, but pleasant enough. He had spent Saturday night in New Orleans in a motel near the bus depot. He had spent Sunday night in Indianapolis. So he had slept and fed himself and showered. But mostly he had rocked and swayed and dozed on buses, watching the passing scenes, observing the chaos of America, and surfing along on the memory of the Norwegian. His life was like that. It was a mosaic of fragments. Details and contexts would fade and be inaccurately recalled, but the feelings and the experiences would weave over time into a tapestry equally full of good times and bad. He didn't know yet exactly where the Norwegian would fall. At that point, he thought of her as a missed opportunity. But she would have sailed away soon anyway. Or he would have. CNN's intervention had shortened things, but maybe only by a fraction. The bus was doing 55 on Route 37, heading south. It stopped in Bloomington. 6 people got out. One of them left the Indianapolis paper behind. Reacher picked it up and checked the sports. The Yankees were still ahead in the East. Then he flipped to the front and checked the news. He saw the headline. Sniper suspect hurt in jail attack. He read the first 3 paragraphs. Brain injury, coma, uncertain prognosis. The journalist seemed torn between condemning the Indiana Board of Corrections for its lawless prisons and applauding Barr's attackers for doing their civic duty. This might complicate things, Reacher thought. The later paragraphs carried a reprise of the original crime story, plus updated background, plus new facts. Reacher read them all. Barr's sister had moved out of his house some months before the incident. The journalist seemed to think that was either a cause or an effect of Barr's evident instability. Or both. The bus moved out of Bloomington. Reacher folded the paper and propped his head against the window and watched the road. It was a black ribbon, wet with recent rain, and it unspooled beside him with the center line flashing by like an urgent Morse code message. Reacher wasn't sure what it was saying to him. He couldn't read it. The bus pulled into a covered depot, and Reacher came out into the daylight and found himself 5 blocks west of where a raised highway curled round behind an old stone building. Indiana limestone, he guessed. The real thing. It would be a bank, he thought, or a courthouse, or maybe a library. There was a black glass tower beyond it. The air was okay. It was colder than Miami, but he was still far enough south for winter to feel safely distant. He wasn't going to have to refresh his wardrobe because of the weather. He was in white chino pants and a bright yellow canvas shirt. Both were 3 days old. He figured he'd get another day out of them. Then he would buy replacements, cheap. He had brown boat shoes on his feet, no socks. He felt he was dressed for the boardwalk and thought he must look a little out of place in the city. He checked his watch. 9:20 in the morning. He stood on the sidewalk in the diesel fumes and stretched and looked around. The city was one of those heartland places that are neither large nor small, neither new nor old. It wasn't booming, and it wasn't decrepit. There was probably some history, probably some corn and soybean trading, maybe tobacco, maybe livestock. There was probably a river or a railhead, maybe some manufacturing. There was a small downtown area. He could see it ahead of him, east of where he stood. Taller structures, some stone, some brick, some billboards. He figured the black glass tower would be the flagship building. No reason to build it anyplace else than the heart of downtown. He walked towards it. There was a lot of construction underway. Repairs, renewals, holes in the road, gravel piles, fresh concrete, heavy trucks moving slowly. He crossed in front of one and hit a side street and came out along the north side of a half-finished parking garage extension. He recalled Ann Yanny's fevered breaking news recap and glanced up at it, and then away from it to a public square. There was an empty ornamental pool with a fountain spout sticking up forlornly in the center. There was a narrow walkway between the pool itself and a low wall. The walkway was decorated with makeshift funeral tributes. There were flowers with their stems wrapped in aluminum foil, photographs under plastic, and small stuffed animals and candles. There was a dusting of leftover sand. The sand had soaked up the blood, he guessed. Fire engines carry boxes of sand for accidents and crime scenes, and stainless steel shovels for removal of body parts. He glanced back at the parking garage. Less than 35 yards, he thought. Very close. He stood still. The plaza was silent. The whole city was quiet. It felt stunned, like a limb briefly paralyzed after a massive bruising blow. The plaza was the epicenter. It was where the blow had landed. It was like a black hole, with emotion compressed into it too tight to escape. He walked on. The old limestone building was a library. That's okay, he thought. Librarians are nice people. They tell you things if you ask them. He asked for the DA's office. A sad and subdued woman at the checkout desk gave him directions. It wasn't a long walk. It wasn't a big city. He walked east past a new office building that had signs for the DMV and a military recruitment center. Behind it was a block of off-brand stores and then a new courthouse building. It was a plain, flat-roof, off-the-shelf design dressed up with mahogany doors and etched glass. It could have been a church from some weird denomination with a generous but strapped congregation. He avoided the main public entrance. He circled the block until he came to the office wing. He found a door labeled District Attorney. Below it, on a separate brass plate, he found Roden's name. An elected official, he thought. They use a separate plate to make it cheaper when the guy changes every few Novembers. Roden's initials were AA. He had a law degree. Reacher went in through the door and spoke to a receptionist at a counter, asked to see A.A. Roden himself.
About what?
The receptionist asked, quietly but politely. She was middle-aged, well cared for, well turned out, wearing a clean white blouse. She looked like she'd worked behind a desk all her life, a practiced bureaucrat, but stressed. She looked like she was carrying all the town's recent troubles on her shoulders. About James Barr, Reacher said.
Are you a reporter?
The receptionist asked. No, Reacher said.
May I tell Mr. Roden's office your connection to the case?
I knew James Barr in the Army.
That must have been some time ago.
A long time ago, Reacher said.
May I have your name?
Jack Reacher. The receptionist dialed a phone and spoke. Reacher guessed she was speaking to a secretary because both he and Roden were referred to in the third person, like abstractions.
Can he see a Mr. Reacher about the case?
Not the Barr case, just the case. The conversation continued. Then the receptionist covered the phone by clamping it to her chest below her collarbone above her left breast.
Do you have information?
She asked. The secretary upstairs can hear your heart beating, Reacher thought. Yes, he said. Information.
From the Army? She asked.
Reacher nodded. The receptionist put the phone back to her face and continued the conversation. It was a long one. Mr. A.A. Roden had an efficient pair of gatekeepers. That was clear. No way of getting past them without some kind of an urgent and legitimate reason. That was clear, too. Reacher checked his watch. 9:40 in the morning. But there was no rush, under the circumstances. Barr was in a coma. Tomorrow would do it. Or the next day. Or maybe he could get to Roden through the cop if need be. What was his name? Emerson? The receptionist hung up the phone.
Please go straight up, she said. Mr. Roden is on the 3rd floor.
I'm honored, Reacher thought. The receptionist wrote his name on a visitor pass and slipped it into a plastic sleeve. He clipped it on his shirt and headed for the elevator. Rode it to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor had low ceilings and internal corridors lit by fluorescent tubes. There were 3 doors made of painted fiberboard that were closed and 1 set of double doors made of polished wood that were open. Behind those was a secretary at a desk. The second gatekeeper. She was younger than the downstairs lady, but presumably more senior.
Mr. Reacher?
She asked. He nodded, and she came out from behind her desk and led him to where the windowed offices started. The 3rd door they came to was labeled A.A. Roden. What's the A.A. for? Reacher asked.
I'm sure Mr. Roden will tell you if he wants to,
the secretary said. She knocked on the door, and Reacher heard a baritone reply from inside. Then she opened the door and stood aside for Reacher to go in past her. Thanks, he said.
You're most welcome,
she said. Reacher went in. Roden was already on his feet behind his desk, ready to welcome his visitor, full of reflexive courtesy. Reacher recognized him from the TV. He was a guy of about 50, fairly lean, fairly fit, gray hair cut short. In person, he looked smaller. He was maybe an inch under 6 feet and a pound under 200. He was dressed in a summer-weight suit, dark blue. He had a blue shirt on and a blue tie. His eyes were blue. Blue was his color, no doubt about it. He was immaculately shaved and wearing cologne. He was a very squared-away guy, no question. As opposed to me, Reacher thought. It was like a study in contrasts. Next to Roden, Reacher was an unkempt giant. He was 6 inches taller and 50 pounds heavier. His hair was 2 inches longer, and his clothes were $1,000 cheaper. Mr. Reacher? Roden said. Reacher nodded. The office was government basic, but neat. It was cool and quiet. No real view from the window, just the flat roofs of the off-brand stores and the DMV office, with all the ductwork showing. The black glass tower was visible in the distance. There was a weak sun in the sky. At right angles to the window, there was a trophy wall behind the desk with college degree certificates and photographs of Roden with politicians. There were framed newspaper headlines reporting guilty verdicts in 7 different cases. On another wall was a photograph of a blonde girl wearing a mortarboard and a gown and holding a degree scroll. She was pretty. Reacher looked at her for a moment longer than he needed to. "That's my daughter," Roden said. "She's a lawyer, too." "Is she?" Reacher said. "She just opened her own office here in town." There was nothing in his tone. Reacher wasn't sure whether he was proud or disapproving. "You're due to meet with her, I think," Roden said. "Am I?" Reacher said. "Why?" "She's defending James Barr." "Your daughter? Is that ethical?" "There's no law against it. It might not be sensible, but it's not unethical." He said sensible with emphasis, hinting at a number of meanings. Not smart to defend a notorious case. Not smart for a daughter to take on her father. Not smart for anyone to take on A.A. Roden. He sounded like a very competitive guy. "She put your name on her provisional witness list," he said. "Why?" "She thinks you have information." "Where'd she get my name?" "I don't know." "From the Pentagon?" Roden shrugged. "I'm not sure, but she got it from somewhere. Therefore, people have been looking for you." "Is that why I got in here?" Roden nodded. "Yes, it is," he said. "That's exactly why. Generally, I don't encourage walk-ins." "Your staff seems to be on board with that policy." "I certainly hope so," Roden said. Sit down, please. Reacher sat in the visitor chair, and Roden sat behind his desk. The window was on Reacher's left and Roden's right. Neither man had the light in his eyes. It was an equitable furniture arrangement, different from some prosecutors' offices Reacher had known. "Coffee?" Roden asked. "Please," Reacher said. Roden made a call and asked for coffee. "Naturally, I'm interested in why you came to see me first," he said. "The prosecution, I mean, rather than the defense." "I wanted your personal opinion," Reacher said. "On what?" "On how strong a case you've got against James Barr." Roden didn't answer immediately. There was a short silence, and then there was a knock at the door, and the secretary came in with coffee. She had a silver tray with the works on it. A cafetiere, 2 cups, 2 saucers, a sugar bowl, a tiny pitcher of cream, 2 silver spoons. The cups were fine china. Not government issue, Reacher thought. Roden likes his coffee done right. The secretary put the tray on the edge of the desk so that it was exactly halfway between the desk chair and the visitor chair. "Thanks," Reacher said.
"You're most welcome,"
she said, and left the room. "Help yourself," Roden said. "Please." Reacher pushed the plunger down and poured himself a cup. No cream, no sugar. It smelled dark and strong. Coffee, done right. "The case against James Barr is exceptionally good," Roden said. "Eyewitnesses?" Reacher asked. "No," Roden said, "but eyewitness testimony can be of random value. I'm almost glad we don't have eyewitnesses, because what we've got instead is exceptional physical evidence, and science doesn't lie. It doesn't get confused." "Exceptional," Reacher said. "A complete, rock-solid evidence trail that ties the man to the crime." "How solid?" "As good as it gets. The best I've ever seen. I'm completely confident." "I've heard prosecutors say that before." "Not this one, Mr. Reacher. I'm a very cautious man. I don't prosecute capital cases unless I'm certain of the outcome." "Keeping score?" Roden gestured above and behind him at his trophy wall. 7 for 7, he said. 100%. "In how long?" "In 3 years. James Barr will make it 8 for 8, if he ever wakes up." "Suppose he wakes up damaged." "If he wakes up with any brain function at all, he's going to trial. What he did here can't be forgiven." "Okay," Reacher said. "Okay what?" "You've told me what I wanted to know." "You said you had information from the Army." "I'll keep it to myself for now." "You were a military policeman, am I right?" 13 years, Reacher said. "And you knew James Barr?" "Briefly." "Tell me about him." "Not yet." "Mr. Reacher, if you have exculpatory information, or anything to add at all, you really need to tell me now." "Do I?" "I'll get it anyway. My daughter will submit it. She'll be looking for a plea bargain." "What does the AA stand for?" "Excuse me?" "Your initials." "Alexei Alexeyevich. My family came from Russia, but a long time ago, before the October Revolution." "But they keep up traditions." "As you can see." "What do people call you?" "Alex, of course." Reacher stood up. "Well, thanks for your time, Alex, and the coffee." "Are you going to see my daughter now?" "Is there any point? You seem pretty sure of yourself." Roden smiled an indulgent smile. "It's a matter of procedure," he said. "I'm an officer of the court, and you're on a witness list. I'm obliged to point out that you're obliged to go. Anything less would be unethical." "Where is she?" "In the glass tower you can see from the window." "Okay," Reacher said. "I guess I could drop by." "I still need whatever information you have," Roden said. Reacher shook his head. "No," he said. "You really don't." He returned his visitor pass to the woman at the reception desk and headed back to the public plaza. Stood in the cold sun and turned a complete circle, getting a sense of the place. All cities are the same, and all cities are different. They all have colors. Some are gray. This one was brown. Reacher guessed the brick was made from local clay and had carried the color of old farmland into the facades. Even the stone was flecked with tan, like it carried deposits of iron. There were accents of dark red here and there, like old barns. It was a warm place, not busy, but it was surviving. It would rebound after the tragedy. There was progress and optimism and dynamism. All the new construction proved it. There were work zones and raw concrete curbs everywhere. Lots of planning, lots of rebuilding, lots of hope. The new parking garage extension anchored the north end of the downtown strip. It suggested commercial expansion. It was south and slightly west of the kill zone. Very close. Directly west and maybe twice as distant was a length of the raised highway. It ran free and clear through a curve for maybe 30 yards before curling in behind the library. Then it straightened a little and passed behind the black glass tower. The tower was due north of the plaza. It had an NBC sign near the door on a black granite slab. Ann Yanny's workplace, Reacher guessed, as well as Roden's daughter's. East of the plaza was the office building with the DMV and the recruiting office. That was where the victims had come from. They had spilled out the door. What had Ann Yanny said? At the end of a long working week? They had hustled west across the plaza towards their parked cars or the bus depot and had stumbled into a nightmare. The narrow walkway would have slowed them down and lined them up, like shooting fish in a barrel. Reacher walked the length of the empty ornamental pool to the revolving door at the base of the tower. He went in and checked the lobby for a directory. There was a glassed-in board made of ridged black felt with press-in white letters. NBC was on the second floor. Some of the other suites were empty, and Reacher guessed the rest changed hands fast enough to make it worth holding on to the press-in letter system. Law offices of Helen Roden was listed on 4. The letters were a little misaligned, and the spacing was off. Rockefeller Center it ain't, Reacher thought. He waited for the elevator in a queue of 2, him and a pretty blonde woman. He looked at her, and she looked at him. She got out on 2, and he realized it was Ann Yanny. He recognized her from the broadcast. Then he figured all he needed to do was meet Emerson from the local PD, and he would have brought the whole breaking news tableau to life. He found Helen Roden's suite. It was at the front of the building. Her windows were going to overlook the plaza. He knocked, heard a muffled reply, and went in. There was an empty reception room with a secretary's desk. The desk was unoccupied. It was second-hand, but not recently used. No secretary yet, Reacher thought. Early days. He knocked on the inner office door, heard the same voice make a second reply. He went in and found Helen Roden at another second-hand desk. He recognized her from her father's photograph, but face to face, she looked even better. She was probably no more than 30, quite tall, lightly built, slim in an athletic sort of way, not anorexic. Either she ran or she played soccer or she'd been very lucky with her metabolism. She had long blonde hair and her father's blue eyes. There was intelligence behind them. She was dressed all in black, in a trouser suit with a tight stretched top under the coat. Lycra, Reacher thought. Can't beat it.
"Hello," she said.
"I'm Jack Reacher," he said. She stared at him.
"You're kidding. Are you really?"
He nodded. "Always have been, always will be."
"Unbelievable."
"Not really. Everybody's somebody."
I mean, how did you know to come? We couldn't find you.
"I saw it on the TV, Ann Yanny, Saturday morning."
"Well, thank God for TV," she said. "And thank God you're here."
"I was in Miami," he said, "with a dancer."
"A dancer?"
"She was Norwegian," he said. He walked to the window and looked out. He was 4 stories up, and the main shopping street ran away directly south, down a hill, emphasizing his elevation. The ornamental pool was placed with its long axis exactly lined up with the street. The pool was on the street, really, except they had blocked the street off to make the plaza. Someone returning from a long spell away would be surprised to find a big tank of water where once there had been roadway. The pool was much longer and narrower than it had looked from ground level. It looked sad and empty, with just a thin layer of mud and scum on the black tile. Beyond it, and slightly to the right, was the new parking structure. It was slightly downhill from the plaza, maybe half a story's difference. "Were you here?" Reacher asked. "When it happened?"
Yes, I was,
Helen Roden said quietly. "Did you see it?"
Not at first. I heard the first 3 gunshots. They came very fast. The first, and then a tiny pause, and then the next 2. Then another pause, a little longer, but just a split second, really. I stood up in time for the last 3. Horrible.
Reacher nodded. Brave girl, he thought. She hears gunshots and she stands up. She doesn't dive under the desk. Then he thought, the first and then a tiny pause. That was the sound of a skilled rifleman watching where his first cold shot went. So many variables. The cold barrel, the range, the wind, the zeroing, the sighting in. "Did you see people die?" he asked.
2 of them,
She said behind him.
It was awful.
3 shots and 2 people?
He missed once. Either the 4th or the 5th shot, they're not sure. They found the bullet in the pool. That's why it's empty. They drained it.
Reacher said nothing.
The bullet is part of the evidence, Helen said. It ties the rifle to the crime.
Did you know any of the dead people?
No. They were just people, I guess. In the wrong place at the wrong time.
Reacher said nothing.
I saw flames from the gun, Helen said. Way over there, in the shadows, in the dark. Little spits of flame.
Muzzle flashes, Reacher said. He turned back from the window. She held out her hand.
I'm Helen Roden, she said. I'm sorry. I should have introduced myself properly.
Reacher took her hand. It was warm and firm. Just Helen, he said. Not Helena Alexeyevna or something? She stared at him again.
How the hell did you know that?
I met your dad, he said, and let go of her hand.
Did you?
She said.
Where?
In his office just now.
You went to his office? Today?
I just left there.
Why did you go to his office? You're my witness. He shouldn't have seen you.
He was very keen to talk.
What did you tell him?
Nothing. I asked questions instead.
What questions?
I wanted to know how strong his case was against James Barr.
I'm representing James Barr, and you're a defense witness. You should have been talking to me, not him.
Reacher said nothing.
Unfortunately, the case against James Barr is very strong,
she said. How did you get my name? Reacher asked.
From James Barr, of course, she said. How else?
From Barr? I don't believe it.
Well, listen,
she said. She turned away to the desk and pressed a key on an old-fashioned cassette player. Reacher heard a voice he didn't recognize say, "Denying it is not an option." Helen touched the pause key and kept her finger on it.
His first lawyer, she said. We changed representation yesterday.
How? He was in a coma yesterday.
Technically, my client is James Barr's sister, his next of kin.
Then she let go of the pause key, and Reacher heard room sounds and hiss, and then a voice he hadn't heard for 14 years. It was exactly how he remembered it. It was low and tense and raspy. It was the voice of a man who rarely spoke. It said, "Get Jack Reacher for me." He stood there, stunned. Helen Roden pressed the stop key.
See?
She said. Then she checked her watch.
10:30, she said. Stick around and join the client conference.
She unveiled him like a conjurer on a stage, like a rabbit out of a hat. First in was a guy Reacher immediately took for an ex-cop. He was introduced as Franklin, a contract investigator who worked for lawyers. They shook hands. "You're a hard man to find," Franklin said. "Wrong," Reacher said. "I'm an impossible man to find." "Want to tell me why?" There were instant questions in Franklin's eyes. A cop's questions, like, how much use is this guy going to be as a witness? What is he, a felon, a fugitive? Will he have credibility on the stand? "Just a hobby," Reacher said. "Just a personal choice." "So you're cool?" "You could skate on me." Then a woman came in. She was in her mid to late 30s, probably, dressed for an office, and stressed and sleepless. But behind the agitation, she wasn't unappealing. She looked like a kind and decent person, even pretty. But she was clearly James Barr's sister. Reacher knew that even before they were introduced. She had the same coloring and a softer, feminized, 14 years older version of the same face.
"I'm Rosemary Barr," she said. "I'm so glad you found us. It feels providential. Now I really feel we're getting somewhere."
Reacher said nothing at all. The law offices of Helen Roden didn't run to a conference room. Reacher figured that would come later. Maybe, if she prospered. So all four people crowded into the inner office. Helen sat at her desk, Franklin perched on a corner of it, Reacher leaned on the windowsill. Rosemary Barr paced, nervously. If there'd been a rug, she would have worn holes in it.
"Okay," Helen said. "Defense strategy. At the minimum, we want to pursue a medical plea. But we'll aim higher than that. How high we eventually get will depend on a number of factors. In which connection, first, I'm sure we all want to hear what Mr. Reacher has to say."
"I don't think you do," Reacher said.
"Do what?"
"Want to hear what I've got to say."
"Why wouldn't we?"
"Because you jumped to the wrong conclusion."
"Which is?"
"Why do you think I went to see your father first?"
"I don't know."
"Because I didn't come here to help James Barr." Nobody spoke. "I came here to bury him," Reacher said. They all stared.
"But why?"
Rosemary Barr asked. "Because he's done this before, and once was enough." Reacher moved and propped his back against the window reveal and turned sideways so that he could see the plaza, and so that he couldn't see his audience. "Is this a privileged conversation?" he asked.
"Yes," Helen Roden said. "It is. It's a client conference. It's automatically protected. Nothing we say here can be repeated."
"Is it ethical for you to hear bad news legally?" There was a long silence.
"Are you going to give evidence for the prosecution?" Helen Roden asked.
"I don't think I'll have to under the circumstances, but I will if necessary."
"Then we would hear the bad news anyway. We would take a deposition from you before the trial, to guarantee no more surprises."
More silence. "James Barr was a sniper," Reacher said. "Not the best the Army ever had, and not the worst. Just a good, competent rifleman. Average in almost every way." Then he paused and turned his head and looked down to his left, at the cheap new building with the recruitment office in it. Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps. "Four types of people join the military," he said. "First, for people like me, it's a family trade. Second, there are patriots, eager to serve their country. Third, there are the people who just need a job. And fourth, there are people who want to kill other people. The military is the only place where it's legal to do that. James Barr was the fourth type. Deep down, he thought it'd be fun to kill." Rosemary Barr looked away. Nobody spoke. "But he never got the chance," Reacher said. "I was a very thorough investigator when I was an MP, and I learned all about him. I studied him. He trained for 5 years. I went through his logbooks. Some weeks he fired 2,000 rounds, all of them at paper targets or silhouettes. I counted a career total of nearly 250,000 rounds fired, and not one of them at the enemy. He didn't go to Panama in 1989. We had a very big army back then, and we required only a very small force, so most guys missed out. It burned him up. Then Desert Shield happened in 1990. He went to Saudi. But he wasn't in Desert Storm in 1991. They made it a mostly armored campaign. James Barr sat it out in Saudi, cleaning sand out of his rifle, firing 2,000 training rounds a week. Then after Desert Storm was over, they sent him to Kuwait City for the cleanup."
"What happened there?"
Rosemary Barr asked. "He snapped," Reacher said. "That's what happened there. The Soviets had collapsed. Iraq was back in its box. He looked ahead and saw that war was over. He had trained nearly 6 years and had never fired his gun in anger, and was never going to. A lot of his training had been about visualization. About seeing himself putting the reticle on the medulla oblongata, where the spinal cord broadens at the base of the brain. About breathing slow and squeezing the trigger. About the split-second pause while the bullet flies. About seeing the puff of pink mist from the back of the head. He'd visualized all of that, many times. But he'd never seen it. Not once. He'd never seen the pink mist. And he really wanted to. Silence in the room. So he went out one day, alone, Reacher said, in Kuwait City. He set up and waited. Then he shot and killed 4 people coming out of an apartment building. Ellen Roden was staring at him. He fired from a parking garage, Reacher said, 2nd level. It was directly opposite the apartment building's door. The victims were American non-coms, as it happened. They had weekend passes, and they were in street clothes. Rosemary Barr was shaking her head.
This can't be true, she said. It just can't be. He wouldn't do it. And if he did, he'd have gone to prison. But he got an honorable discharge instead, right after the Gulf, and a campaign medal, so it can't have happened. It can't possibly be true.
That's exactly why I'm here, Reacher said. There was a serious problem. Remember the sequence of events. We had 4 dead guys, and we worked from there. In the end, I followed the trail all the way to your brother. But it was a very tough trail. We took all kinds of wrong turns. And along one of them, we found stuff out about the 4 dead guys. Stuff we really didn't want to know. Because they'd been doing things they shouldn't have been doing.
What things?
Ellen Roden asked. Kuwait City was a hell of a place, full of rich Arabs. Even the poor ones had Rolexes and Rolls Royces and marble bathrooms with solid gold faucets. A lot of them had fled temporarily for the duration. But they'd left all their stuff behind. And some of them had left their families behind. Their wives and daughters.
And?
Our 4 dead non-coms had been doing the conquering army thing, just like the Iraqis before them. That's how they saw it, I guess. We saw it as rape and armed robbery. As it happened, they'd left quite a trail that day, inside that building, and other buildings on other days. We found enough loot in their footlockers to start another branch of Tiffany's. Watches, diamonds, all kinds of portable stuff. And underwear. We figured they used the underwear to keep count of the wives and daughters.
So what happened?
It got political, inevitably. It went up the chain of command. The Gulf was supposed to be a big, shiny success for us. It was supposed to be 100% wonderful and 100% squeaky clean. And the Kuwaitis were our allies, and so on and so forth. So ultimately, we were told to cover for the 4 guys. We were told to bury the story. Which we did. Which also meant letting James Barr walk, unfortunately. Because whispers had gotten out, and we knew his lawyer had used them. We were afraid of blackmail, basically. If we took Barr to trial, his lawyer would have countered with a justifiable homicide claim. He would have said Barr had been standing up for the honor of the army in a rough-and-ready sort of a way. All the beans would have been spilled in the process. We were told not to risk that, so our hands were tied. It was a stalemate.
Maybe it was justifiable homicide,
Rosemary Barr said.
Maybe James really did know all along.
Ma'am, he didn't know. I'm very sorry, but he didn't. He was never near any of those guys before. Didn't know 'em from Adam. Didn't say anything to me about them when I caught up to him. He hadn't been in KC long. Not long enough to know anything. He was just killing people. For fun. He confessed to that, to me personally, before any of the other stuff ever came to light. Silence in the room. So, we hushed it up and mustered him out, Reacher said. We said his 4 guys had been killed by Palestinians, which was plausible in Kuwait City in 1991. Just. I was mildly pissed about the whole thing. It wasn't the worst situation I'd ever seen, but it wasn't the nicest either. James Barr got away with murder, by sheer luck. So I went to see him before he left, and I told him to justify his great good fortune by never stepping out of line again. Not ever, the whole rest of his life. I told him if he ever did, I would come find him and make him sorry. Silence in the room. It lasted minutes. So here I am, Reacher said.
This must be classified information,
Helen Roden said.
I mean, surely it can't ever be used. There would be a huge scandal.
Reacher nodded. It's highly classified. It's sealed inside the Pentagon. That's why I asked if this conversation was privileged.
You'd get in big trouble if you talked about it.
I've been in big trouble before. I came here to find out if I needed to get in big trouble again. As it happens, I don't think I do. I think your father can put James Barr away without my help. But my help is always available if he needs it. Then Helen understood.
You're here to pressure me, she said, aren't you? You're telling me if I try too hard, you'll cut me off at the knees.
I'm here to keep my promise, Reacher said. To James Barr. He closed the door and left them there, 3 silent and disappointed people in a room. Then he rode down in the elevator. And Yanni got in again on 2. He wondered for a moment if she spent all day riding the elevators, hoping to be recognized, hoping to be asked for an autograph. He ignored her, got out with her in the lobby, and just headed for the door. He stood for a moment in the plaza, deciding. James Barr's medical condition was the complicating factor. He didn't want to stick around until the guy woke up. If that happened at all, it might take weeks, and Reacher was not a guy who liked to stick around. He liked to be on the move. 2 days in one place was about his limit, but he was stuck for alternatives. He couldn't hint at anything to Alex Roden, couldn't give him a call-me-if-you-need-me number. For one thing, he didn't have a phone. For another, a guy as squared away and cautious as Alex Roden was would worry away at the hint until something began to unravel. He would make the link to the Pentagon easily enough. Reacher had even asked, "Did she get my name from the Pentagon?" That had been a careless mistake. So Alex Roden would put 2 and 2 together eventually. He would figure, there's something extra here, and I can find out what it is from the Pentagon. The Pentagon would stonewall him, of course, but Roden wouldn't like being stonewalled. He would go to the media. And Yanni, probably. She would be ready for another network story. And at bottom, Roden would be insecure enough about losing the case to simply have to know. He wouldn't give up on it. And Reacher didn't want the story out there, not unless it was absolutely necessary. Gulf War vets had it hard enough, with the chemical stuff and the uranium poisoning. All they had going for them was the conflict's spotless, just war reputation. They didn't need defaming by association with people like Barr and his victims. People would say, hey, they were all doing it. And they weren't all doing it in Reacher's experience. That had been a good army. So he didn't want the story out there, unless it was absolutely necessary. And he wanted to judge that for himself. So, no hints to Alex Roden. No call-me contingencies. So, what exactly? He decided to stick around for 24 hours. Maybe there'd be a clearer prognosis on Barr's condition after that. Maybe somehow he could check with Emerson and get a better feel for the evidence. Then maybe he could feel okay about leaving things with Alex Roden's office, on a kind of forensic autopilot. If there were problems down the road, maybe he'd read about them in a newspaper somewhere, far in the future, on a beach or in a bar. And then he could come all the way back again. So, 24 hours in a small heartland city. He decided to go see if there was a river. There was a river. It was a broad, slow body of water that moved west to east through an area south of downtown. Some tributary that fed the mighty Ohio, he guessed. Its north bank was straightened and strengthened with massive stone blocks along a 300-yard stretch. The blocks might have weighed 50 tons each. They were immaculately chiseled and expertly fitted. They made a quayside, a wharf. They had tall, fat iron mushrooms set into them to tie off ropes. Stone paving slabs made the wharf 30 feet deep. All along its length were tall wooden sheds, open on the riverside, open on the street side. The street was made of cobbles. 100 years ago, there would have been huge river barges tied up and unloading. There would have been swarms of men at work. There would have been horses and carts clattering on the cobbles. But now there was nothing. Just absolute stillness and the slow drift of the water. Scabs of rust on the iron mushrooms, clumps of weeds between the stones. Some of the sheds still had faded names on them. McGinty Dry Goods, Allentown Seed Company, Parker's Supply. Reacher strolled the 300 yards and looked at all of them. They were still standing, strong and square, ripe for renovation, he guessed. A city that put an ornamental pool with a fountain in a public plaza would spruce up the waterfront. It was inevitable. There was construction all over town. It would move south. They would give someone tax breaks to open a riverside cafe, maybe a bar, maybe with live music. Thursday through Saturday. Maybe with a little museum laying out the history of the river trade. He turned to walk back and came face to face with Helen Roden.
"You're not such a hard man to find," she said.
"Evidently," he said.
"Tourists always come to the docks."
She was carrying a lawyer-sized briefcase.
"Can I buy you lunch?"
she said. She walked him back north to the edge of the new gentrification. In the space of a single dug-up block, the city changed from old and worn to new and repainted. Stores changed from dusty mom-and-pop places with displays of vacuum cleaner bags and washing machine hoses to new establishments showing off spotlit $100 dresses, and shoes, and $4 lattes, and things made of titanium. They walked past a few such places, and then Helen Roden led him into an eatery. It was the kind of place he'd seen before. It was the kind of place he usually avoided. White walls, some exposed brick, engine-turned aluminum tables and chairs, weird salad combinations, random ingredients thrown together and called inventive. She led him to a table in the far back corner. An energetic kid came by with menus. Helen Roden ordered something with oranges and walnuts and gorgonzola cheese, with a cup of herbal tea. Reacher gave up on reading his menu and ordered the same thing as her, but with coffee, regular, black.
"This is my favorite place in town," Helen said.
He nodded. He believed her. She looked right at home. The long straight hair, the black clothes, the youthful glow. He was older and came from a different time and a different place.
"I need you to explain something," she said.
She bent down and opened her briefcase, came out with the old tape player, placed it carefully on the table, pressed play. Reacher heard James Barr's first lawyer say, "Denying it is not an option." Then he heard Barr say, "Get Jack Reacher for me." "You've already played that for me," he said.
"But why would he say it?"
Helen asked. "That's what you want me to explain?" She nodded. "I can't," he said.
"Logically, you're the last person he should have asked for."
"I agree."
"Could he have been in any doubt about how you felt? 14 years ago?"
"I don't think so. I made myself pretty clear."
"Then why would he ask for you now?"
Reacher didn't answer. The food came, and they started eating. Oranges, walnuts, gorgonzola cheese, all kinds of leaves and lettuces, and a raspberry vinaigrette. It wasn't too bad. And the coffee was okay. "Play me the whole tape," Reacher said. Helen put her fork down and pressed the rewind key, kept her hand there, one fingertip on each key, like a pianist. She had long fingers, no rings, polished nails neatly trimmed. She pressed play and picked up her fork again. Reacher heard no sound for a moment until the blank leader cleared the tape head. Then he heard a prison acoustic. Echoes, distant metallic clattering, a man breathing. Then he heard a door open and the thump of another man sitting down. No scraping of chair legs on concrete. A prison chair, bolted to the floor. The lawyer started talking. He was old and bored. He didn't want to be there. He knew Barr was guilty. He made banal small talk for a while, grew frustrated with Barr's silence. Then he said, full of exasperation, "I can't help you if you won't help yourself." There was a long, long pause, and then Barr's voice came through, agitated, close to the microphone. "They got the wrong guy." He said it again. Then the lawyer started up again, not believing him, saying the evidence was all there, looking for a reason behind an indisputable fact. Then Barr asked for Reacher, twice, and the lawyer asked if Reacher was a doctor, twice. Then Barr got up and walked out. There was the sound of hammering on a locked door, and then nothing more. Helen Roden pressed the stop key.
So why? She asked. Why did he say he didn't do it, and then call for a guy who knows for sure he did it before?
Reacher just shrugged his shoulders and said nothing, but he saw in Helen's eyes that she had an answer.
You know something, she said. Maybe you don't know you know it, but there's got to be something there. Something he thinks can help him.
Does it matter? He's in a coma. He might never wake up.
It matters a lot. He could get better treatment.
I don't know anything.
Are you sure? Was there a psychiatric evaluation made back then?
It never got that far.
Did he claim insanity?
No, he claimed a perfect score, 4 for 4.
Did you think he was nuts?
That's a big word. Was it nuts to shoot 4 people for fun? Of course it was. Was he nuts legally? I'm sure he wasn't.
You must know something, Reacher, Helen said. It must be way down in there. You've got to dredge it up.
He kept quiet for a moment. Have you actually seen the evidence? He asked.
I've seen a summary.
How bad is it?
It's terrible. There's no question he did it. This is about mitigation, nothing more, and his state of mind. I can't let them execute an insane person.
So wait until he wakes up. Run some tests.
They won't count. He could wake up like a fruitcake, and the prosecution will say that was caused by the blow to the head in the jailhouse fight. They'll say he was perfectly sane at the time of the crime.
Is your dad a fair man?
He lives to win.
Like father, like daughter? She paused.
Somewhat, she said.
Reacher finished up his salad, chased the last walnut round with his fork, and then gave up and used his fingers instead.
What's on your mind? Helen asked.
Just a minor detail, he said. 14 years ago, it was a very tough case with barely adequate forensics. And he confessed. This time, the forensics seem to be a total slam dunk, but he's denying it.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
So think about what you do know, Helen said. Please. You must know something. You have to ask yourself, why did he come up with your name? There has to be a reason.
Reacher said nothing. The kid who had served them came back and took their plates away. Reacher pointed at his coffee cup, and the kid made another trip and refilled it. Reacher cradled it in his hands and smelled the steam.
May I ask you a personal question?
Helen Roden said to him. Depends how personal, Reacher said.
Why were you so untraceable? Normally guys like Franklin can find anybody.
Maybe he's not as good as you think.
He's probably better than I think.
Not everyone is traceable.
I agree. But you don't look like you belong in that category.
I was in the machine, Reacher said, my whole life. Then the machine coughed and spat me out. So I thought, okay, if I'm out, I'm out. All the way out. I was a little angry, and it was probably an immature reaction, but I got used to it.
Like a game?
Like an addiction, Reacher said. I'm addicted to being out. The kid brought the check. Helen Roden paid. Then she put her tape player back in her briefcase, and she and Reacher left together. They walked north, past the construction at the bottom of 1st Street. She was heading to her office, and he was going to look for a hotel. A man named Grigor Linsky watched them walk. He was slumped low in a car parked on the curb. He knew where to wait. He knew where she ate, when she had company. Reacher checked into a downtown hotel called the Metropole Palace, 2 blocks east of 1st Street, about level with the main shopping strip. He paid cash up front for 1 night only and used the name Jimmy Reese. He had cycled through all the presidents and vice presidents long ago and was now using second baseman from the Yankees' non-championship years. Jimmy Reese had played pretty well during part of 1930 and pretty badly during part of 1931. He had come from nowhere and moved on to St. Louis for part of 1932. Then he had quit. He had died in California, age 93. But now he was back, with a single room and a bath in the Metropole Palace for 1 night only, due to check out the next morning before 11 o'clock. The Metropole was a sad, half-empty, faded old place, but it had once been grand. Reacher could see that. He could picture the corn traders 100 years ago, walking up the hill from the river wharf and staying the night. He guessed the lobby had once looked like a Western saloon, but now it was thinly made over with modernist touches. There was a refurbished elevator. The rooms had swipe cards instead of keys. But he guessed the building hadn't really changed very much. His room was certainly old-fashioned and gloomy. The mattress felt like a part of the original inventory. He lay down on it and put his hands behind his head. Thought back more than 14 years to Kuwait City. All cities have colors, and KC was white. White stucco, white-painted concrete, white marble. Skies burned white by the sun. Men in white robes. The parking garage James Barr had used was white, and the apartment building opposite was white. Because of the glare, the 4 dead guys had all been wearing aviator shades. All 4 men had been hit in the head, but none of the shades had broken. They'd just fallen off. All 4 bullets had been recovered, and they broke the case. They were match-grade, 168-grain jacketed boat tails. Not hollow points, because of the Geneva Convention. They were an American sniper's bullets, either Army or Marines. If Barr had used a battle rifle or a submachine gun or a sidearm, Reacher would have got nowhere. Every firearm in theater except the sniper rifles used standard NATO rounds, which would have cast the net way too wide, because just about all of NATO was in-country. But Barr's whole purpose had been to use his own specialist weapon, just for once, this time for real. And in the process, his 4 13-cent bullets had nailed him. But it had been a tough case, maybe Reacher's finest ever. He had used logic, deduction, paperwork, footwork, intuition, and ultimately elimination. At the end of the trail was James Barr, a man who had finally seen the pink mist and was strangely at peace with his capture. He had confessed. The confession was voluntary, fast, and complete. Reacher never laid a hand on him. Barr talked quite freely about the experience. Then he asked questions about the investigation like he was fascinated by the process. Clearly, he had not expected to be caught, not in a million years. He was simultaneously aggrieved and admiring. He had even acted a little sympathetic when the political snafu eventually broke him loose, like he was sorry that Reacher's fine efforts had come to nothing. 14 years later, he had not confessed. There was another difference between this time and the last time, too. But Reacher couldn't pin it down. Something to do with how hot Kuwait City had been. Grigor Linsky used his cell phone and called the Zek. The Zek was the man he worked for. It wasn't just Zek, it was the Zek. It was a question of respect. The Zek was 80 years old, but he still broke arms if he smelled disrespect. He was like an old bull. He still had his strength and his attitude. He was 80 years old because of his strength and his attitude. Without them, he would have died at age 20, or later, at 30, which was about when he went insane and his real name finally slipped his mind. The lawyer went back to her office, Linsky said. Reacher turned east off First Street. I laid back and didn't follow him, but he turned away from the bus depot. Therefore, we can assume he's staying in town. My guess is he checked into the Metropole Palace. There's nothing else in that direction. The Zek made no reply. Should we do anything? Linsky asked. How long is he here for? That depends. Clearly, he's on a mission of mercy. The Zek said nothing. Should we do anything? Linsky asked again. There was a pause, cellular static, and an old man breathing. We should maybe distract him, the Zek said, or discourage him. I'm told he was a soldier. Therefore, he will probably maintain a predictable pattern of behavior. If he's at the Metropole, he won't stay in tonight. Not there. No fun for a soldier. He'll go out somewhere. Probably alone. So there could be an incident. Use your imagination. Make it a big scenario. Don't use our own people. And make it look natural. Damage? Broken bones, at least. Maybe he gets a head injury. Maybe he winds up in the coma ward, along with his buddy, James Barr. What about the lawyer? Leave her alone, for now. We'll open that can of worms later. If we need to. Helen Roden spent an hour at her desk. She took 3 calls. The first was from Franklin. He was bailing out. I'm sorry, but you're going to lose, he said. and I've got a business to run. I can't put in unbilled hours on this anymore.
Nobody likes hopeless cases,
Helen said diplomatically. She was going to need him again in the future. No point in holding his feet to the fire. Not pro bono hopeless cases, Franklin said.
If I get a budget, will you come back on board?
Sure, Franklin said. Just call me. Then they hung up, all proprieties observed, their relationship preserved. The next call came 10 minutes later. It was from her father, who sounded full of concern. You shouldn't have taken this case, you know, he said.
It wasn't like I was spoiled for choice,
Helen said. Losing might be winning, if you know what I mean.
Winning might be winning, too.
No, winning will be losing. You need to understand that.
Did you ever set out to lose a case?
She asked. Her father said nothing. Then he went fishing. Did Jack Reacher find you? He asked, meaning, should I be worried?
He found me,
she said, keeping her voice light. Was he interesting? Meaning, should I be very worried?
He's certainly given me something to think about.
Well, should we discuss it? Meaning, please, tell me.
I'm sure we will soon, when the time is right.
They small-talked for a minute more and arranged to meet for dinner. He tried again. Please, tell me. She didn't. Then they hung up. Helen smiled. She hadn't lied, hadn't even really bluffed, but she felt she had participated. The law was a game, and like any game, it had a psychological component. The third call was from Rosemary Barr at the hospital.
James is waking up, she said. He coughed up his breathing tube. He's coming out of the coma. Is he talking? The doctors say he might be tomorrow. Will he remember anything? The doctors say it's possible.
An hour later, Reacher left the Metropole. He stayed east of First Street and headed north towards the off-brand stores he'd seen near the courthouse. He wanted clothes, something local. Maybe not a set of bib overalls, but certainly something more generic than his Miami gear. Because he figured he might head to Seattle next, for the coffee, and he couldn't walk around Seattle in a bright yellow shirt. He found a store and bought a pair of pants that the label called taupe, and he called olive drab. He found a flannel shirt almost the same color, plus underwear, and he invested in a pair of socks. He changed in the cubicle and threw his old stuff away in the store's own trash bin. $40 for what he hoped would be 4 days' wear. Extravagant, but it was worth $10 a day for him not to carry a bag. He came out and walked west towards the afternoon sun. The shirt was too thick for the weather, but he could regulate it by rolling up the sleeves and opening a second button. It was okay. It'd be fine for Seattle. He came out into the plaza and saw that the fountain had been restarted. It was refilling the pool very slowly. The mud on the bottom was an inch deep and moving in slow swirls. Some people were standing and watching it. Others were walking. But nobody was using the short route past the memorial tributes where Barr's victims had died. Maybe nobody would, ever again. Instead, everyone was looping the long way around past the NBC sign. Instinctively, respectfully, fearfully, Reacher wasn't sure. He picked his way among the flowers and sat on the low wall with the sound of the fountain behind him and the parking garage in front of him. One shoulder was warmed by the sun and the other was cool in the shade. He could feel the leftover sand under his feet. He looked to his left and watched the DMV building's door, looked to his right and watched the cars on the raised highway. They tracked through the curve, high up in the air, one after the other, single file, in a single lane. There weren't many of them. Traffic up there was light, even though First Street itself was already building up to the afternoon rush hour. Then he looked to his left again and saw Helen Roden sitting down beside him. She was out of breath.
I was wrong, she said. You are a hard man to find.
But you triumphed nonetheless, he said.
Only because I saw you from my window. I ran all the way down, hoping you wouldn't wander off. That was a half hour after calling all the hotels in town and being told you aren't registered anywhere.
What hotels don't know won't hurt them.
James Barr is waking up. He might be talking tomorrow.
Or he might not.
You know much about head injuries?
Only the ones I cause.
I want you to do something for me.
Like what? He asked.
You can help me, she said, with something important.
Can I?
And you can help yourself.
He said nothing.
I want you to be my evidence analyst, she said.
You've got Franklin for that. She shook her head.
Franklin's too close to his old PD buddies. He won't be critical enough. He won't want to tear into them.
And I will. I want Barr to go down, remember?
Exactly. That's exactly why you should do it. You want to confirm that they've got an unbreakable case. Then you can leave town and be happy.
Would I tell you if I found a hole?
I'd see it in your eyes. And I'd know from what you did next. If you go, it's a strong case. If you stay around, it's weak.
Franklin quit, didn't he? She paused, and then she nodded.
This case is a loser, all ways around. I'm doing it pro bono, because nobody else will. But Franklin's got a business to run.
So he won't do it for free, but I will.
You need to do it. I think you're already planning to do it. That's why you went to see my father first. He's confident, for sure. You saw that. But you still want to peek at the data. You were a thorough investigator. You said so yourself. You're a perfectionist. You want to be able to leave town knowing everything is buttoned down tight, according to your own standards.
Reacher said nothing.
This gets you a real good look, she said. It's their constitutional obligation. They have to show us everything. The defense gets a full discovery process.
Reacher said nothing.
You've got no choice, she said. They're not going to show you anything otherwise. They don't show stuff to strangers off the street.
A real good look. Leave town and be happy. No choice. Okay, Reacher said. She pointed.
Walk 4 blocks west and 1 block south. The PD is right there. I'll go upstairs and call Emerson.
We're doing this now?
James Barr is waking up. I need this stuff out of the way early. I'm going to be spending most of tomorrow trying to find a psychiatrist who will work for free. A medical plea is still our best bet.
Reacher walked 4 blocks west and 1 block south. It took him under the raised highway and brought him to a corner. The PD had the whole block. Their building occupied most of it, and there was an L-shaped parking lot on the rest of it for their vehicles. There were black and whites slotted in at angles, and unmarked detective cars, and a crime scene van, and a SWAT truck. The building itself was made of a glazed tan brick. It had a flat roof with big HVAC ducts all over it. There were bars on all the windows, razor wire here and there around the perimeter. He went inside and got directions and found Emerson waiting for him behind his desk. Reacher recognized him from his TV spot on Saturday morning. Same guy, pale, quiet, competent, not big, not small. In person, he looked like he'd been a cop since birth. Since the moment of conception, maybe. It was in his pores, in his DNA. He was wearing gray flannel pants and a white short-sleeved shirt, open neck, no tie. There was a tweed jacket on the back of his chair. His face and his body were a little shapeless, like he'd been molded by constant pressures. "Welcome to Indiana," he said. Reacher said nothing. "I mean it," Emerson said. "Really. We love it when old friends of the accused show up to tear our work to shreds." "I'm here for his lawyer," Reacher said, "not as a friend." Emerson nodded. "I'll give you the background myself," he said. "Then my crime scene guy will walk you through the particulars. You can see absolutely anything you want, and you can ask absolutely anything you want." Reacher smiled. He had been a cop of sorts himself for 13 long years, on a tough beat, and he knew the language and all its dialects. He knew the tone, and he understood the nuances. And the way Emerson spoke told him things. It told him that despite the initial hostility, this was a guy secretly happy to meet with a critic, because he knew for sure he had a solid gold slam-dunk case. "You knew James Barr pretty well, am I right?" Emerson asked. "Did you?" Reacher asked back. Emerson shook his head. "Never met him. There were no warning signs." "Was his rifle legal?" Emerson nodded. "It was registered and unmodified, as were all his other guns." "Did he hunt?" Emerson shook his head again. "He wasn't an NRA member, and he didn't belong to a gun club. We never saw him out in the hills. He was never in trouble. He was just a low-profile citizen. A no-profile citizen, really. No warning signs at all." You seen this kind of thing before? Too many times. If you include the District of Columbia, then Indiana is tied for 16th place out of 51 in terms of homicide deaths per capita. Worse than New York, worse than California. This town isn't the worst in the state, but it's not the best either. So we've seen it all before. Sometimes there are signs, and sometimes there aren't. But either way around, we know what we're doing. I spoke with Alex Roden, Reacher said. He's impressed. He should be. We performed well. Your old buddy was toast 6 hours after the first shot. It was a textbook case, beginning to end. No doubts at all? Put it this way. I wrote it up Saturday morning, and I haven't given it a whole lot of thought since then. It's a done deal. About the best done deal I ever saw, and I've seen a lot. So is there any point in me walking through it? Sure there is. I got a crime scene guy desperate to show off. He's a good man, and he deserves his moment in the sun. Emerson walked Reacher to the lab and introduced him as a lawyer's scout, not as James Barr's friend, which helped a little with the atmosphere. Then he left him there. The crime scene guy was a serious 40-year-old called Bel Antonio. His name was more exuberant than he was. He was tall, dark, thin, and stooped. He could have been a mortician. And he suspected James Barr was going to plead guilty. He thought he wasn't going to get his day in court. That was clear. He had laid out the evidence chain in a logical sequence on long tables in a sealed police garage bay, just so that he could give visitors the performance he would never give a jury. The tables were white canteen-style trestles, and they ran all the way around the perimeter of the bay. Above them was a horizontal line of corkboards with hundreds of printed sheets of paper pinned to them. The sheets were cased in plastic page protectors, and they related to the specific items found directly below. Trapped tight in the square made by the tables was James Barr's beige Dodge Caravan. The bay was clean and brightly lit with harsh fluorescent tubes, and the minivan looked huge and alien in there. It was old and dirty and smelled of gasoline and oil and rubber. The sliding rear door was open, and Bel Antonio had rigged a light to shine in on the carpet. "This all looks good," Reacher said. "Best crime scene I ever worked," Bel Antonio said. "So walk me through it." Bel Antonio started with the traffic cone. It was sitting there on a square of butcher paper, looking large and odd and out of place. Reacher saw the print powder on it, read the notes above it. Barr had handled it, that was for sure. He had clamped his right hand round it near the top where it was narrow. More than once. There were fingerprints and palm prints. The match was a laugher. There were way more comparison points than any court would demand. Same for the quarter from the parking meter. Same for the shell case. Bel Antonio showed Reacher laser-printed stills from the parking garage video, showing the minivan coming in just before the event and going out again just after it. He showed him the interior of the Dodge, showed him the automotive carpet fibers recovered from the raw new concrete, showed him the dog hairs, showed him the denim fibers and the raincoat threads, showed him a square of rug taken from Barr's house, showed him the matching fibers found at the scene, showed him the desert boots, showed him how crepe rubber was the best transfer mechanism going, showed him how the tiny crumbs of rubber found at the scene matched new scuffs on the shoe's toes, showed him the cement dust tracked back into Barr's house and recovered from the garage and the basement and the kitchen and the living room and the bedroom, showed him a comparison sample taken from the parking garage and a lab report that proved it was the same. Reacher scanned the transcripts from the 9/11 calls and the radio chatter between the squad cars. Then he glanced through the crime scene protocol. The initial sweep by the uniformed officers, the forensic examination by Bel Antonio's own people, Emerson's inspiration with the parking meter. Then he read the arrest report. It was printed out and pinned up along with everything else. The SWAT tactics, the sleeping suspect, the ID from the driver's license from the wallet in the trouser pocket, the paramedics' tests, the capture of the dog by the canine officers, the clothes in the closet, the shoes, the guns in the basement. He read the witness reports. A Marine recruiter had heard 6 shots. A cell phone company had provided a recording. There was a graph attached, a gray smear of sound with 6 sharp spikes. Left to right, they were arrayed in a pattern that matched what Helen Roden had said she had heard. 1, 2, 3, pause, 4, 5, 6. The graph's vertical axis represented volume. The shots had been faint but clear on the recording. The horizontal axis represented the time base. 6 shots in less than 4 seconds. 4 seconds that had changed a city. For a spell, at least. Reacher looked at the rifle. It was heat-sealed into a clear plastic sleeve. He read the report pinned above it. A Springfield M1A Supermatch, 10-shot box magazine, 4 cartridges still in it. Barr's prints all over it. Scratches on the forestock matching varnish scrapings found at the scene. The intact bullet recovered from the pool. A ballistics lab report matching the bullet to the barrel. Another report matching the shell case to the ejector. Slam dunk, case closed. Okay, enough, Reacher said. It's good, isn't it? Belantonio said. Best I ever saw, Reacher said. Better than 100 eyewitnesses. Reacher smiled. Crime scene techs loved to say that. Anything you're not happy with? He asked. I love it all, Belantonio said. Reacher glanced at his reflection in the Dodge's tinted window. The black glass made his new shirt look gray. Why did he leave the traffic cone behind? He said. He could have pitched it into the back of the van, easy as anything. Belantonio said nothing. And why did he pay to park? Reacher asked. I'm forensics, Belantonio said, not psychology. Then Emerson came back in and stood there, waiting to accept Reacher's surrender. Reacher gave it up, no hesitation. He shook their hands and congratulated them on a well-worked case. He walked back, 1 block north and 4 blocks east, under the raised highway, heading for the black glass tower. It was after 5 o'clock and the sun was on his back. He arrived at the plaza and saw that the fountain was still going and the pool had filled another inch. He went in past the NBC sign and rode up in the elevator. Ann Yanny didn't show. Maybe she was preparing for the 6 o'clock news. He found Helen Roden at her second-hand desk. Watch my eyes, he said. She watched them. Pick your own cliché, he said. It's a cast-iron, solid gold slam dunk. It's Willie Mays under a fly ball. She said nothing. See any doubt in my eyes? He asked.
No, she said. I don't.
So start calling psychiatrists, if that's what you really want to do.
He deserves representation, Reacher.
He stepped out of line.
We can't just lynch him.
Reacher paused. Then he nodded. The shrink should think about the parking meter. I mean, who pays for 10 minutes, even if they're not shooting people? It strikes me as weird. It's so law-abiding, isn't it? It kind of puts the whole event into a law-abiding envelope. Maybe he really was nuts this time. You know, confused about what he was doing. Helen Roden made a note.
I'll be sure to mention it.
You want to get some dinner?
We're on opposite sides.
We had lunch.
Only because I wanted something from you.
We can still be civilized. She shook her head.
I'm having dinner with my father.
He's on the opposite side.
He's my father.
Reacher said nothing.
Were the cops okay?
She asked. Reacher nodded. They were courteous enough.
They can't have been very pleased to see you. They don't understand why you're really here.
They don't need to worry. They've got a great case.
It's not over until the fat lady sings.
She's been singing since Friday at 5. Pretty loud.
Maybe we could have a drink after dinner, she said, if I can get away in time. There's a sports bar 6 blocks north of here. Monday night, it's about the only place in town. I'll drop by and see if you're there, but I can't promise anything.
Neither can I, Reacher said. Maybe I'll be at the hospital, unplugging James Barr's life support. He rode down in the elevator and found Rosemary Barr waiting for him in the lobby. He guessed she'd just got back from the hospital and had called upstairs, and Helen Roden had told her he was on his way down, so she had waited. She was pacing nervously, side to side, crossing and recrossing the route between the elevator bank and the street door.
Can we talk? She asked.
Outside, he said. He led her through the door and across the plaza to the south wall of the pool. It was still filling, slowly. The fountain splashed and tinkled. He sat where he'd sat before, with the funeral tributes at his feet. Rosemary Barr stood in front of him, facing him, very close, her eyes on his, not looking down at the flowers and the candles and the photographs.
"You need to keep an open mind," she said.
"Do I?" he said.
"James wanted you here, therefore he can't be guilty."
"That's a leap."
"It's logical," she said.
"I just saw the evidence," he said. "More than enough for anyone."
"I'm not going to argue about 14 years ago."
"You can't."
"But he's innocent now."
Reacher said nothing.
"I understand how you feel," Rosemary said. "You think he let you down."
"He did."
"But suppose he didn't? Suppose he met your conditions and this is all a mistake. How would you feel then? What would you do for him? If you're ready to stand up against him, don't you think you should be equally ready to stand up for him?"
"That's too hypothetical for me."
"It's not hypothetical. I'm just asking. If you're proved wrong, if he didn't do it, will you put the same energy into helping him?"
"If I'm proved wrong, he won't need my help."
"Will you?"
"Yes," Reacher said, because it was an easy promise to make.
"So you need to keep an open mind."
"Why did you move out?" She paused.
"He was angry all the time. It was no fun living with him."
"Angry at what?"
"At everything."
"So maybe it's you who should keep an open mind."
"I could have made up a reason, but I didn't. I told you the truth. I don't want to hide anything. I need you to trust me. I need to make you believe. He's an unhappy man, maybe even disturbed, but he didn't do this."
Reacher said nothing.
"Will you keep an open mind?" she asked.
Reacher didn't answer, just shrugged and walked away. He didn't go to the hospital, didn't unplug James Barr's machines. He went to the sports bar instead after a shower back at the Metropole Palace. 6 blocks north of the Black Glass Tower took him under the highway again and out into a hinterland. Gentrification had a boundary to the south, as he had seen, and now he saw it had a boundary to the north, too. The bar was a little way beyond it. It was in a plain square building that could have started out as anything. Maybe a feed store, maybe an automobile showroom, maybe a pool hall. It had a flat roof and bricked-up windows and moss growing where blocked rainwater gutters had spilled. Inside, it was better, but generic. It was like every other sports bar he'd ever been in. It was one tall room with black-painted air conditioning ducts pinned to the ceiling. It had 3 dozen TV screens hanging from the walls and the roof. It had all the usual sports bar stuff all over the place. Signed uniform jerseys framed under glass, football helmets displayed on shelves, hockey sticks, basketballs, baseballs, old game day programs. The waiting staff was all female, all of them in cheerleader-style uniforms. The bar staff was male and dressed in striped umpire uniforms. The TVs were all tuned to football. Inevitable, Reacher guessed, on a Monday night. Some of the screens were regular TVs, and some were plasmas, and some were projectors. The same event was displayed dozens of times, all with slightly different color and focus, some big, some small, some bright, some dim. There were plenty of people in there, but Reacher got a table to himself, in a corner, which he liked. A hard-worked waitress ran over to him, and he ordered beer and a cheeseburger. He didn't look at the menu. Sports bars always had beer and cheeseburgers. He ate his meal and drank his beer and watched the game. Time passed, and the place filled up and got more and more crowded and noisy, but nobody came to share his table. Reacher had that kind of effect on people. He sat there, alone, in a bubble of quiet, with a message plainly displayed, "Stay away from me." Then someone ignored the message and came to join him. It was partly his own fault. He looked away from the screen and saw a girl hovering nearby. She was juggling a bottle of beer and a full plate of tacos. She was quite a sight. She had waved red hair and a red gingham shirt open at the neck and tied off at the navel. She had tight pants on that looked like denim but had to be spandex. She had the whole hourglass thing going, big time. And she was in shiny lizard-skin boots. Open the encyclopedia to C for country girl, and her picture was going to be right there staring back at you. She looked too young for the beer, but she was past puberty, that was for damn sure. Her shirt buttons were straining, and there was no visible panty line under the spandex. Reacher looked at her for a second too long, and she took it as an invitation.
"Can I share your table?"
she asked from a yard away. "Help yourself," he said. She sat down, not opposite him, but in the chair next to him.
"Thanks,"
she said. She drank from her bottle and kept her eyes on him. Green eyes, bright, wide open. She half turned towards him and arched the small of her back. Her shirt was open, 3 buttons. Maybe a 34D, Reacher figured, in a push-up bra. He could see the edge of it, white lace. She leaned close because of the noise.
"Do you like it?"
she asked. "Like what?" he said.
"Football,"
she said. "A bit," he said.
"Did you play?"
Did you, not do you. She made him feel old.
"You're certainly big enough," she said.
"Yeah, I tried out for Army," he said, "when I was at West Point."
"Did you make the team?"
"Only once."
"Were you injured?"
"I was too violent." She half smiled, not sure if he was joking.
"Want a taco?"
she said. "I just ate."
"I'm Sandy,"
she said. So was I, he thought. Friday, on the beach.
"What's your name?"
she asked. "Jimmy Reese," he said. He saw a flash of surprise in her eyes. He didn't know why. Maybe she had a boyfriend called Jimmy Reese. Or maybe she was a serious fan of the New York Yankees.
"I'm pleased to meet you, Jimmy Reese,"
she said. "Likewise," he said, and turned back to the game.
"You're new in town, aren't you?" she said.
"Usually," he said.
"I was wondering," she said, "if you only like football a bit, maybe you'd like to take me somewhere else."
"Like where?"
"Like somewhere quieter? Maybe somewhere a little lonelier?"
He said nothing.
"I've got a car,"
she said. "You old enough to drive?"
"I'm old enough to do lots of things, and I'm pretty good at some of them."
Reacher said nothing. She moved on her chair, pushed it out from the table a little way, turned towards him and looked down.
"Do you like these pants?"
she asked. "I think they suit you very well."
"I do too. Only problem is they're too tight to wear anything underneath."
"We all have our cross to bear."
"Do you think they're too revealing?"
"They're opaque. That usually does it for me."
"Imagine peeling them off."
"I can't. I doubt if I would have gotten them on." The green eyes narrowed.
"Are you a queer?"
"Are you a hooker?"
"No way! I work at the auto parts store."
Then she paused and seemed to think again. She reconsidered. She came up with a better answer, which was to jump up from her chair and scream and slap his face. It was a loud scream and a loud slap, and everyone turned to look. "He called me a whore!" she screamed. "He called me a damn whore!" Chairs scraped and guys stood up fast. Big guys in jeans and work boots and plaid shirts. Country boys, 5 of them, all the same. The girl smiled in triumph.
"Those are my brothers," she said.
Reacher said nothing.
"You just called me a whore in front of my brothers."
5 boys, all staring.
"He called me a whore,"
the girl wailed. Rule 1, be on your feet and ready. Rule 2, show them what they're messing with. Reacher stood up, slow and easy. 6'5", 250, calm eyes, hands held loose by his sides. "He called me a whore," the girl wailed again. Rule 3, identify the ringleader. There were 5 guys. Any 5 guys will have 1 ringleader, 2 enthusiastic followers, and 2 reluctant followers. Put the ringleader down, and both of the keen sidekicks, and it's over. The reluctant pair just run for it. So there's no such thing as 5-on-1. It never gets worse than 3-on-1. Rule 4, the ringleader is the one who moves first. A big, corn-fed 20-something with a shock of yellow hair and a round red face moved first. He stepped forward a pace, and the others fell in behind him in a neat arrowhead formation, Reacher stepped forward a pace of his own to meet them. The downside of a corner table is there's no other way to go except forward. But that was fine, because Rule 5, never back off. But Rule 6, don't break the furniture. Break furniture in a bar, and the owner starts thinking about his insurance policy. And insurance companies require police reports, and a patrolman's first instinct is to throw everyone in the jail and sort it out later, which generally means blame it on the stranger. "He called me a whore," the girl said plaintively, like her heart was broken. She was standing off to the side, looking at Reacher, looking at the 5 guys, looking at Reacher. Her head was turning like a spectator at a tennis game. "Outside," the big guy said. "Pay your check first," Reacher said. "I'll pay later." "You won't be able to." "You think?" "That's the difference between us." "What is?" "I think." "You got a smart mouth, pal." "That's the least of your worries." "You called my sister a whore." "You prefer sleeping with virgins?" "Get outside, pal, or I'll put you down right here." Rule 7. Act, don't react. "Okay," Reacher said. "Let's go outside." The big guy smiled. "After you," Reacher said. "Stay here, Sandy," the big guy said.
"I don't mind the sight of blood,"
she said. "I'm sure you love it," Reacher said. 1 week in 4, it makes you feel mighty relieved. "Outside," the big guy said. "Now!" He turned round and shooed the others toward the door. They formed up in a single file and threaded between the tables. Their boots clattered on the wood. The girl called Sandy tagged after them. Other customers shrank away from them. Reacher put $20 on his table and glanced up at the football game. Someone was winning, someone was losing. He followed the girl called Sandy, followed the blue spandex pants. They were all waiting for him on the sidewalk. They were all tensed up in a shallow semicircle. There were yellow lamps on poles 20 yards away, north and south, and another across the street. The lamps gave each guy 3 shadows. There was neon outside the bar that filled the shadows with pink and blue. The street was empty and quiet. No traffic. No noise, except sports bar sounds muffled by the door. The air was soft, not hot, not cold. Rule 8. Assess and evaluate. The big guy was round and smooth and heavy, like a bull seal, maybe 10 years out of high school. An unbroken nose, no scar tissue on his brows, no misshapen knuckles. Therefore not a boxer. Probably just a linebacker. So he would fight like a wrestler. He would be a guy who wants you on the ground. So he would start by charging, head low. That was Reacher's best guess. And Reacher was right. The guy exploded out of the blocks and charged, head low, straight for Reacher's chest, looking to drive him backwards and have him stumble and fall, whereupon the other 4 could all pile in together and stomp him and kick him to their heart's content. Mistake. Because Rule 9, don't run head-on into Jack Reacher. Not when he's expecting it. It's like running into an oak tree. The big guy charged, and Reacher turned slightly sideways and bent his knees a little and timed it just right, and drove all his weight up and forward off his back foot and through his shoulders straight into the big guy's face. Kinetic energy's a wonderful thing. Reacher had hardly moved at all, but the big guy bounced off crazily, stunned, staggering backwards on stiff legs, desperately trying to stay upright, 1 foot tracing a lazy half-circle in the air, then the other. He came to rest 6 feet away with his feet firmly planted and his legs wide apart, just like a big, dumb capital letter A. Blood on his face. Now he had a broken nose. Put the ringleader down. Reacher stepped in and kicked him in the groin, but left-footed. Right-footed, he would have popped bits of the guy's pelvis out through his nose. "Your big soft heart," an old Army instructor had said, "one day it'll get you killed." But not today, Reacher thought. Not here. The big guy went down. He fell on his knees and pitched forward on his face. Then it got real easy. The next two guys came in shoulder to shoulder, and Reacher dropped the first with a headbutt and the second with an elbow to the jaw. They both went straight down and lay still. Then it was over, because the last two guys ran. The last two guys always do. The girl called Sandy ran after them. Not fast. The tight spandex and the high-heeled boots impeded her. But Reacher let her go. He turned back and kicked her three downed brothers onto their sides. Checked they were still breathing. Checked their hip pockets. Found their wallets. Checked their licenses. Then he dropped them and straightened up and turned round because he heard a car pull up behind him at the curb. It was a taxi, with Helen Roden getting out of it. She threw a bill at the driver, and he took off fast, gazing straight ahead, deliberately, not looking left or right. Helen Roden stood still on the sidewalk and stared. Reacher was 10 feet away from her, with 3 neon shadows and 3 inert forms on the ground behind him.
"What the hell is going on?" she asked.
"You tell me," he said. "You live here. You know these damn people."
"What does that mean? What the hell happened?"
"Let's walk," he said. They walked south, fast, and turned a corner and went east, then south again. Then they slowed a little.
"You've got blood on your shirt,"
Helen Roden said. "But not mine," Reacher said.
"What happened back there?"
"I was in the bar, watching a game, minding my own business. Then some underage red-haired bimbo started coming on to me. I wasn't playing, and she got to where she found a reason to slap me. Then 5 guys jumped up. She said they were her brothers. We took it outside."
5 guys?
2 ran away.
After you beat up the first 3?
I defended myself, that's all. Minimum force.
She slapped you?
Right in the face.
What had you said to her?
Doesn't matter what I said to her. It was a setup. So I'm asking you, is that how people get their kicks around here? Picking on strangers in bars?
"I need a drink,"
Helen Roden said.
"I came to meet you for a drink."
Reacher stopped walking. "So let's go back there."
"We can't go back there. They might have called the cops. You left 3 men on the sidewalk."
He looked back over his shoulder. "So let's try my hotel," he said. "There's a lobby. There might be a bar." They walked together in silence, through dark, quiet streets 4 blocks south. They stayed east of the plaza and passed by the courthouse. Reacher glanced at it. "How was dinner?" he asked.
"My father was fishing. He still thinks you're my witness."
"Did you tell him?"
"I can't tell him. Your information is classified. Thank God."
"So you let him stew?"
"He's not stewing. He's totally confident."
"He should be."
"So are you leaving tomorrow?"
"You bet I am. This place is weird."
"Some girl comes on to you. Why does that have to be a big conspiracy?"
Reacher said nothing.
"It's not unheard of," she said. "Well, is it? A bar, the new guy in town, all alone? Why shouldn't some girl be interested? You're not exactly repulsive, you know."
Reacher just walked.
"What did you say to her to get slapped?"
"I wasn't showing any interest. She kept coming on. I asked her if she was a hooker. Something like that."
"A hooker? Oh, that'll get you slapped in Indiana. And her brothers would hate it."
"It was a setup, Helen. Let's be realistic. It's nice of you to say it, but I'm not the sort of guy that women chase after. I know that, okay? So it was a setup."
"No woman ever chased you before?"
She smiled in triumph, like she'd found an opening and delivered me, like she'd succeeded at something. Helen Roden said nothing. "And those guys weren't her brothers," Reacher said. "They were all more or less the same age, and when I checked their licenses, they all had different last names."
"Oh."
"So it was all staged, which is weird. There are only 2 reasons for doing something like that. Fun or money. A guy in a bar might have a few bucks, but that's not enough. So they staged it for fun. Which is weird. Doubly weird because why pick on me? They must have known they were going to get their butts kicked."
"There were 5 of them. 5 guys never think one guy could kick their butts. Especially not in Indiana."
Or maybe I was the only stranger in the bar. She looked ahead, down the street.
"You're at the Metropole Palace?"
He nodded. "Me and not too many other people."
But I called, and they said you weren't registered. I called all the hotels, looking for you this afternoon.
I use aliases in hotels.
Why on earth?
Just a bad habit. Like I told you, it's automatic now. They went up the front steps together, and in through the heavy brass door. It wasn't late, but the place was quiet. The lobby was deserted. There was a bar in a side room. It was empty, except for a lone barman leaning back against the register.
Beer,
Helen Roden said. 2, Reacher said. They took a table near a curtained window, and the guy brought 2 beers in bottles, 2 napkins, 2 chilled glasses, and a bowl of mixed nuts. Reacher signed the check and added his room number. Helen Roden smiled.
So who does the Metropole think you are?
Jimmy Reese, Reacher said.
Who's he?
Wait, Reacher said. A flash of surprise in her eyes. He didn't know why.
I'm pleased to meet you, Jimmy Reese.
The girl was looking for me personally, he said. She wasn't looking for some random lone stranger. She was looking for Jack Reacher specifically.
She was?
He nodded. She asked my name. I said Jimmy Reese. It knocked her off balance for a second. She was definitely surprised. Like, you're not Jimmy Reese, you're Jack Reacher. Someone just told me. She paused, and then she recovered.
The first letters are the same. Jimmy Reese, Jack Reacher. People sometimes do that.
No, she was fast, he said. She wasn't as dumb as she looked. Someone pointed her at me, and she wasn't going to be deflected. Jack Reacher was supposed to get worked over tonight, and she was going to make sure it happened.
So who were they?
Who knows my name?
The police department. You were just there.
Reacher said nothing.
What?
Helen said.
Were they cops? Protecting their case?
I'm not here to attack their case.
But they don't know that. They think that's exactly why you're here.
Their case doesn't need protecting. It's solid gold. And they didn't look like cops.
Who else has an interest?
Rosemary Barr. She has an interest. She knows my name. And she knows why I'm here.
That's ridiculous,
Helen said. Reacher said nothing.
That's ridiculous,
Helen said again.
Rosemary Barr is a mousy little legal secretary. She wouldn't try a thing like that. She wouldn't know how, not in a million years.
It was a very amateur attempt.
Compared to what? It was 5 guys. Enough for most people.
Reacher said nothing.
Rosemary Barr was at the hospital, Helen said. She went over there after the client conference, and she stayed there most of the afternoon, and I bet she's back there now. Because her brother is waking up, she wants to be with him.
A buck gets 10, she's got a cell phone.
Can't use cell phones near the ICU. They cause interference.
A payphone, then.
She's too preoccupied.
With saving her brother. Helen Roden said nothing. She's your client, Reacher said. Are you sure you're impartial?
You're not thinking straight. James Barr asked for you. He wanted you here. Therefore, his sister wants you here, too. She wants you to stick around long enough to figure out how you can help. And she knows you can help. Or why would her brother have asked for you in the first place?
Reacher said nothing.
Accept it, Helen said. It wasn't Rosemary Barr. It's in her best interest to have you here, alive and well and thinking.
Reacher took a long pull on his beer. Then he nodded. I was followed to the bar tonight, obviously. From here. Therefore, I was followed here after lunch. If Rosemary went straight to the hospital this morning, she didn't have time to set that up.
So we're back to someone who thinks you can damage the case. Why not the cops? Cops could follow you anywhere. There's a lot of them, and they all have radios.
Cops start trouble face to face. They don't get a girl to do it for them.
The girl might be a cop, too.
Reacher shook his head. Too young, too vacant, too much hair. Helen took a pen from her purse and wrote something on her cocktail napkin, slid it across the table.
My cell phone number, she said. You might need it.
I don't think anyone will sue me.
I'm not worried about you getting sued. I'm worried about you getting arrested. Even if it wasn't cops actually doing it, they might have gone to the bar anyway. The owner might have called them. Or the hospital might have called them. Those 3 boys went to the hospital, that's for sure. And the girl definitely knows your alias now. So you might be in trouble. If you are, listen to the Miranda and then call me.
Reacher smiled. Ambulance chasing?
Looking out for you.
Reacher picked up the napkin, put it in his back pocket. Okay, he said. Thanks.
Are you still going to leave tomorrow?
Maybe. Or maybe not. Maybe I'll stick around and think about why someone would use violence to protect a case that's already 100% watertight. Grigor Linsky called the Zek on his cell phone from his car. They failed, he said. I'm very sorry. The Zek said nothing, which was worse than a tirade. They won't be traced to us, Linsky said. Will you make sure of that? Certainly. The Zek said nothing. No harm, no foul, Linsky said. Unless it served merely to provoke the soldier, the Zek said. Then there would be harm, possibly considerable harm. He is James Barr's friend, after all. That fact will have implications. Now Linsky said nothing. Let him see you one more time, the Zek said. A little additional pressure might help. But after that, don't let him see you again. And then? Then monitor the situation, the Zek said. Make absolutely certain it doesn't turn from bad to worse. Reacher saw Helen Roden into a cab and then went upstairs to his room. He took off his shirt and put it in the bathroom sink and left it to soak in cold water. He didn't want bloodstains on a one-day-old shirt. 3 days old, maybe, but not a brand-new garment. Questions. There were a lot of questions, but as always, the key would be finding the basic question, the fundamental question. Why would someone use violence to protect a case that was already watertight? First question. Was the case already watertight? He trolled through the day in his head and heard Alex Roden say, It's as good as it gets, the best I've ever seen. Emerson had said, It's the best done deal I ever saw. The mortician-like Bel Antonio had said, It's the best crime scene I ever worked, I love it all. Those guys all had professional self-interest in play, of course, and pride, and expediency. But Reacher himself had seen Bel Antonio's work, and had said, It's a cast-iron solid gold slam dunk. It's Willie Mays under a fly ball. Was it? Yes, it was. It was Lou Gehrig with the bases loaded. It was as close to a certainty as human life offers. But that wasn't the fundamental question. He rinsed his shirt and wrung it out hard and spread it on the room heater, turned the heater on high and opened the window. There was no noise outside, just silence. New York City it wasn't. It sounded like they rolled up the sidewalks at 9 o'clock. I went to Indiana, but it was closed. He lay down on the bed, stretched out. Damp heat came off his shirt and filled the room with the smell of wet cotton. What was the fundamental question? Helen Roden's cassette tape was the fundamental question. James Barr's voice, low, hoarse, frustrated. His demand, Get Jack Reacher for me. Why would he say that? Who was Jack Reacher in James Barr's eyes? Fundamentally. That was the basic question. The best crime scene I ever worked. The best I've ever seen. Why did he pay to park? Will you keep an open mind? Get Jack Reacher for me. Jack Reacher stared at his hotel room ceiling. 5 minutes. 10. 20. Then he rolled over one way and pulled the cocktail napkin out of his back pocket. Rolled the other way and dialed the phone. Helen Roden answered after 8 rings. She sounded sleepy. He'd woken her up. It's Reacher, he said. Are you in trouble? No, but I've got some questions. Is Barr awake yet? No, but he's close. Rosemary went back to the hospital. She left me a message. What was the weather like last Friday at 5? The weather? Friday? It was kind of dull. Cloudy. Is that normal? No, not really. It's usually sunny, or else raining. At this time of year, it's usually one or the other. More likely sunny. Was it warm or cold? Not cold, but not hot. It was comfortable, I guess. What did you wear to work? What is this, a dirty phone call? Just tell me.
Same as I wore today, pantsuit.
No coat?
Didn't need one.
Have you got a car?
A car? Yes, I've got a car. But I use the bus for work.
Use your car tomorrow. I'll meet you at 8 o'clock in your office.
What's this about?
Tomorrow, he said. 8 o'clock. Go back to sleep now. He hung up, rolled off the bed, and checked his shirt. It was warm and wet, but it would be dry by morning. He hoped it wouldn't shrink. Reacher woke at 6, took a long cold shower because the room was hot. But his shirt was dry. It was as stiff as a board, and still the right size. There was no room service. He went out for breakfast. The roads were full of trucks hauling gravel, hauling fill, mixing concrete, feeding the work zone's appetites. He dodged them and walked south towards the waterfront, through the gentrification frontier. He found a working men's diner with a basic menu. He drank coffee and ate eggs. He sat at a window and watched the street for aimless doorway lurkers or men in parked cars. Because if he had been followed the night before, it was logical to assume he would be followed again. So he kept his eyes open. But he saw nobody. Then he walked the length of First Street, north. The sun was up on his right. He used store windows as mirrors and watched his back. Plenty of people were going his way, but none of them was following him. He guessed whoever it was would be waiting for him in the plaza, ready to confirm what he expected to see. The witness went to the lawyer's office. The fountain was still going. The pool was nearly half full. The tributes were still there and neatly lined up. Another day older, a little more faded, a little more wilted. He figured they'd be there for a week or so, until after the last of the funerals. Then they would be removed discreetly, maybe in the middle of the night, and the city would move on to the next thing. He sat for a moment on the NBC monolith with his back to the tower like a guy wasting time because he was early. Which he was. It was only 7:45. There were other people in the same situation. They stood around, singly or in groups of 2 or 3, smoking last cigarettes, reading the morning news, chilling before the daily grind. Reacher looked first at men on their own with newspapers. That was pretty traditional surveillance cover. Although in his opinion it was due for replacement with a new exiled smoker cover. Guys standing near doorways and smoking were the new invisibles. Or guys on cell phones. You could stand there with a Nokia up to your ear forever, and nobody thought twice. In the end, he settled on a guy who was smoking and talking on a cell phone. He was a short man of about 60, maybe more. A damaged man. There was a permanent lopsided tension in the way he held himself. An old spinal injury, maybe. Or busted ribs that had been badly set years ago. Whatever it was, it made him look uncomfortable and querulous. He wasn't the type of guy who would happily converse at length. But there he was, on his phone, just talking, aimlessly. He had thin gray hair, recently barbered, but not stylishly. He was in a double-breasted suit that had been expensively tailored, but not in the United States. It was square and boxy, too heavy for the weather. Polish, maybe, or Hungarian. Eastern European, certainly. His face was pale, and his eyes were dark. They didn't glance Reacher's way even once. Reacher checked his watch. 7:55. He slid off the shiny granite and walked into the tower's lobby. Grigor Linsky stopped pretending and dialed an actual number on his phone. "He's here," he said. "He just went up." "Did he see you?" the Zec asked. "Yes, I'm sure he did." "So, make that the last time. Now, you stay in the shadows." Reacher found Helen Roden already at her desk. She looked settled in, like she'd been there a long time already. She was in the same black suit, but her shirt was different. It was a simple scoop neck, not tight. It was china blue and matched her eyes exactly. Her hair was tied back in a long ponytail. Her desk was covered with legal books. Some were face down, some were face up. They were all open. She had about 8 pages of notes going on a yellow legal pad. References, case notes, decisions, precedents.
"James Barr is conscious," she said. "Rosemary called me at 5 this morning."
"Is he talking?"
"Only to the doctors. They won't let anyone else near him yet, not even Rosemary herself."
"What about the cops?"
"They're waiting. But I'll need to be there first. I can't let him talk to the cops without representation."
What's he saying to the doctors?
That he doesn't know why he's there. That he doesn't remember anything about Friday. The doctors say that's to be expected. Amnesia's predictable with head injuries, possibly covering several days before the trauma. Several weeks, sometimes.
Where does that leave you?
With two big problems. First, he might be faking the amnesia, and that's actually very hard to test either way. So now I'm going to have to find a specialist opinion on that, too. And if he isn't faking, we're in a real gray area. If he's sane now, and he was sane before, but he's missing a week, then how can he get a fair trial? He won't be able to participate in his own defense. Not if he hasn't got the slightest idea what anyone is talking about. And the state put him in that position. They let him get hurt. It was their jail. They can't do that and then go ahead and try him.
What's your father gonna think?
He's going to fight it tooth and nail, obviously. No prosecutor can afford to admit the possibility that amnesia might screw up a trial. Otherwise, everyone would jump right on it. Everyone would be looking to get beat up in a pretrial detention. Suddenly, nobody would be able to remember anything.
It must have happened before. Helen nodded.
It has.
So what do the law books say?
I'm reading them now. As you can see, Dusky versus the United States, Wilson versus the United States.
And?
There are a lot of ifs and buts.
Reacher said nothing. Helen looked straight at him.
It's spinning out of control, she said. Now there'll be a trial about a trial. It's something that might need to go all the way to the Supreme Court. I'm not equipped for that, and I don't want that. I don't want to be the lawyer who gets people off on weird technicalities. That's not who I am, and it's a label I can't afford right now.
So plead him guilty and the hell with it.
When you called me last night, I thought you were going to walk in here this morning and tell me he's innocent.
Dream on, Reacher said. She looked away. But, he said. She looked back.
There's a but?
He nodded. Unfortunately.
What's the but?
He's not quite as guilty as I thought he was.
How?
Get your car and I'll show you. They rode down together to a tenants-only underground parking garage. There were NBC broadcast trucks in there, and cars and pickups and SUVs of various makes and vintages. There was a new blue Mustang convertible with an NBC sticker in the windshield. Ann Yanny's, probably, Reacher thought. It was right for her. She would drive top down on her days off and top up during the working week to keep her hair okay for the cameras. Or maybe she used a lot of spray. Helen Roden's ride was a small dark green sedan, so anonymous Reacher didn't know what it was. A Saturn, maybe. It was unwashed and not new. It was a graduate student's car, the sort of thing a person uses until their first salary kicks in and lease payments become affordable. Reacher knew all about lease payments. Baseball on the TV carried a lot of the commercials. Every half inning, and every call to the bullpen.
Where are we going?
Helen asked. South, Reacher said. He racked his seat back and crunched a whole lot of stuff in the footwell behind him. She had her seat close to the wheel, even though she wasn't a short woman. He ended up looking at her more or less from behind.
What do you know?
She asked. It's not what I know, he said. It's what James Barr knows.
About what?
About me. She came up out of the garage and started south down a street parallel with First. 8 o'clock in the morning, the rush hour traffic was still heavy. Going the opposite way from the afternoon rush, he guessed.
What does James Barr know about you? She asked.
Something that made him want me here, he said.
He ought to hate you.
I'm sure he does, but he still wanted me here. She crawled south towards the river. He never met me before, Reacher said. Never saw me again afterwards. We knew each other for 3 weeks. More than 14 years ago.
He knew you was an investigator, someone who broke a tough case.
A case he thought couldn't be broken. He watched me do it every step of the way. He had a front row seat. He thought I was an investigative genius.
That's why he wanted you here?
Reacher nodded. I spent last night trying to live up to his opinion. They crossed the river on a long iron trestle. The sun was on their left. The wharf was on their right. The slow gray water moved listlessly past it. Go west now, Reacher said. She made a right and took a two-lane county road. There were bait stores on the riverbank and shacks selling barbecue and beer and crushed ice.
But this case was already broken, she said. He knew that.
This case was only halfway broken, Reacher said. That's what he knew.
Halfway?
Reacher nodded, even though he was behind her. There's more to this case than Emerson saw, he said. Barr wanted someone else to understand that, but his first lawyer was lazy. He wasn't very interested. That's why Barr got so frustrated.
What more is there?
I'll show you.
A lot?
I think so.
So why didn't he just lay out the facts, whatever they are?
Because he couldn't, and because nobody would have believed him anyway.
Why? What the hell happened here?
There was a highway cloverleaf ahead, just like he'd hoped. I'll show you, he said again. Take the highway north. She powered the little car through the ramp and merged with the traffic. There was a mixed stream flowing north. 18-wheelers, panel trucks, pickups, cars. The road recrossed the river on a concrete bridge. The wharf was visible to the east in the distance. The city center was ahead on the right. The highway rose gently on its stilts. Helen drove onward with the roofs of low edge-of-town buildings flashing past on the left and the right. Be ready to take the spur that runs behind the library, Reacher said. It was going to be a right exit. It was announced well in advance with a sign. The broken line separating the right lane from the center lane became a solid line. Then the solid line became a narrow wedge. The through traffic was forced away to the left. The exit lane angled slightly right. They stayed in it. The wedge grew wider and was filled in with bold cross-hatched lines. Up ahead were yellow drums. They passed them by, onto the spur that would lead behind the library. Reacher twisted in his seat and checked the rear window. Nobody behind them. Go slow, he said. 200 yards ahead, the spur started to curve, behind the library, behind the black glass tower. The roadbed was wide enough for 2 lanes, but the radius was too tight to make it safe for 2 lanes to run side by side at high speed into the corner. Traffic engineers had thought better of it. They had advised a gentler trajectory. They had marked out a single lane through the curve. It was a little wider than a normal lane to allow for misjudgments. It started way on the left and then swung sharply to the right and cut across the apex of the curve at a shallower angle. Go real slow now, Reacher said. The car slowed. Way up ahead of them on the left was a crescent moon shape of white cross-hatching. Beginning right next to them on the right was a long, thin triangle of white cross-hatching. Just lines of paint on the blacktop, but they shepherded people along and kept them safe. Pull over, Reacher said. Here, on the right.
Can't stop here, Helen said.
Like you had a flat. Just pull over, right here. She braked hard and turned the wheel and steered onto the crosshatch no man's land on their right. They felt the thick painted lines thumping under the tires, a juddery little rhythm. It slowed as she slowed. She stopped. Back up a little, Reacher said. She backed up, like she was parallel parking against the concrete parapet. Now forward a yard, Reacher said. She drove forward a yard. Okay, he said. He wound his window down. The traffic lane on their left was clear and smooth, but the crosshatch no man's land they were stopped on was covered with grit and trash and debris blown across it by years of passing vehicles. There were cans and bottles and detached mud flaps and tiny cubes of broken headlight glass and plastic splinters from old fender benders. Far away to the left, the through traffic rumbled north on a separate bridge. There was a constant stream over there. But they sat for a whole minute before anyone else came the way they had taken. A lone pickup passed close on their left and rocked them with its slipstream. Then the spur went quiet again. Not busy, Reacher said.
It never is, Helen said. This doesn't really go anywhere people need to get. It was a total waste of money. But I guess they've always got to be building something.
Look down, Reacher said. The highway was raised up on tall stilts. The roadbed was maybe 40 feet above ground level. The parapet wall was 3 feet high. Beyond it, ahead and to their right, was the upper story of the library building. It had an intricate cornice, carved from limestone, and a slate roof. It felt close enough to touch.
What?
Helen asked. Reacher pointed with his thumb, and then leaned way back so she could see across him. Directly to their right was an unobstructed view down into the plaza, with a perfectly straight line of sight along the narrow bottleneck between the end of the ornamental pool and the plaza wall. And beyond it, dead ahead, perfectly aligned, was the door of the DMV office. James Barr was a sniper, Reacher said. Not the best, not the worst, but he was one of ours, and he trained for more than 5 years. And training has a purpose. It takes people who aren't necessarily very smart, and it makes them seem smart by beating some basic tactical awareness into them, until it becomes instinctive.
I don't understand.
This is where a trained sniper would have fired from. Up here on the highway. Because from here he's got his targets walking directly towards him in a straight line, single file into a bottleneck. He sets up with one aiming point and never has to vary it. His targets just walk into it, one after the other. Shooting from the side is much harder. The targets are passing right to left in front of him, relatively quickly. He's got to figure in deflection compensation. He's got to move the rifle after each shot.
But he didn't fire from here.
That's my point. He should have, but he didn't.
So?
He had a minivan. He should have parked it right where we are now, on this exact spot. He should have climbed through into the back seat and opened the sliding door. He should have fired from inside the minivan, Helen. It had tinted windows. The few cars that passed him wouldn't have seen a thing. He should have fired his 6 shots with the much easier aim, and the 6 cartridge cases would have ejected inside the van. And then he should have shut the door and climbed back into the driver's seat and driven away. It would have been a much better firing position, and he would have left nothing at all behind. No physical evidence of any kind, because nothing would have touched anything except his tires would have touched the road.
It's farther away. It's a longer distance to shoot.
It's about 70 yards. Barr was reliable at 5 times that distance. Any military sniper is. With an M1A supermatch, 70 yards is the same thing as point-blank range.
Someone would have gotten his plate number. There's always some traffic. They would have remembered him being here afterwards.
His plates were covered with mud, probably on purpose. It would have been a great getaway. In 5 minutes, he would have been 5 miles away. Much better than threading through the traffic on the surface streets. Helen Roden said nothing. And he was expecting it to be sunny, Reacher said. You told me it usually is. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun would have been in the west, behind him. He would have been firing out of the sun. That's an absolutely basic preference for a sniper.
Sometimes it rains.
That would have been okay, too. It would have washed his tire tracks out of this grit. Either way around, he should have been up here in his van. Every reason in the world says he should have been up here in his van.
But he wasn't.
Evidently.
Why not?
We should get back to your office. That's where you need to be now. You've got a lot of strategizing to do. Helen Roden sat down at her desk. Reacher walked to her window and looked out into the plaza. Looked for the damaged man in the boxy suit. Didn't see him.
What strategizing?
Helen asked.
Barr made a choice about where to shoot from, that's all. And it wasn't a great choice, according to you. According to some 14-year-old military theory that he probably forgot all about the day he quit the service.
They don't forget, Reacher said.
I'm not convinced.
That's why he walked out on Chapman. Chapman wasn't going to be convinced either. That's why he asked for me.
And you are convinced?
I'm looking at a situation where a trained sniper passed up an excellent location in favor of a much worse one.
He used a parking garage in Kuwait City. You said so yourself.
Because that was a good location. It was directly in line with the apartment building's door. The 4 guys were walking directly towards him. They went down like dominoes.
This is 14 years later. He's not as good as he was, that's all.
They don't forget, Reacher said again.
Whatever. How does it make him less guilty?
Because if a person chooses a terrible B instead of a great A, there has to be a reason for it. And reasons have implications.
What was his reason?
It had to be a real good one, didn't it? because he trapped himself inside a building, down at street level, in a congested area, with a much harder shot, in a place whose very nature made it the best crime scene a 20-year veteran like Emerson has ever seen.
Okay. Tell me why he would do that.
Because he was literally going out of his way to leave every last piece of evidence he could. She stared at him.
That's crazy.
It was a great crime scene. Everyone was so happy with how great it was, they never stopped to realize it was way too great. Me included. It was like Crime Scene 101, Helen. It was what they must have given Bellantonio on his first day in college. It was too good to be true, therefore it wasn't true. Everything was wrong with it. Like, why would he wear a raincoat? It was warm, and it wasn't raining, and he was in a car, and he was never outside. He wore it so he could scrape unique fibers off it onto the pillar. Why would he wear those stupid shoes? You look at a pair of shoes like that, and you just know they track every last piece of crap around. Why did he shoot out of the dark? So that people would see his muzzle flash and pinpoint the location, so they could go up there afterwards and find all the other clues. Why would he scrape his rifle on the wall? That's a $2,500 purchase. Why didn't he take the traffic cone away with him? It would have been easier just to throw it in the back of his van than leave it there.
This is crazy,
Helen said. 2 clinchers, Reacher said. Why did he pay to park? That bothered me from the start. I mean, who does that? But he did. And he did it just so he could leave one little extra clue. Nothing else makes any sense. He wanted to leave a quarter in the meter with his prints on it, just to tie it all in a nice little bow, to connect it with the shell case, which he probably also left there on purpose.
It fell in a trench.
He could have gotten it out. There was plenty of wire lying around, according to Bellantonio's report. It would have taken a second and a half. Helen Roden paused.
What's the other clincher?
That's easy, once you start looking through the right end of the telescope. He wanted to be looking at the pool from the south, not the west. That was crucial. He wanted to be looking at it lengthwise, not sideways.
Why?
Because he didn't miss, Helen. He fired into the pool deliberately. He wanted to put a bullet in the water, down the long diagonal axis from a low angle, just like a ballistics tank, just so it could be found later, undamaged. Just so it could tie his barrel to the crime. Sideways wouldn't have worked for him, not enough travel distance through the water. The bullet would have hit the wall too hard. It would have gotten damaged.
But why the hell would he do all that?
Reacher didn't answer.
Remorse? For 14 years ago? So he could be found and punished?
Reacher shook his head. He would have confessed as soon as they found him. A remorseful person would have been wanting to confess.
So why did he do all that?
Because he was made to, Helen. Simple as that. She stared at him. Someone forced him to do it, Reacher said. He was forced to do it, and he was forced to take the blame for it. He was told to go home afterwards and wait for the arrest. That's why he took the sleeping pill. He was probably going crazy, sitting there waiting for the shoe to fall. Helen Roden said nothing. He was coerced, Reacher said. Believe it. It's the only logical explanation. He wasn't a lone nutcase. That's why he said, "They've got the wrong guy." It was a message. He was hoping someone would pick up on it. He meant they should be looking for the other guy, the guy who made him do it, the guy he feels is more responsible. Helen Roden said nothing. The puppet master, Reacher said. Reacher checked the plaza again from the window. The ornamental pool was about 2/3 full. The fountain was splashing merrily. The sun was out. There were no loiterers visible. Helen Roden got up from her desk, just stood there behind it.
I should be turning cartwheels, she said.
He still killed 5 people.
But if the coercion was substantial, it's going to help him.
Reacher said nothing.
What do you think it was? A double dare? Some kind of thrill-seeking?
Maybe, Reacher said, but I doubt it. On the face of it, James Barr is 20 years too old for double dares. That's a kid thing. And they'd have done it from the highway anyway. They would have wanted to survive, to do it again.
So what was it?
Something else entirely. Something real.
Should we take it to Emerson?
No, Reacher said.
I think we should.
There are reasons not to.
Like?
For one, Emerson's got the best done deal he ever saw. He's not going to pick at the seams now. No cop would.
So what should we do?
We should ask ourselves 3 basic questions, Reacher said. Like who and how and why. It was a transaction. We need to figure out who benefits, because James Barr certainly didn't.
The who was whoever set those guys on you last night. Because he liked the way the transaction was going, and he didn't want the boat rocked by some new guy showing up.
Correct, Reacher said.
So I need to look for that person.
You might not want to do that.
Why wouldn't I?
It might get your client killed, Reacher said.
He's in the hospital, guarded night and day.
Your client isn't James Barr. It's Rosemary Barr. You need to think about what kind of a threat can have made James Barr do what he did. He was looking at life without parole at best, getting strapped to the gurney at worst. He knew that, well in advance. He must have. So why would he go along? Why would he walk meekly into all that? It had to have been one hell of an effective threat, Helen. And what's the only thing Barr's got to lose? No wife, no kids, no family at all, except a sister. Helen Roden said nothing. He was told to keep quiet, to the end, obviously. That's why he asked for me. It was like a coded communication. Because the puppet can't talk about the puppet master. Not now, not ever, because the threat is still out there. I think he might be trading his life for his sister's, which gives you a big problem. If the puppet master sees you poking around, he'll think the puppet talked. That's why you can't go to Emerson.
But the puppet didn't talk. You figured it out.
We could put an announcement in the paper. Think anyone would believe it?
So what should I do?
Nothing, Reacher said. There's nothing you can do. Because the more you try to help James Barr, the more likely you are to get Rosemary Barr killed for it. Helen Roden was quiet for a long moment.
Can we protect her?
She asked. No, Reacher said. We can't. There's only 2 of us. We'd need 4 guys minimum and a safe house. That'd cost a lot of money. Helen Roden came out from behind her desk, walked round and stood next to Reacher and gazed out of the window. She put her hands on the sill, lightly like a pianist's on a keyboard. Then she turned round and leaned against the glass. She was fragrant, some clean scent, a little like soap.
You could look for him,
she said. Could I? He answered, nothing in his voice. She nodded.
He made a mistake. He gave you a reason that's not connected to James Barr. Not directly. He set those boys on you. Therefore, you've got a legitimate interest in finding their employer. An independent interest. You could go after him, and he wouldn't necessarily conclude that James Barr had talked.
I'm not here to help the defense.
Then look at it as helping the prosecution. If 2 people were involved, then 2 people deserve to go down. Why let the patsy take the fall on his own?
Reacher said nothing.
Just look at it as helping me,
Helen said. Grigor Linsky dialed his cell phone. They're back in her office, he said. I can see both of them in the window. Reacher rode the elevator to the top of the black glass tower and found a maintenance stairwell that led to the roof. He came out through a triangular metal hutch next to the water tank and the elevator winding gear. The roof was gray tar paper covered with gravel. It was 15 stories up, which wasn't much in comparison with some cities, but it felt like the highest point in Indiana. He could see the river to the south. South and west he could see where the raised highway separated. He walked to the northwest corner, and wind whipped at him and flattened his shirt against his body and his pants against his legs. Directly below him, the highway spur curled round behind the library and the tower and ran away due east. Far beyond it, in the distance, the state highway carried on north and met a cloverleaf about 2 miles away in the haze. A long, straight road came off the cloverleaf and ran back towards him. He fixed its position in his mind, because that was the road he wanted. He rode down to the lobby and set out walking. At street level, the air was warm and still. He went north and west, which meant he missed the sports bar by a block. The road he wanted came in at a shallow angle south of it and diverted him away. It was straight and wide, 4 lanes. Closest to downtown, it had small rundown establishments. There was a gun store with heavy mesh on the windows. There was a barber shop with a sign, "Any style, $7. There was an old-fashioned motor court hotel on a lot that once must have stood on the edge of town. Then there was a raw cross street, and beyond it the lots got bigger and the buildings got newer. Fresh commercial territory. No existing leases, nothing to tear down. Once virgin land, now paved over. He kept on walking, and after a mile he passed a fast food drive-thru, then a tire store. 4 new radials, $99. Then a lube franchise and a dealership for small cars from Korea. America's best warranty. He looked ahead, because he figured he was getting close. "Are you a hooker?"
No way. I work at the auto parts store.
Not an auto parts store, the auto parts store. Maybe the only one, or at least the main one, the biggest one, which in any city is always right there on the same strip as the tire stores and the auto dealers and the lube shops, which in any city is always a wide new strip near a highway cloverleaf. Cities are all different, but they're also all the same. He spent 10 minutes hiking past a Ford dealership with about 1,000 new pickup trucks lined up shoulder to shoulder with their front wheels up on ramps. Behind them was a giant inflatable gorilla tied down with guy wires. The wires had tinsel bunting attached to them. Beyond the new trucks were old trucks, trade-ins, Reacher guessed, looking for new homes. Beyond the used lot was a fire road. And then an auto parts store. It was a franchise operation, long and low, neat and clean. New blacktop in the lot, urgent messages in the windows, cheap oil filters, cheap antifreeze, guaranteed brake parts, Super Duty truck batteries. The parking lot was about a quarter full. There were slammed Hondas with wide pipes and blue headlight bulbs and rubber band tires on chrome wheels. There were listing pickup trucks with broken springs. There were tired sedans halfway through their third 100,000 miles. There were 2 cars alone together in the end bays, the store staff's cars, Reacher figured. They weren't allowed to park in the prime front and center slots, but they wanted their rides where they could see them through the windows. One was a 4-cylinder Chevy, and the other was a small Toyota SUV. The Chevy had chromed silhouettes of reclining women on the mud flaps, which made the Toyota the redhead's car. That was Reacher's conclusion. He went inside. The air was set very cold and smelled of sharp chemical flavors. There were maybe a half-dozen customers walking around looking. At the front of the store were racks full of glass and chrome things, dress-up accessories, Reacher guessed. At the back were racks of things in red cardboard boxes. Clutch plates, brake pads, radiator hoses, stuff like that, he guessed. Parts. He'd never put parts on a car. In the Army, there'd been guys to do it for him, and since the Army, he had never had a vehicle of his own. Between the glamour stuff and the boring stuff was a service corral made of 4 counters boxed together. There were registers and computers and thick paper manuals. Behind one of the computers was a tall boy somewhere in his early 20s. Not someone Reacher had seen before. Not one of the 5 from the sports bar. Just a guy. He looked to be in charge. He was wearing red overalls, a uniform, Reacher guessed, partly practical and partly suggestive of the kind of thing an Indy 500 pit mechanic might wear. Like a symbol. Like an implied promise of fast hands-on help with all kinds of matters automotive. The guy was a manager, Reacher guessed. Not the franchise owner. Not if he drove a 4-cylinder Chevy to work. His name was embroidered on the left of his chest. Gary. Up close, he looked sullen and unhelpful. "I need to speak with Sandy," Reacher said to him. "The redhead." "She's in back right now," the guy called Gary said. "Shall I go through, or do you want to get her for me?" "What's this about?" "Personal." She's here to work. It's a legal matter. You're not a cop. I'm working with a lawyer. I need to see some ID. No, Gary, you don't. You need to go get Sandy. I can't. I'm short-staffed today. You could call her on the phone, or page her. The guy called Gary just stood still, did nothing. Reacher shrugged and bypassed the corral of counters and headed for a door marked No Admittance. It would be an office or a lunchroom, he guessed, not a stockroom. A place like that, stock was unloaded directly onto the shelves. No hidden inventory. Reacher knew how modern retail worked. He read the papers people left behind on buses and in diner booths. It was an office. Small, maybe 10 by 10, dominated by a large white laminate desk with oily handprints on it. Sandy was sitting behind it, wearing red overalls. Hers looked a whole lot better than Gary's. They were cinched in tight around her waist with a belt. The zipper was open about 8 inches. Her name was embroidered on the left, displayed a lot more prominently than Gary's was. Reacher figured that if he owned the franchise, he would have Sandy working the counter and Gary in the office. No question. "We meet again," he said. Sandy said nothing, just looked up at him. She was working with invoices. There was a stack of them on her left and a stack of them on her right. One of them was in her hand, frozen in mid-air on its journey from one stack to the other. She looked smaller than Reacher remembered, quieter, less energetic, duller, deflated. "We need to talk," he said. "Don't we?"
I'm very sorry for what happened, she said.
"Don't apologize. I wasn't offended. I just want to know how it went down."
I don't know how.
"You do, Sandy. You were there." She said nothing, just placed the invoice on top of the stack to her right and used her fingers to line it up exactly. "Who set it up?" Reacher asked.
I don't know.
"You must know who told you about it."
Jeb,
she said. "Jeb?"
Jeb Oliver, she said. He works here. We hang out sometimes.
"Is he here today?"
No, he didn't show.
Reacher nodded. The guy called Gary had said, "I'm short-staffed today." "Did you see him again last night? Afterwards?"
No, I just ran for it.
"Where does he live?"
I don't know. With his mother somewhere. I don't know him that well.
"What did he tell you?"
That I could help with something he had to do.
"Did it sound like fun?"
Anything sounds like fun on a Monday night in this town. Watching a barn plank warp sounds like fun.
"How much did he pay you?" Sandy didn't answer. "A thing like that, nobody does it for free," Reacher said.
$100,
she said. "What about the other 4 guys?"
Same for them.
"Who were they?"
His buddies.
"Who came up with the plan, the brothers thing?"
It was Jeb's idea. You were supposed to start pawing me, only you didn't.
"You improvised very well." She smiled a little, like it had been a small unscripted success in a life that held very few of them. "How did you know where to find me?" Reacher asked.
We were cruising in Jeb's truck, around and around, kind of standing by. Then he got word on his cell.
"Who called him?"
I don't know.
"Would his buddies know?"
I don't think so. Jeb likes to know things that nobody else knows.
"You want to lend me your car?"
My car?
"I need to go find Jeb."
I don't know where he lives.
"You can leave that part to me, but I need wheels."
I don't know.
"I'm old enough to drive," Reacher said. "I'm old enough to do lots of things, and I'm pretty good at some of them." She half smiled again, because he was using her own line from the night before. She looked away, and then she looked back at him, shy but curious.
Was I any good? She asked. Last night, with the act?
"You were great," he said. "I was preoccupied, or I would have given up on the football in a heartbeat."
How long would you need my car for?
"How big is this town?"
Not very.
"Not very long, then."
Is this a big deal?
"You got $100. So did 4 other guys. That's $500 right there." My guess is Jeb kept another 5 for himself, so someone paid $1,000 to put me in the hospital. That's a moderately big deal. For me, anyway.
I wish I hadn't gotten involved now.
It turned out okay.
Am I in trouble?
Maybe, Reacher said. But maybe not. We could deal. You could lend me your car, and I could forget all about you.
Promise?
No harm, no foul, Reacher said. She ducked down and lifted her purse off the floor, rooted through, and came out with a set of keys.
It's a Toyota, she said.
I know, Reacher said. End of the row, next to Gary's Chevy.
How did you know that?
Intuition, he said. He took the keys and closed the door on her and headed back to the corral of counters. Gary was ringing some guy up for some unidentifiable purchase. Reacher waited in line behind him. Got to the register inside about 2 minutes. I need Jeb Oliver's address, he said.
Why?
Gary said. A legal matter.
I want to see some ID.
You had a criminal conspiracy running out of your store. If I were you, the less I knew about it, the better.
I want to see something.
What about the inside of an ambulance? That's the next thing you're going to see, Gary, unless you give me Jeb Oliver's address. The guy paused a moment, glanced beyond Reacher's shoulder at the line forming behind him. Apparently decided that he didn't want to start a fight he knew he couldn't win with a whole bunch of people watching. So he opened a drawer and took out a file and copied an address onto a slip of paper torn off the top of a memo pad provided by an oil filter manufacturer.
North of here, he said. About 5 miles.
Thank you, Reacher said, and took the slip of paper. The redhead's Toyota started on the first turn of the key. Reacher let the engine idle and racked the seat back and adjusted the mirror. Clipped his belt and propped the slip of paper against the instrument panel. It meant he couldn't see the tachometer, but he wasn't very interested in whatever information that dial might supply. All he cared about was how much gas was in the tank, and there looked to be more than enough for 5 miles out and 5 miles back. Jeb Oliver's address was nothing more than a house number on a rural route. Easier to find than a road with a name like Elm Street or Maple Avenue. In Reacher's experience, some towns had more roads named after trees than trees themselves. He moved out of the parking lot and drove north to the highway Cloverleaf. There was the usual forest of signs. He saw the route number he wanted. It was going to be a dogleg, right and then left, east and then north. The little SUV hummed along okay. It was tall for its width, which made it feel tippy on the turns, but it didn't fall over. It had a small engine that kept itself working hard. The interior smelled of perfume. The west-east part of the dogleg was some kind of major county road, but after the turn north, the blacktop narrowed and the shoulders grew ragged. There was agriculture going on to the left and the right. Some kind of a winter crop was planted in giant circles. Radial irrigation booms turned slowly. The corners where the booms didn't reach were unplanted and stony. Superimposing circles on squares wasted more than 21% of every acre, but Reacher figured that might be an efficient trade-off in places where land was plentiful and irrigation hardware wasn't. He drove 4 more miles through the fields and past a half-dozen tracks with mailboxes at the end of them. The mailboxes were painted with numbers, and the tracks led away west and east to small, sway-backed farm dwellings maybe 200 yards off the road. He watched the numbers and slowed before he got to the Oliver place. It had a mailbox like all the others, up on a post made out of 2 figure-8 concrete blocks stacked end on end. The number was daubed in white on a weathered plywood rectangle wired to the concrete. The track was narrow, with 2 muddy ruts flanking a weedy center hump. There were sharp tire tracks in the mud. New treads, wide, aggressive, from a big truck. Not the kind of tires you bought at a $99 for 4 place. Reacher turned the Toyota in and bumped down the track. At the end of it, he could see a clapboard farmhouse with a barn behind it and a clean red pickup truck next to it. The truck was turned nose out and it had a massive chrome radiator grill. A Dodge Ram, Reacher figured. He parked in front of it and got out. The house and the barn were about 100 years old, and the truck was about a month old. It had the big Hemi motor, and the crew cab, and 4-wheel drive, and huge tires. It was probably worth more than the house, which was badly maintained and one winter away from serious trouble. The barn was no better, but it had new iron clasps on the doors with a bicycle U-lock through them. There was no sound except for a distant rainfall hiss as the irrigation booms turned slowly in the fields. No activity anywhere. No traffic on the road, no dogs barking. The air was still and full of the sharp smell of fertilizer and earth. Reacher walked to the front door and knocked twice with the flat of his hand. No response. He tried again. No response. He walked round to the back of the house and found a woman sitting on a porch glider. She was a lean and leathery person wearing a faded print dress and holding a pint bottle of something golden in color. She was probably 50, but she could have passed for 70 or 40 if she took a bath and got a good night's sleep. She had one foot tucked up underneath her and was using the other to scoot the glider slowly back and forth. She wasn't wearing shoes.
"What do you want?"
she said. "Jeb," Reacher said.
"Not here."
"He's not at work either."
"I know that."
"So where is he?"
"How would I know?"
"Are you his mother?"
"Yes, I am. Well, you think I'm hiding him here? Go ahead and check."
Reacher said nothing. The woman stared at him and rocked the glider back and forth, back and forth. The bottle rested easy in her lap.
"I insist," she said. "I mean it. Search the damn house."
"I'll take your word for it."
"Why should you?"
"Because if you invite me to search the house, it means he's not in it."
"Like I said, he's not here."
"What about the barn?"
"It's locked from the outside. There's only one key and he's got it."
Reacher said nothing.
"He went away,"
the woman said.
"Disappeared."
"Disappeared?"
"Only temporarily, I hope."
"Is that his truck?" The woman nodded, took a small, delicate sip from her bottle. "So he walked," Reacher said.
"He was picked up by a friend."
"When?"
"Late last night."
"To go where?"
"I have no idea."
"Take a guess." The woman shrugged, rocked, sipped.
"Far away, probably," she said. "He has friends all over. California, maybe, or Arizona, or Texas, or Mexico."
"Was this trip planned?" Reacher asked. The woman wiped the neck of the bottle on the hem of her dress and held it out towards him. He shook his head, sat down on the porch step. The old wood creaked once under his weight. The glider kept on rocking, back and forth. It was almost silent. Almost, but not quite. There was a small sound from the mechanism that came once at the end of each swing, and a little creak from a porch board as it started its return. Reacher could smell mildew from the cushions, and bourbon from the bottle.
"Cards on the table, whoever the hell you are," the woman said. "Jeb got home last night, limping, with his nose busted. And I'm figuring you for the guy who busted."
"Why?"
"Who else would come looking for him? I'm guessing he started something he couldn't finish."
Reacher said nothing.
"So he ran," the woman said. "The pussy."
"Did he call someone last night? Or did someone call him?"
"How would I know? He makes 1,000 calls a day. He takes 1,000 calls a day. His cell phone's the biggest thing in his life, next to his truck."
"Did you see who picked him up?"
"Some guy in a car. He waited on the road. Wouldn't come down the track. I didn't see much. It was dark. White lights on the front, red lights on the back, but all cars have those."
Reacher nodded. He had seen only a single set of tire marks in the mud from the big pickup. The car that had waited on the road was probably a sedan, too low slung to make it down the farm track. "Did he say how long he'd be gone?" The woman just shook her head. "Was he scared of something?"
"He was kind of beaten down. Deflated."
"Deflated, like the redhead in the auto parts store." "Okay," Reacher said. "Thanks."
"You going now?"
"Yes," Reacher said. He walked back the way he had come, listening to the glider moving, listening to the hiss of irrigation water. He backed the Toyota all the way to the road and swung the wheel and headed south. He put the Toyota next to the Chevy and headed inside the store. Gary was still behind the register. Reacher ignored him and headed straight for the no-admittance door. The redhead was still behind the desk. She was almost through with the invoices. The stack on her right was tall, and the stack on her left had just one sheet of paper in it. She wasn't doing anything with it. She was leaning back in the chair, unwilling to finish, unwilling to get back out to the public. Or to Gary. Reacher put the car keys on the desk. "Thanks for the loan," he said.
"Did you find him?"
she asked. "He's gone." She said nothing. "You look tired," Reacher said. She said nothing. "Like you've got no energy, no sparkle, no enthusiasm."
"So?"
"Last night you were full of beans."
"Well, I'm at work now."
"You were at work last night, too. You were getting paid."
"You said you were going to forget all about that."
"I am. Have a nice life, Sandy." She watched him for a minute.
"You too, Jimmy Reese,"
she said. He turned round and closed the door on her again and headed out to the daylight. Started walking south, back to town. There were 4 people in Helen Roden's office when he got there. Helen herself and 3 strangers. One of them was a guy in an expensive suit. He was sitting in Helen's chair behind her desk. She was standing next to him, head bent, talking. Some kind of an urgent conference. The other 2 strangers were standing near the window, like they were waiting, like they were next in line. One was a man, one was a woman. The woman had long dark hair and glasses. The man had no hair and glasses. Both were dressed casually. Both had lapel badges with their names printed large. The woman had Mary Mason, followed by a bunch of letters that had to be medical. The man had Warren Niebuhr, with the same bunch of letters. Doctors, Reacher figured. Probably psychiatrists. The name badges made them look like they'd been dragged out of a convention hall, but they didn't seem unhappy about it. Helen looked up from her discussion.
"Folks, this is Jack Reacher," she said. "My investigator dropped out, and Mr. Reacher agreed to take over his role."
News to me, Reacher thought, but he said nothing. Then Helen gestured at the guy in her chair, proudly.
"This is Alan Danuta," she said. "He's a lawyer specializing in veterans issues, from D.C., probably the best there is."
"You got here fast," Reacher said to him. "I had to," the guy said back. "Today is the critical day for Mr. Barr."
"We're all headed for the hospital," Helen said. "The doctors say he's ready for us. I was hoping that Alan would consult by phone or email, but he flew right in."
"Easier for me that way," Danuta said.
"No, I got lucky," Helen said. "And then even luckier, because there's a psychiatric conference in Bloomington all week. Dr. Mason and Dr. Niebuhr drove straight down." "I specialize in memory loss," Dr. Mason said.
"And I specialize in coercion," Dr. Niebuhr said. "Dependency issues in the criminal mind and so on."
"So this is the team," Helen said.
"What about his sister?" Reacher asked.
"She's already with him."
"We need to talk."
"Privately?"
"Just for a moment." She made an excuse-me face to the others and led Reacher into the outer office.
"You get anywhere?" she asked him.
"The bimbo and the 4 other guys were recruited by a friend of theirs called Jeb Oliver. He paid him $100 each. I figure he kept another 5 for his trouble. I went to his house, but he's gone."
"Where?"
"Nobody knows. He was picked up by a guy in a car."
"Who is he?"
"He works at the store with the bimbo, but he's also a small-time dope dealer."
"Really?"
Reacher nodded. "There's a barn behind his house with a fancy lock on it. Maybe a meth lab, maybe a storeroom. He spends a lot of time on his cell phone. He owns a truck that had to cost twice what a store clerk makes in a year. And he lives with his mother."
"What does that prove?"
"Drug dealers are more likely than anyone else to live with their mothers. I read it in the paper."
"Why?"
"They've usually got small-time priors. They can't pass the kind of background checks that landlords like to run." Helen said nothing. "They were all hopped up last night," Reacher said. "All 6 of them. Speed, probably, judging by the way the bimbo looked today. She was different. Really down, like an amphetamine hangover."
"They were doped out? Then you were lucky," Helen said.
Reacher shook his head. You want to fight with me, your best choice would be aspirin.
Where does this get us?
Well, look at it from Jeb Oliver's point of view. He was doing something for somebody. Part work, part favor. Worth $1,000. Had to be for someone higher up on one of his various food chains. And it probably wasn't for the auto parts manager.
So you think James Barr was involved with a dope dealer?
Not necessarily involved, but maybe coerced by one for some unknown reason.
This raises the stakes,
Helen said. A little, Reacher said.
What should we do?
We should go to the hospital. Let Dr. Mason find out if Barr is bullshitting about the amnesia. If he is, then the fastest way through all of this is to slap him around until he tells us the truth.
What if he isn't bullshitting?
Then there are other approaches.
Like what?
Later, Reacher said. Let's hear what the shrinks have to say first. Helen Roden drove out to the hospital in her Saturn with the lawyer Alan Danuta sitting beside her in the front and Reacher sprawling in the back. Mason and Niebuhr followed her in the Taurus they had rented that morning in Bloomington. The two cars parked side by side in a large visitor's lot, and all 5 people got out and stood for a moment, and then headed together towards the building's main entrance. Grigor Linsky watched them walk. He was 50 feet across the lot in the Cadillac that Jeb Oliver's mother had seen in the dark the night before. He kept the motor running and dialed his cell phone. The Zek answered on the first ring. "Yes," he said. "The soldier is very good," Linsky said. "He's already been out to the boy's house." "And?" "Nothing. The boy is no longer there." "Where is the boy?" "Distributed." "Specifically?" "His head and hands are in the river. The rest of him is under 8 yards of crushed stone in the new First Street roadbed." "What's happening now?" "The soldier and the lawyer are at the hospital, with 3 others. Another lawyer and 2 doctors, I think. Specialist counsel and expert witnesses, I imagine." "Are we relaxed?" "We should be. They have to try. That's the system here, as you know. But they won't succeed." "Make sure they don't," the Zek said. The hospital was on the outer edge of the city, and therefore relatively spacious. Clearly, there'd been no real estate restraints, just county budget restrictions, Reacher figured, that had limited the building to plain concrete and 6 stories. The concrete was painted white inside and out, and the stories were short of headroom. But other than those factors, the place looked like any hospital anywhere. And it smelled like any hospital anywhere. Decay, disinfectant, disease. Reacher didn't like hospitals very much. He was following the other 4 down a long, bright corridor that led to an elevator. The 2 shrinks were leading the way. They seemed pretty much at home. Helen Roden and Alan Danuta were right behind them. They were side by side, talking. The shrinks reached the elevator bank, and Niebuhr hit the button. The little column of people closed up behind him. Then Helen Roden turned back and stopped Reacher before he caught up with the others, stepped close and spoke quietly.
Does the name Eileen Hutton mean anything to you?
Why?
My father faxed a new witness list. He added her name.
Reacher said nothing.
She seems to be from the Army, Helen said. Do you know her?
Should I? Helen came closer and turned away from the others.
I need to know what she knows,
she said quietly. This could complicate things, Reacher thought. She was the prosecutor, he said.
When? 14 years ago?
Yes.
So how much does she know?
I think she's at the Pentagon now.
How much does she know, Reacher?
He looked away. She knows it all, he said.
How? You never got anywhere near a courtroom.
Even so.
How?
Because I was sleeping with her. She stared at him.
Tell me you're kidding.
I'm not kidding.
You told her everything?
We were in a relationship. Naturally, I told her everything. We were on the same side.
Just 2 lonely people in the desert?
We had a good thing going. 3 great months. She was a nice person. Still is, probably. I liked her very much.
That's more information than I need, Reacher.
He said nothing.
This is way out of control now,
Helen said. She can't use what she's got, even less than I can. It's still classified, and she's still in the Army. Helen Roden said nothing. Believe it, Reacher said.
Then why is she on the damn list?
My fault, Reacher said. I mentioned the Pentagon to your father, and I couldn't understand how my name had come up. He must have poked around. I thought he might.
It's over before it starts if she talks.
She can't.
Maybe she can. Maybe she's going to. Who knows what the hell the military's going to do?
The elevator bell rang, and a small crowd shuffled closer to the doors.
You're going to have to talk to her,
Helen said.
She'll be coming here for a deposition. You're going to have to find out what she's going to say.
She's probably a one-star general by now. I can't make her tell me anything.
Find a way,
Helen said.
Exploit old memories.
Maybe I don't want to. She and I are still on the same side, remember? As far as Specialist E4 James Barr is concerned. Helen Roden turned away and stepped into the elevator car. The elevator opened into a sixth-floor lobby that was all blank painted concrete, except for a steel and wired glass door that led into a security airlock. Beyond that, Reacher could see signs to an ICU and 2 isolation wards, 1 male, 1 female, and 2 general wards, and a neonatal facility. Reacher guessed the whole 6th floor had been funded by the state. It wasn't a pleasant place. It was a perfect blend of prison and hospital, and neither thing was a fun ingredient. A guy in a Board of Corrections uniform met the party at a reception desk. Everyone was searched, and everyone signed a liability waiver. Then a doctor showed up and led them to a small waiting area. The doctor was a tired man of about 30, and the waiting area had chairs made of tubular steel and green vinyl. They looked like they'd been ripped out of 1950s Chevrolets. "Barr's awake and reasonably lucid," the doctor said. "We're listing him as stable, but that doesn't mean he's a well man. So today we're restricting his visitors to a maximum of 2 at any one time, and we want them to keep things as brief as possible." Reacher saw Helen Roden smile, and he knew why. The cops would want to come in pairs, and therefore Helen's presence as defense counsel would make 3 at a time, which meant that the medical restrictions were handing her a defense-only day. "His sister is with him right now," the doctor said. "She'd preferred if you'd wait until they've finished their visit before going in." The doctor left them there, and Helen said, "I'll go first, on my own. I need to introduce myself and get his consent for the representation. Then Dr. Mason should see him, I think. Then we'll decide what to do next, based on her conclusions." She spoke fast. Reacher realized she was a little nervous, a little tense. All of them were, apart from him. None of them, apart from him, had ever met James Barr before. Barr had become an unknown destination for each of them, all in separate ways. He was Helen's client, albeit one that she didn't really want. He was an object of study for Mason and Niebuhr, maybe the subject of future academic papers, even fame and reputation. Maybe he was a condition waiting to be named. Barr's syndrome. Same for Alan Danuta. Maybe to him the whole thing was a Supreme Court precedent waiting to be argued, a textbook chapter, a law school class. Indiana versus Barr, Barr versus the United States. They were all investing in a man they had never even seen. They took a green vinyl chair each and settled in. The little lobby smelled of chlorine disinfectant, and it was silent. There was no sound at all, except for a faint rush of water in pipes and a distant electronic pulse from a machine in another room. Nobody said anything, but everyone seemed to know they were in for a long, slow process. No point in starting out impatient. Reacher sat opposite Mary Mason and watched her. She was relatively young for an expert. She seemed warm and open. She had chosen eyeglasses with large frames so that her eyes could be clearly seen. Her eyes looked kind and welcoming and reassuring. How much of that was bedside manner and how much was for real, Reacher didn't know. "How do you do this?" he asked her.
"The assessment," she said. "I start out assuming it's more likely to be real than fake. A brain injury bad enough for a 2-day coma almost always produces amnesia. Those data were settled long ago. Then I just watch the patient. True amnesiacs are very unsettled by their condition. They're disoriented and frightened. You can see them really trying to remember. They want to remember. Fakers show up different. You can see them avoiding the days in question. They look away from them mentally, sometimes even physically. There's often some distinctive body language.
Kinda subjective, Reacher said. Mason nodded.
It is basically subjective. It's very hard to prove a negative. You can use brain scans to show differing brain activity, but what the scans actually mean is still subjective. Hypnotism is sometimes useful, but courts are scared of hypnotism generally. So, yes, I'm in the opinion business, nothing more.
Who does the prosecution hire?
Oh, someone exactly like me. I've worked both sides of the fence.
So it's he said, she said. Mason nodded again.
It's usually about which of us has more letters after her name. That's what juries respond to.
Oh, you've got a lot of letters.
More than most people,
Mason said. How much will he have forgotten?
Several days, minimum. If the trauma happens Saturday, I'd be very surprised if he remembers anything after Wednesday. Before that, there'll be a shadowy period, just about as long, where he remembers some things and not others. But that's the minimum. I've seen cases where months are missing, sometimes after concussions, not even comas.
Will anything come back?
From the initial shadowy period, possibly. He might be able to work backwards from the last thing he remembers, through the preceding few days. He might be able to pick out a few previous incidents. Working forward, he'll be much more limited. If he remembers his last lunch, he might eventually get as far as dinner. If he remembers being out at a movie, he might eventually recall driving home. But there'll be a hard boundary somewhere. Typically, it would be when he went to sleep on the last day he's aware of.
Will he remember 14 years ago? Mason nodded.
His long-term memory should be unimpaired. Different people seem to have different internal definitions of long-term, because there seems to be a literal chemical migration from one part of the brain to another, and no two brains are identical. The physical biology isn't well understood. People like to use computer metaphors now, but that's all wrong. It's not about hard drives and random access memory. The brain is entirely organic. It's like throwing a bag of apples down the stairs. Some bruise, some don't. But I would say 14 years counts as long-term for just about anybody.
The waiting area went quiet. Reacher listened to the distant electronic pulse. It was a sinus rhythm, he guessed, from a machine that was either monitoring a heartbeat or causing one. It was running at about 70 beats a minute. It was a restful sound. He liked it. Then a door opened halfway down a corridor, and Rosemary Barr stepped out of a room. She was showered, and her hair was brushed, but she looked thin and exhausted and sleepless and 10 years older than the day before. She stood still for a moment, and then looked right, looked left, and walked slowly towards the waiting area. Helen Roden got up and went to meet her halfway. They stood together, talking low. Reacher couldn't hear what they were saying. A two-way progress report, he guessed, first medical and then legal. Then Helen took Rosemary's arm and led her onward to the group. Rosemary looked at the two psychiatrists, at Alan Danuta, at Reacher. She said nothing. Then she walked on alone towards the security desk. Didn't look back. Avoidance, Niebuhr said. We're all here to poke and prod at her brother, physically, mentally, legally, metaphorically. That's invasive and unattractive. And to acknowledge us means to acknowledge her brother's jeopardy. Maybe she's just tired, Reacher said.
I'm going in to see him now,
Helen said. She walked back up the corridor and went into the room Rosemary had come out of. Reacher watched her until he heard the door close. Then he turned back to Niebuhr. Seen this kind of thing before? He asked him. Coercion? Have you seen it before? Reacher smiled. Every psychiatrist he'd ever met liked to answer questions with questions. Maybe they were taught to, day one at psychiatry school. I've seen it a lot, he said. But usually there was more evidence of a dire threat.
A threat against the sister isn't dire. You came up with that hypothesis yourself, I believe.
She hasn't been kidnapped. She's not a prisoner somewhere. He could have arranged to have her safeguarded, or told her to get out of town.
Exactly, Niebuhr said. We can only conclude that he was instructed not to do any such thing. Evidently he was told to leave her open, and ignorant, and vulnerable. That demonstrates to us how powerful the coercion must have been. And it demonstrated to him how powerful it was. And it demonstrated to him how powerless he was in comparison. Every day. He must have been living with deep dread, and helplessness, and guilt for his obedience.
Ever seen a rational man afraid enough to do what he did?
Yes,
Niebuhr said. Me too, Reacher said. Once or twice.
The threatener must be a real monster, although I'd expect to see other factors present, as enhancers or multipliers. Very likely a recent relationship, some kind of dependency, an infatuation, a desire to please, to impress, to be valued, to be loved.
A woman?
No, you don't kill people to impress women. That usually has the opposite effect. This will be a man, seductive, but not in a sexual way, compelling somehow.
An alpha male and a beta male.
Exactly,
Niebuhr said again,
with any final reluctance resolved by the threat to the sister. Possibly Mr. Barr was never entirely sure whether the threat was a joke or for real, but he chose not to test it. Human motivation is very complex. Most people don't really know why they do things.
That's for sure.
Do you know why you do things?
Sometimes, Reacher said. Other times I don't have the faintest idea. Maybe you could tell me.
I'm normally very expensive. That's why I can afford to do things like this for nothing.
Maybe I could pay you $5 a week, like rent. Niebuhr smiled uncertainly.
No, he said. I don't think so.
Then the waiting area went quiet again, and stayed quiet for 10 long minutes. Danuta stretched his legs way out and worked on papers inside an open briefcase that he kept balanced on his knees. Mason had her eyes closed and might have been asleep. Niebuhr stared into space. The three of them were clearly accustomed to waiting, as was Reacher himself. He'd been a military cop for 13 years, and hurry up and wait was the real MP motto. Not assist, protect, defend. He focused on the distant electronic heartbeat and passed the time. Grigor Linsky turned his car around and watched the hospital door in his mirror, made a bet with himself that nothing would happen for at least 60 minutes. At least 60, but not more than 90. Then he rehearsed an order of priority in case they didn't all come out together. Who should he ignore, and who should he tail? In the end, he decided to stick with whoever acted alone. He figured that was most likely to be the soldier. His guess was the lawyers and the doctors would head back to the office. They were predictable. The soldier wasn't. Helen Roden came out of James Barr's room 15 minutes after she went in. She walked straight back to the waiting area. Everyone looked at her. She looked at Mary Mason.
Your turn, she said.
Mason stood up and walked away down the corridor. She took nothing with her. No briefcase, no paper, no pen. Reacher watched her until Barr's door closed behind her. Then he leaned back in his chair in the silence.
I liked him,
Helen said to nobody in particular.
How is he?
Niebuhr asked.
Weak, Helen said. Smashed up, like he got hit by a truck.
Is he making sense?
He's coherent, but he doesn't remember anything. And I don't think he's faking.
How far back is he blanking?
I can't tell. He remembers listening to a baseball game on the radio. Could have been last week or last month.
Or last year, Reacher said. Did he accept your representation? Danuta asked.
Verbally, Helen said. He can't sign anything. He's handcuffed to the bed.
Did you walk him through the charges and the evidence?
I had to, Helen said. He wanted to know why I thought he needed a lawyer.
And?
He assumes he's guilty.
There was silence for a moment. Then Alan Danuta closed his briefcase and took it off his knees and put it on the floor. Sat up straight, fast, all in one fluid movement. Welcome to the gray areas, he said. This is where good law comes from.
Nothing good about it, Helen said. Not so far.
We absolutely cannot let him go to trial. The government injured him through its own negligence, and now it wants to put him on trial for his life? I don't think so. Not if he can't even remember the day in question. What kind of a defense could he conduct?
My father will have kittens.
Obviously. We'll have to cut him out. We'll have to go straight to federal court. It's a Bill of Rights issue anyway. Federal, then appeals, then the Supremes. That's the process.
That's a long process.
Danuta nodded. 3 years, he said, if we're lucky. The most applicable precedent is Wilson, and that case took 3.5 years, almost 4.
And we've got no guarantee of winning. We might lose.
In which case, we'll go to trial down the road, and we'll do the best we can.
I'm not qualified for this,
Helen said. Intellectually, that's not what I heard.
Tactically and strategically, and financially.
There are veterans associations that can help with the money. Mr. Barr served his country, after all, with honor. Helen didn't reply to that, just glanced Reacher's way. Reacher said nothing. He turned away and stared at the wall. He was thinking, this guy's gonna get away with murder again? Twice? Alan Danuta moved in his chair. There is an alternative, he said. Not very exciting legally, but it's out there.
What is it?
Helen asked. Give your father the puppet master. Under these circumstances, half a loaf is better than none, and the puppet master is the better half anyway.
Would he go for it?
You know him better than me, presumably, but he'd be a fool not to go for it. He's looking at a minimum 3-year appeals process before he even gets Mr. Barr inside a courtroom, and any prosecutor worth his salt wants the bigger fish. Helen glanced at Reacher again.
The puppet master is only a theory, she said. We don't have anything that even remotely resembles evidence.
Your choice, Danuta said, but one way or the other, you can't let Barr go to trial.
One step at a time,
Helen said.
Let's see what Dr. Mason thinks.
Dr. Mason came back 20 minutes later. Reacher watched her walk. The length of her stride and the look in her eyes and the set of her jaw told him she had arrived at a firm conclusion. There was no uncertainty there, no diffidence, no doubt. None at all. She sat back down and smoothed her skirt across her knees.
Permanent retrograde amnesia, she said, completely genuine, as clear a case as I ever saw.
Duration? Niebuhr asked.
Major League Baseball will tell us that, she said. The last thing he remembers is a particular Cardinals game. But my bet would be a week or more, counting backwards from today. Which includes Friday, Helen said. I'm afraid so.
Okay, Danuta said. There it is.
Great,
Helen said. She stood up, and the others joined her, and they all moved round and ended up facing the exit. Either consciously or unconsciously, Reacher wasn't sure. But it was clear that Barr was behind them, literally and figuratively. He had changed from being a man to being a medical specimen and a legal argument. You guys go on ahead, he said.
You're staying here?
Helen asked. Reacher nodded. I'm going to look in on my old buddy, he said.
Why?
I haven't seen him for 14 years. Helen stepped away from the others and came close.
No. Why?
She asked quietly. Don't worry, he said. I'm not going to switch his machines off.
I hope you're not.
I can't, he said. I don't have much of an alibi, do I? She stood still for a moment, said nothing. Then she stepped back and joined the others. They all left together. Reacher watched them process out at the security desk, and as soon as they were through the steel door and in the elevator lobby, he turned round and walked down the corridor to James Barr's door. He didn't knock, just paused a beat and turned the handle and went inside. The room was overheated. You could have roasted chickens in it. There was a wide window with white Venetian blinds closed against the sun. They glowed and filled the room with soft white light. There was medical equipment piled everywhere. A silent respirator, disconnected, IV stands and heart monitors, tubes and bags and wires. Barr was flat on his back in a bed in the middle of the room. No pillow. His head was clamped in a brace. His hair was shaved, and he had bandages over the holes they'd drilled in his skull. His left shoulder was wrapped in bandages that reached to his elbow. His right shoulder was bare and unmarked. The skin there was pale and thin and marbled. His chest and his sides were bandaged. The bedsheet was folded down at his waist. His arms were straight at his sides, and his wrists were handcuffed to the cot rails. He had IV needles taped to the back of his left hand. There was a peg on his right middle finger that was connected by a gray wire to a box. There were red wires leading out from under the bandages on his chest. They led to a machine with a screen. The screen was showing a rolling pattern that reminded Reacher of the cellular company's recording of the gunshots. Sharp peaks and long troughs. The machine made a muted beep every time a peak hit the screen.
"Who's there?"
Barr asked. His voice was weak and rusty and slow. And scared.
"Who's there?"
he asked again. The way his head was clamped limited his field of vision. His eyes were moving left and right, up and down. Reacher stepped closer, leaned over the bed, said nothing.
"You,"
Barr said. "Me," Reacher said.
"Why?"
"You know why." Barr's right hand trembled. The motion put a ripple in the wire from the peg. The handcuff moved against the bed rail, and it made a quiet metallic sound.
"I guess I let you down,"
he said. "I guess you did." Reacher watched Barr's eyes, because they were the only part of him that could move. He was incapable of body language. His head was immobile, and most of the rest of him was trussed up like a mummy.
"I don't remember anything,"
Barr said. "You sure?"
"It's all blank."
"You clear on what I'll do to you if you're bullshitting me?"
"I can guess."
"Triple it," Reacher said.
"I'm not bullshitting,"
Barr said.
"I just can't remember anything."
His voice was quiet, helpless, confused. Not a defense, not a complaint, not an excuse. Just a statement of fact, like a lament or a plea or a cry. "Tell me about the ball game," Reacher said.
"It was on the radio."
"Not the TV."
"I prefer the radio,"
Barr said.
"for old time's sake. That's how it always was, when I was a kid. The radio, all the way from St. Louis. All those miles. Summer evenings, warm weather, the sound of baseball on the radio."
He went quiet. "You okay?" Reacher said.
"My head hurts real bad. I think I had an operation."
Reacher said nothing.
"I don't like baseball on the TV,"
Barr said. "I'm not here to discuss your media preferences."
"Do you watch baseball on TV?"
"I don't have a TV," Reacher said.
"Really? Well, you should get one. You can get them for $100, maybe less for a small one. Look in the yellow pages."
"I don't have a phone. Or a house."
"Why not? You're not still in the Army."
"How would you know?"
"Nobody's still in the Army. Not from back then."
"Some people are," Reacher said, thinking about Eileen Hutton.
"Officers,"
Barr said.
"Nobody else."
"I was an officer," Reacher said. "You're supposed to be able to remember stuff like that."
"But you weren't like the others. That's what I meant."
"How was I different?"
"You worked for a living."
"Tell me about the ball game."
"Why don't you have a house? You doing okay?"
"Oh, you worried about me now?"
"Don't like it when folks aren't doing so well."
"I'm doing fine," Reacher said. "Believe me, you're the one with the problem."
"Are you a cop now? Here? I never saw you around."
Reacher shook his head. "I'm just a citizen."
"From where?"
"From nowhere. Out in the world."
"Why are you here?"
Reacher didn't answer.
"Oh,"
Barr said.
"to nail me."
"Tell me about the ball game."
"It was the Cubs at the Cardinals,"
Barr said.
"Close game. Cards won, bottom ninth, walk-off."
"Home run?"
"No, an error. A walk, a steal, then a ground out to second. Put the runner on third, 1 out. Soft grounder to short, check the runner, throw to first, but the throw went in the dugout and the run scored on the error. The winning run without a hit in the inning."
"You remember it pretty well."
"I follow the cards, I always have."
"When was this?"
I don't even know what day it is today.
Reacher said nothing.
I can't believe that I did what they say,
Barr said.
Just can't believe it.
Plenty of evidence, Reacher said.
For real?
No question. Barr closed his eyes.
How many people?
He asked. 5. Barr's chest started moving. Tears welled out of his closed eyes. His mouth opened in a ragged oval. He was crying, with his head in a vice.
Why did I do it?
He said. Why'd you do it the first time? Reacher said.
I was crazy then,
Barr said. Reacher said nothing.
No excuses,
Barr said.
I was a different person then. I thought I'd changed. I was sure I had. I was good afterwards. I tried real hard. 14 years reformed.
Reacher said nothing.
I would have killed myself,
Barr said.
You know, back then. Afterwards. I came close a couple of times. I was so ashamed. Except those 4 guys from KC turned out to be bad. That was my only consolation. I clung on to it, like redemption.
Why do you own all those guns?
Couldn't give 'em up. They were reminders. And they keep me straight. Too easy to stay straight without 'em.
You ever use them?
Occasionally. Not often. Now and then.
How?
At a range.
Where? The cops checked.
Not here. I'll go across the line to Kentucky. There's a range there, cheap.
You know the plaza downtown?
Sure, I live here.
Tell me how you did it.
I don't remember doing it.
So tell me how you would do it, theoretically, like a recon briefing.
What would the targets be?
Pedestrians coming out of the DMV building. Barr closed his eyes again.
That's who I shot.
5 of them, Reacher said. Barr started crying again. Reacher moved away and pulled a chair from against a wall. He turned it round and sat down on it backwards.
When?
Barr said. Friday afternoon. Barr stayed quiet for a long time.
How'd they catch me?
He asked. You tell the story.
Was it a traffic stop?
Why would it be?
I would have waited until late. Maybe just after 5. Plenty of people then. I would have stopped on the highway behind the library, where it's raised, sun in the west behind me, no reflection off the scope. I would have opened the passenger window and lined it all up and emptied the mag and hit the gas again. Only way to get caught would be if a state trooper pulled me over for speeding and saw the rifle. But I think I would have been aware of that, wouldn't I? I think I would have hidden the rifle and driven slow, not fast. Why would I have risked standing out?
Reacher said nothing.
What?
Barr said.
Maybe troopers stopped to help me right there. Was that it? While I was parked? Maybe he thought I had a flat or I was out of gas.
Do you own a traffic cone? Reacher asked.
A what?
A traffic cone. Barr started to say no, but then he stopped.
Well, I guess I've got one, he said. Not sure if I own it exactly. I had my driveway blacktopped. They left a cone on the sidewalk to stop people driving on it. I had to leave it there 3 days. They never came back for it.
So what'd you do with it?
I put it in the garage.
Is it still there?
I think so. I'm pretty sure.
When was this driveway work done?
Start of spring, I think. A few months ago.
You got receipts? Barr tried to shake his head, winced at the pressure from the clamp.
It was a gypsy crew, he said. I think they stole the blacktop from the city, probably from where they were starting to fix First Street. I paid cash, quick and dirty.
You got any friends?
A few.
Who are they?
Just guys, 1 or 2.
Any new friends?
I don't think so.
Women?
They don't like me.
Tell me about the ball game.
I already did.
Where were you? In the car? At home?
Home,
Barr said.
I was eating.
You remember that? Barr blinked.
The shrink lady said I should try to remember the circumstances. It might bring more stuff back. I was in the kitchen, eating chicken, cold, with potato chips. I remember that, but that's as far as I can get.
Drink? Beer? Juice? Coffee?
I don't remember. I just remember listening to the game. I got a Bose radio. It's in the kitchen. There's a TV in there, too, but I always listen to the game, never watch, like when I was a kid.
How did you feel?
Feel?
Happy? Sad? Normal? Bar went quiet again for a moment.
The shrink lady asked the same question,
Bar said.
I told her normal, but actually I think I was feeling happy, like something good was on the horizon.
Reacher said nothing.
I really blew that call, didn't I?
Bar said. Tell me about your sister, Reacher said.
She was just here, before the lawyer came in.
How do you feel about her?
She's all I've got.
How far would you go to protect her?
I'd do anything,
Bar said. What kind of anything?
I'll plead guilty if they let me. She'll still have to move, maybe change her name, but I'll spare her what I can. She bought me the radio for the baseball birthday gift.
Reacher said nothing.
Why are you here?
Bar asked him. To bury you.
I deserve it.
You didn't fire from the highway. You were in the new parking garage.
On First Street?
North End.
Well, that's insane. Why would I fire from there?
You asked your first lawyer to find me, on Saturday.
Why would I do that? You ought to be the last person I wanted to see. You know about Kuwait City. Why would I want that brought up?
What was the Cards' next game?
I don't know.
Try to remember. I need to understand the circumstances here.
I can't remember,
Barr said.
There's nothing there. I remember that winning run, and that's all. The announcers were going crazy. You know how they are. They were kind of incredulous. I mean, what a stupid way to lose a ball game. But it's the Cubs, right? They were saying they always find some way to lose.
What about before the game, earlier that day?
I don't remember.
What would you normally be doing?
Not much. I don't do much.
What happened in the Cardinals' previous game?
I don't recall.
What's the next to last thing you remember?
Not sure. The driveway?
That was months ago.
I remember going out somewhere,
Barr said. When?
Not sure. Recently.
Alone?
Maybe with people. I'm not sure. Not sure where, either.
Reacher said nothing, just leaned back in his chair and listened to the quiet beep from the heart machine. It was running pretty fast. Both handcuffs were rattling.
What's in the IVs?
Barr asked. Reacher squinted against the daylight and read the writing on the bags. Antibiotics, he said.
Not painkillers?
No.
I guess they think I don't deserve any.
Reacher said nothing.
We go way back, right?
Barr said.
You and me?
Not really, Reacher said.
Not like we were friends.
You got that right.
But we were connected.
Reacher said nothing.
Weren't we?
Barr asked. In a way, Reacher said.
So, would you do something for me?
Barr asked.
As a favor?
Like what? Reacher said.
Pull the IV needles out of my hand.
Why?
So I can get an infection and die.
No, Reacher said.
Why not?
Not time yet, Reacher said. He stood up and put his chair back against the wall and walked out of the room. He processed out at the security desk and passed through the airlock and rode the elevator down to the street. Ellen Roden's car wasn't in the lot. She was already gone. She hadn't waited for him. So he set out walking, all the way from the edge of town. He picked his way past 10 blocks of construction and went to the library first. It was getting late in the afternoon, but the library was still open. The sad woman at the desk told him where the old newspapers were kept. He started with the previous week's stack of the same Indianapolis paper he'd read on the bus. He ignored Sunday, Saturday, and Friday. He started with Thursday, Wednesday, and Tuesday, and he got a hit with the second paper he looked at. The Chicago Cubs had played a 3-game series in St. Louis starting Tuesday. It was the series opener that had ended the way Barr had described. Tie game in the bottom of the ninth, a walk, a steal, a ground out, an error. The details were right there in Wednesday morning's paper. A walk-off winning run without a hit in the inning. About 10 in the evening, Tuesday. Barr had heard the announcer's frenzied screams just 67 hours before he opened fire. Then Reacher backtracked all the way to the police station. 4 blocks west, 1 block south. He wasn't worried about its opening hours. It had looked like a 24/7 kind of a place to him. He went straight to the reception desk and claimed defense counsel's right to another look at the evidence. The desk guy made a call to Emerson and then pointed Reacher straight to Belantonio's garage bay. Belantonio met him there and unlocked the door. Not much had changed, but Reacher noticed a couple of new additions. New sheets of paper behind plastic, pinned above and below the original pages on the corkboards like footnotes or addenda or appendices. "Updates?" he asked. "Always," Belantonio said. "We never sleep." "So what's new?" "Animal DNA," Belantonio said. "Exact match of Barr's dog's hair to the scene." "Where's the dog now?" "Put to sleep." That's cold." "That's cold?" "The damn dog didn't do anything wrong." Belantonio said nothing. "What else?" Reacher asked. "More tests on the fibers and more ballistics. We're beyond definite on everything. The Lake City ammo is relatively rare, and we've confirmed a purchase by Barr less than a year ago, in Kentucky. He used a range down there." Belantonio nodded. "We found that out, too." "Anything else?" "The traffic cone came from the city construction department. We don't know how or when." "Anything else?" "No, I think that's about it." "What about the negatives?" "The negatives?" "You're giving me all the good news. What about the questions that didn't get answered?" "I don't think there were any." "You sure about that?" "I'm sure." Reacher glanced around the square of corkboards one more time, and carefully. "You play poker?" he asked. "No." "Good decision. You're a terrible liar." Belantonio said nothing. "You should start worrying," Reacher said. "He slides. He's gonna sue your ass for the dog." "He won't slide," Belantonio said. "No," Reacher said. "I don't suppose he will." Emerson was waiting outside Belantonio's door, jacket on, tie off, frustration in his eyes, the way cops get when they're snagged up in lawyer stuff. "Did you see him?" he asked. "At the hospital?" "He's blank from Tuesday night onward," Reacher said. "You've got a battle on your hands." "Terrific. You should run safer jails." "Roden will bring experts in." "His daughter already did." "There are legal precedents." "They go both ways, apparently." "You want to see that piece of shit back on the street?" "Your screw-up," Reacher said, "not mine." "As long as you're happy." "Nobody's happy," Reacher said. "Not yet." He left the police station and walked all the way back to the black glass tower. Helen Roden was at her desk, studying a sheet of paper. Danuta and Mason and Niebuhr had left. She was alone.
"Rosemary asked her brother about Kuwait City," she said. "She told me so, when she came out of his room at the hospital."
"And?" Reacher said.
"He told her it was all true."
"Not a fun conversation, probably." Helen Roden shook her head.
"Rosemary's pretty devastated. She says James is, too. He can't believe he did it again. Can't believe he threw 14 years away.
Reacher said nothing. Silence in the office. Then Helen showed Reacher the sheet of paper she was reading.
Eileen Hutton is a brigadier general,
she said. Then she's done well, Reacher said. She was a major when I knew her.
What were you?
A captain.
Wasn't that illegal?
Technically, for her.
She was in the JAG Corps.
Lawyers can break the law, same as anyone else.
She's still in the JAG Corps.
Obviously. They don't retrain them.
Based in the Pentagon.
That's where they keep the smart people.
She'll be here tomorrow.
Reacher said nothing.
For her deposition,
Helen said. Reacher said nothing.
It's scheduled for 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chances are she'll fly down in the morning and check in somewhere, because she'll have to stay the night in town. Too late for a flight back.
You gonna ask me to take her out for dinner?
No, Helen said. I'm not. I'm going to ask you to take her out for lunch, before she meets with my father. I need to know in advance what she's here for.
They put Barr's dog to sleep, Reacher said.
It was old.
That doesn't bother you?
Should it?
The dog didn't do anything to anyone. Helen said nothing. Which hotel will Hutton use? Reacher asked.
I have no idea. You'll have to catch her at the airport.
What flight?
I don't know that either. But there's nothing direct from D.C., so I expect she'll change planes in Indianapolis. She won't get here before 11 in the morning.
Reacher said nothing.
I apologize,
Helen said,
for telling Danuta we didn't have any evidence for the puppet master. I didn't mean it to sound dismissive.
You were right, Reacher said. We didn't have any evidence. At the time. She looked at him.
But?
We do now.
What?
They've been gilding the lily over at the police station. They've got fibers, ballistics, dog DNA, a receipt for the ammunition all the way from someplace in Kentucky. They traced the traffic cone to the city. They've got all kinds of stuff.
But,
Helen said again, but they haven't got James Barr on tape driving in to place the cone in the garage beforehand.
Are you sure?
Reacher nodded. They must have looked at the tapes a dozen times by now. If they'd found him, they'd have printed the stills and pinned them up for the world to see. But they're not there, which means they didn't find them, which means James Barr didn't drive in and leave the cone beforehand.
Which means someone else did.
The puppet master, Reacher said, or another of his puppets. Sometime after Tuesday night, Barr thinks the cone was still in his garage Tuesday. Helen looked at him again.
Whoever it was must be on the tapes.
Correct, Reacher said.
But there'll be hundreds of cars.
You can narrow it down some. You're looking for a sedan, something too low slung to get itself down a farm track.
The puppet master really exists, doesn't he?
No other explanation for how it went down.
Alan Danuta is probably right, you know, Helen said. My father will trade Barr for the puppet master. He'd be a fool not to.
Reacher said nothing.
Which means Barr is going to walk,
Helen said.
You understand that, right? There's no alternative. The prosecution's legal problems are overwhelming.
Reacher said nothing.
I'm not happy about it either,
Helen said.
But for me, it's just a PR problem. I can spin my way out of it. At least I hope I can. I can blame it all on the way the jail was run. I can claim that it wasn't me who got him off.
But, Reacher said,
what are you going to do? You came here to bury him, and he's going to walk.
I don't know what I'm going to do, Reacher said. What choices do I have?
Only two that I'm scared of. One, you could give up on helping me find the puppet master. I can't do it alone, and Emerson won't even be willing to try.
And two?
You could settle things with Barr yourself.
That's for sure.
But you can't do that. You'd go to prison for life, if you were lucky.
If I got caught.
You would get caught. I would know you did it.
Reacher smiled. You'd rat me out?
I would have to,
Helen said. Not if you were my lawyer. You couldn't say a word.
I'm not your lawyer.
I could hire you.
Rosemary Barr would know, too, and she'd rat you out in a heartbeat. And Franklin. He heard you tell the story.
Reacher nodded. I don't know what I'm going to do, he said again.
How do we find this guy?
Like you said, why would I want to?
Because I don't think you're the type who settles for a half a loaf.
Reacher said nothing.
I think you want the truth, Helen said. I don't think you like it when the wool gets pulled over your eyes. You don't like being played for a sucker.
Reacher said nothing.
Plus the whole situation stinks, Helen said. There were 6 victims here, the 5 who died, and Barr himself.
That expands the definition of victimhood a little too far for me.
Dr. Niebuhr expects we'll find a pre-existing relationship, probably recent, some new friend. We could go at it that way.
Barr told me he doesn't have any new friends, Reacher said. Only has 1 or 2 old friends.
Was he telling the truth?
I think he was.
So Niebuhr is wrong?
Niebuhr's guessing. He's a shrink. All they do is guess.
I could ask Rosemary.
Would she know his friends?
Probably. They're pretty close.
So get a list, Reacher said.
Is Dr. Mason guessing too?
No question. But in her case, I think she's guessing right.
If Niebuhr's wrong about the friend, what do we do?
We go proactive.
How?
There had to have been a guy following me last night, and I know for sure there was one following me this morning. I saw him out there in the plaza. So next time I see him, I'll have a word with him. He'll tell me who he's working for.
Just like that?
People usually tell me what I want to know.
Why?
Because I ask them nicely.
Don't forget to ask Eileen Hutton nicely.
I'll see you around, Reacher said. He walked south, beyond his hotel, and found a cheap place to eat dinner. Then he walked north, slowly, through the plaza, past the black glass tower, under the highway spur, all the way back to the sports bar. Altogether, he was on the street the best part of an hour, and he saw nobody behind him. No damaged men in odd suits. Nobody at all. The sports bar was half empty, and there was baseball on every screen. He found a corner table and watched the Cardinals play the Astros in Houston. It was a listless, late-season game between 2 teams well out of contention. During the commercial breaks, he watched the door. Saw nobody. Tuesday was even quieter than Monday, out there in the heartland. Grigor Linsky dialed his cell. "He's back in the sports bar," he said. "Did he see you?" the Zec asked. "No." "Why is he in the sports bar again?" "No reason. He needed a destination, that's all. He paraded around for nearly an hour, trying to make me show myself." Silence for a beat. "Leave him there," the Zec said. "Come in, and we'll talk." Alex Roden called Emerson at home. Emerson was eating a late dinner with his wife and his 2 daughters, and he wasn't thrilled about taking the call. But he did. He went out to the hallway and sat on the second-to-bottom stair, leaning forward, his elbows on his knees, the phone trapped between his shoulder and his ear. "We need to do something about this Jack Reacher guy," Roden said to him. "I don't see how it's a huge problem," Emerson said. "Maybe he wants to, but he can't make the facts go away. We've got more than we need on Barr." "This is not about facts now," Roden said. "It's about the amnesia. It's about how hard the defense is going to push it." "That's up to your daughter." "He's a bad influence on her. I've been reading the case law. It's a real gray area. The test isn't really about whether Barr remembers the day in question. It's about whether he understands the process right now today, and whether we've got enough other stuff on him to convict without his direct testimony." "Well, I would say we do." "Me too. But Helen needs to swallow that. She needs to agree. But she's got that guy standing over her all the time, turning her head. I know her. She's not going to suck it up until he's out of the picture." "Well, I don't see what I can do." "I want you to bring him in." "I can't," Emerson said, "not without a complaint." Roden went quiet. "Well, keep an eye on him," he said. "He spits on the sidewalk. I want you to bring him in and do something to him." "This isn't the Wild West," Emerson said. "I can't run him out of town." "An arrest might be enough. We need something that breaks the spell. He's pushing Helen where she doesn't want to go. I know her. On her own, she'll give Barr up. No question." Linsky was in pain on the way back to his car. An hour on his feet was about all he could take. A long time ago, the bones in his spine had been methodically cracked with an engineer's ball-peen hammer, one after the other, starting with the coccyx and moving upward through all the lower vertebrae, and not in rapid sequence. Generally, one bone had been allowed to heal before the next was broken. When the last had healed, they started over again. Playing the xylophone, they had called it. Playing scales. Ultimately, he had lost count of how many scales they had played on him. But he never spoke of it. Worse had happened to the Zek. The Cadillac had a soft seat, and it was a relief to get in. It had a quiet motor and a gentle ride and a nice radio. Cadillacs were the kind of thing that made America such a wonderful place, along with the trusting population and the hamstrung police departments. Linsky had spent time in several different countries, and there was no question in his mind about which was the most satisfactory. Elsewhere, he had walked or run or crawled through dirt or hauled carts or sleds by hand. Now, he drove a Cadillac. He drove it to the Zek's house, which stood 8 miles north and west of town, next to his stone-crushing plant. The plant was a 40-year-old industrial facility built on a rich limestone seam that had been discovered under farmland. The house was a big fancy palace built 100 years ago when the landscape was still unspoiled for a rich dry goods merchant. It was bourgeois and affected in every way, but it was a comfortable house in the same way that the Cadillac was a comfortable car. Best of all, it stood alone in the center of many acres of flat land. Once there had been beautiful gardens, but the Zek had raised the trees and leveled the shrubberies to create a completely flat and open vista all around. There were no fences, because how could the Zek bear to live another day behind wire? For the same reason, there were no extra locks, no bolts, no bars. The openness was the Zek's gift to himself. But it was also excellent security in its own right. There were surveillance cameras. Nobody could approach the house undetected. By day, visitors were clearly visible at least 200 yards away, and after dark, night vision enhancement picked them up only a little closer. Linsky parked and eased himself out of the car. The night was quiet. The stone-crushing plant shut down at 7 every evening and sat brooding and silent until dawn. Linsky glanced in its direction and walked towards the house. The front door opened before he got near it. Warm light spilled out, and he saw that Vladimir himself had come down to welcome him, which meant that Chenko had to be there too, upstairs, which meant that the Zek had assembled all his top boys, which meant that the Zek was worried. Linsky took a breath, but he walked inside without a moment's hesitation. After all, what could be done to him that hadn't been done to him before? It was different for Vladimir and Chenko, but for men with Linsky's age and experience, nothing was entirely unimaginable anymore. Vladimir said nothing, just closed the door again and followed Linsky upstairs. It was a 3-story house. The ground floor was used for nothing at all, except surveillance. All the rooms were completely empty, except one that had 4 TV screens on a long table showing wide-angle views north, east, south, and west. Sokolov would be in there, watching them, or Raskin. They alternated 12-hour shifts. The second floor of the house had a kitchen, a dining room, a living room, and an office. The third floor had bedrooms and bathrooms. The second floor was where all the business was done. Linsky could hear the Zek's voice from the living room calling him. He went straight in without knocking. The Zek was in an armchair with a glass of tea clamped between his palms. Chenko was sprawled on a sofa. Vladimir pushed in behind Linsky and sat down next to Chenko. Linsky stood still and waited.
"Sit, Grigor," the Zek said. "Nobody's upset with you. It was the boys' failure."
Linsky nodded and sat down in an armchair, a little closer to the Zek than Chenko was. That maintained the hierarchy in the proper order. The Zek was 80, and Linsky himself was more than 60. Chenko and Vladimir were both in their 40s. Important men, for sure, but comparative youngsters. They didn't have the history that the Zek and Linsky shared. Not even close.
"Tea?"
the Zek asked in Russian. "Please," Linsky said.
"Chenko,"
the Zek said.
"bring Grigor a glass of tea."
Linsky smiled inside. Chenko's being made to serve him tea was a statement of the greatest importance. and he noted that Chenko did it with no unwillingness. He just got up out of his slouch and went out to the kitchen and came back in with a glass of tea on a small silver tray. Chenko was a very small man, short, wiry, no bulk at all. He had coarse black hair that stuck up in all directions, even though he kept it cropped short. Vladimir was different. Vladimir was very tall and heavy and blond, unbelievably strong. It was entirely possible that Vladimir had German genes somewhere in his background. Perhaps his grandmother had picked them up back in 1941. Like germs.
"We've been talking,"
the Zek said. And, Linsky said,
"we have to confront the fact that we made a mistake. Just one, but it could prove irksome."
"The cone," Linsky said.
"Obviously, Barr isn't on tape placing it,"
the Zek said. "Obviously."
"But will it be a problem?"
"Your opinion?" Linsky asked politely.
"Significance is in the eye of the beholder," the Zek said. "The Detective Emerson and the DA Rodin won't care about it. It's a minor detail, one they won't feel inclined to pursue. Why would they? They're not looking to trip themselves up. And no case is ever 100% perfect. They know that. So they'll write it off as an inexplicable loose end. They might even convince themselves that Barr used a different vehicle.
But
it's still a loose end. If the soldier tugs on it, something might unravel."
"The evidence against Barr is indisputable." The Zek nodded.
"That's true."
"So won't that be enough for them?"
"Certainly it would have been. But it's possible that Barr no longer exists. Not in the sense that he's a legal entity, accessible to their jurisprudence. He has permanent retrograde amnesia. It's possible that Rodin won't be able to put him on trial. If so, Rodin will be very frustrated about that. He'll be expected to seek a consolation prize. And if the consolation prize were eventually to assume a higher profile than Barr himself, how could Rodin turn it down?"
Linsky sipped his tea. It was hot and sweet. "All this from a videotape?" he said.
"It depends entirely on the soldier," the Zek said. "It depends on his tenacity and his imagination."
"He was a military cop," Chenko said in English. "Did you know that?" Linsky glanced at Chenko. Chenko rarely spoke English in the house. He had a perfect American accent, and sometimes Linsky thought he was ashamed of it. "That doesn't necessarily impress me," Linsky said in Russian.
"Or me," the Zek said. "But it's a factor we must weigh in the balance."
"Silencing him now would draw attention," Linsky said. "Wouldn't it?"
"It would depend on how it was done."
"How many ways are there?"
"We could use the red-headed girl again," the Zek said.
"She would be no use against the soldier. He's a giant, and almost certainly extensively trained in self-defense."
"But he already has an established issue with her. Several people knew she tried to set him up for a beating. Perhaps she could be found severely injured. If she was, the soldier would be the obvious prime suspect. We could let the police department silence him for us."
"She would know who attacked her," Vladimir said. "She would know it wasn't a soldier." The Zek nodded appreciatively. Linsky watched him. He was accustomed to the Zek's methods. The Zek liked to tease solutions out of people, like Socrates of old.
"Then perhaps she should be left unable to tell anyone anything," the Zek said.
"Dead?"
"We've always found it the safest way, haven't we?"
"But it's possible she has many enemies," Vladimir said. "Not just him. Maybe she's a big-time prick-teaser."
"Then we should firm up the link. Possibly she should be found somewhere suggestive. Maybe he invited her out to renew their acquaintance."
"In his hotel?"
"No. Outside his hotel, I think. But close by, where she can be discovered by someone other than the soldier himself. Someone who can call the police while the soldier is still asleep. That way, he's a sitting duck.
Why would her body be outside his hotel?
Evidently, he hit her, and she staggered away and collapsed before she got very far.
The Metropole Palace, Linsky said. That's where he is. When? Chenko asked.
Whenever you like, the Zek said.
The Astros beat the Cardinals 10-7 after a limp defensive performance by both franchises. Plenty of cheap hits, plenty of errors. A bad way to win, and a worse way to lose. Reacher had stopped paying attention halfway through. He'd started thinking about Eileen Hutton instead. She was part of his mosaic. He'd seen her once in the States, before the Gulf, just briefly across a crowded courtroom, just long enough to register her head-turning quality, and he had assumed he would never see her again, which he figured was a pity. But then she'd shown up in Saudi, as part of the long, ponderous Desert Shield build-up. Reacher had been there pretty much from the start, as a recently demoted captain. The first stage of any clean-sheet foreign deployment always resembled gang warfare between the MPs and the troops they were sent out with. But after 6 weeks or so, the situation usually settled down some, and Desert Shield wasn't any different. After 6 weeks, there was a structure in place, and in terms of military law enforcement, a structure demanded in-country personnel all the way up from jailers to judges, and Hutton had shown up as one of the prosecutors they shipped in. Reacher had assumed it was volunteer duty for her, which he was happy about, because that made it likely she was unmarried. She was unmarried. First time their paths crossed, he checked her left hand and saw no ring. Then he checked her collar and saw Major's oak leaves. That would make it a challenge, he figured, for a recently demoted captain. Then he checked her eyes and saw that the challenge would be worth it. Her eyes were blue and full of intelligence and mischief. And promise, he figured. And adventure. He'd just turned 31 years old, and he was up for anything. The desert heat helped. Most of the time, the temperature was above 120 degrees, and apart from regular gas attack practices, standard on-post dress devolved down to shorts and sleeveless undershirts. And in Reacher's experience, the close proximity of hot and nearly naked men and women always led somewhere good. Better than serving out November in Minnesota, that was for damn sure. The initial approach had promised to be tricky, given the disparity in rank. And when it came to it, he fumbled it slightly, and was saved only because she was just as up for it as he was, and wasn't afraid to let it show. After that, it had been as smooth as silk. 3 long months. Good times. Then, new orders had come through, like they always did eventually. He hadn't even said goodbye to her. Didn't get the chance. Never saw her again, either. I'll see her again tomorrow, he thought. He stayed in the bar until ESPN started recycling the highlights it had already shown once. Then he settled up his tab and stepped out to the sidewalk, into the yellow glare of the streetlights. He decided he wouldn't go back to the Metropole Palace. He decided it was time for a change. No real reason, just his normal restless instinct. Keep moving, never stay in one place too long. And the Metropole was a gloomy old pile, unpleasant, even by his undemanding standards. He decided to try the motor court instead, the one he'd seen on his way to the auto parts store, the one next to the barber shop, any style, $7. Maybe he could get a haircut before Hutton blew into town. Chenko left the Zek's house at midnight. He took Vladimir with him. If the redhead was to be beaten to death, then Vladimir would have to do it. It had to look right, forensically. Chenko was too small to inflict the kind of battering that an enraged 6'5", 250-pound ex-soldier might be provoked to. But Vladimir was a different matter. Vladimir might well be able to do the job with a single blow, which might be convincing on the post-mortem slab. A refusal, an objection, a sexual taunt. A big man might lash out once in frustration, a little harder than he intended. They were both familiar with the girl. They'd met her before, because of her connection to Jeb Oliver. They had even all worked together once. They knew where she lived, which was in a rented garden apartment that nestled on a barren patch of land in the shadow of the state highway, where it first rose on its stilts south and west of downtown. And they knew that she lived there alone. Reacher walked a long, aimless 3-block circle before approaching the motor court. He kept his own footsteps light and listened hard for the gritty crunch of a shadow behind him. He heard nothing, saw nothing. He was alone. The motor court was practically an antique. At one time, it must have been the latest thing, and consequently fairly upmarket. But since then, the relentless march of time and fashion had left it behind. It was well maintained, but not updated. It was exactly the kind of place he liked. He roused the clerk and paid cash for one night only. He used the name Don Hefner, who had played second base and hit .261 during the Yankees' lean year of 1934. The clerk gave him a big brass key and pointed him down the row to room number 8. The room was faded and a little damp. The counterpane on the bed and the drapes at the window looked original. So did the bathroom. But everything worked, and the door locked tight. He took a short shower and folded his pants and his shirt very carefully and put them flat under the mattress. That was as close as he ever got to ironing. They'd look okay in the morning. He would shave and shower very carefully and go to the barber shop after breakfast. He didn't want to devalue whatever memories Hutton might have retained, assuming she had retained any at all. Chenko parked east of the highway, and he and Vladimir walked under it and approached the girl's apartment building from the back, unseen. They kept close to the wall and walked round to her door. Chenko told Vladimir to keep out of sight. Then he knocked gently. There was no response, which wasn't entirely unexpected. It was late, and she was probably already in bed. So Chenko knocked again, a little louder. And again, as loud as he dared. He saw a light come on in a window, heard the quiet shuffle of feet inside, heard her voice through the crack where the door met the jamb.
"Who's there?"
she asked. "It's me," he said.
"What do you want?"
"We need to talk."
"I was asleep."
"I'm sorry."
"It's awful late."
"I know," Chenko said, "but it's very urgent." There was a pause.
"Wait a minute,"
she said. Chenko heard her shuffle back towards her bedroom, then silence. Then she came back. The door opened. She was standing there, clutching a robe around her.
"What?"
she said. "You need to come with us," Chenko said. Vladimir stepped out of the shadow.
"Why is he here?"
Sandy asked. "He's helping me tonight," Chenko said.
"What do you want?"
"You need to go out."
"Like this? I can't."
"I agree," Chenko said. "You need to get dressed, like for a date.
"A date?"
You need to look really good."
"But I'll have to shower, do my hair."
"We have time.
"A date with who?"
You just have to be seen, like you were ready for a date."
"At this time of night? The whole town is asleep."
"Not the whole town. We're awake, for instance."
"How much do I get?"
200, Chenko said, "because it's so late."
"How long will it take?"
"Just a minute. You just have to be seen walking somewhere."
"I don't know."
200 for a minute's work isn't bad."
"It isn't a minute's work. It'll take me an hour to get ready."
250 then, Chenko said.
"Okay,"
Sandy said. Chenko and Vladimir waited in her living room, listening through the thin walls, hearing the shower running, hearing the hair dryer, the held breaths as she put on her makeup, the elastic snap of undergarments, the whisper of fabric on skin. Chenko saw that Vladimir was restless and sweating, not because of the task ahead, but because there was a woman in a state of undress in a nearby room. Vladimir was unreliable in certain situations. Chenko was glad he was there to supervise. If he hadn't been, the plan would have derailed for sure. Sandy walked into the living room after an hour, looking, as the Americans would say, like $1 million. She was wearing a filmy black blouse that was nearly transparent. Underneath it was a black bra that molded her breasts into twin mounds of implausible roundness. She had on tight black pants that ended just below the knee. Pedal pushers, capri pants, Chenko wasn't sure of the name. She was wearing black high-heeled shoes. With her pale skin and her red hair and her green eyes, she looked like a picture in a magazine. Pity, Chenko thought.
My money?
Sandy asked. Afterwards, Chenko said, when we bring you back.
Let me see it.
It's in the car.
So let's go look at it,
Sandy said. They walked in single file. Chenko led the way, Sandy came next, Vladimir brought up the rear. They walked onto the highway. The car was right there ahead of them. It was cold and misted over. There was no money in it. None at all. Chenko knew that. So he stopped 6 feet short and turned around. Nodded to Vladimir. Now, he said. Vladimir reached forward with his right hand and put it on Sandy's right shoulder from behind. He used it to turn her upper body sideways, and then he crashed his left fist into her right temple, a little above and in front of her ear. It was a colossal blow. Explosive. Her head snapped violently sideways and round, and her legs gave way, and she fell to the ground vertically, like an empty suit of clothes slipping off a hanger. Chenko squatted down next to her, waited a moment for the body to settle, and then felt the neck for a pulse. There wasn't one. You broke her neck, he said. Vladimir nodded. It's about placement, he said. The main vector is mostly sideways, obviously, but you try for a little rotation, too. So it's not so much a break, it's more like a wrenching action, like a hangman's noose. Is your hand okay? It will be tendered tomorrow. Good work. I try my best. They unlocked the car and raised the rear armrest and laid the body across the back seat. There was just enough space side to side. She'd been a small girl, not tall. Then they got in the front together and drove off. They looped well to the east and came up on the Metropole Palace from behind. They avoided the bay where the garbage was piled and found a side alley. They stopped outside a fire exit. Vladimir slid out and opened the rear door, pulled the body out by the shoulders, and left it where it fell. Then he got back in. Chenko drove on and paused after 5 yards and turned in his seat. The body was lying in a heap against the alley's far wall, directly opposite the fire door. It looked like a plausible scenario. She had fled the soldier's room in shame and panic, chosen not to wait for the elevator, and run down the fire stairs and out into the night. Maybe she had stumbled at that point and aggravated an injury already done to her. Maybe she had tripped and fallen against the wall, and the shock had dislodged an already wrenched vertebra. Chenko turned back and faced front and drove on. Not fast, not slow, not drawing attention, not standing out. 8 miles north and west, all the way back to the Zek's house. Reacher woke himself up at 7 in the morning and went out to check for a tail and to look for a drugstore. He walked a zigzag half-mile and saw nobody behind him. He found a drugstore 2 blocks east of the motor court and bought black coffee in a cardboard cup, a pack of throwaway razors, a can of shaving foam, and a new tube of toothpaste. He carried his purchases back by a roundabout route and put his clothes back under the mattress and sat on the bed and drank the coffee. Then he showered and shaved, using his full 22-minute routine. He washed his hair twice. Then he dressed again and went out for breakfast to the only place he could find, which was the drive-thru he'd seen the day before. It had a small counter inside. He had more coffee and an English muffin filled with a round piece of ham and something that might have once been egg, first dried and powdered and then reconstituted. His threshold of culinary acceptability was very low, but right then he felt he might be pushing at the bottom edge of his personal envelope. He followed the muffin with a piece of lemon pie for a sugar hit. It was better than the muffin, so he had a second piece with a second cup of coffee. Then he walked south to the barber shop. He pulled the door and sat down in the chair at 8:30 exactly. By which time the homicide investigation outside the Metropole Palace was already 3 hours old. The body in the alley had been discovered at 5:30 in the morning by a cleaner coming into work. The cleaner was a middle-aged man from Honduras. He didn't touch the body, didn't check for vital signs. The way it was lying there told him all he needed to know. The slack emptiness of death is recognizable anywhere. The guy just rushed inside and told the night porter. Then he went home again, because he had no green card and didn't want to be around a police investigation. The night porter dialed 911 from the desk phone and then went out through the fire door to take a look. Came back inside 30 seconds later, not having enjoyed it. 2 patrol cars and an ambulance showed up within 8 minutes. Paramedics confirmed the DOA, and the ambulance went away again. The patrolman blocked off the alley and the fire exit, and then took a statement from the night porter. He said he'd stepped out for some air and discovered the body himself, to protect the illegal from Honduras. It was close to true. Certainly the patrolman had no reason to doubt his word. They just stood back and waited for Emerson. Emerson got there by 6:25. He brought his number 2, a woman called Donna Bianca, and the city M.E., and Bel Antonio himself, to run the crime scene. Technical work occupied the first 30 minutes. Measurement, photography, the accumulation of trace evidence. Then Emerson got the okay and stepped close to the body and ran into his first major problem. The girl had no purse and no ID. Nobody had the slightest idea who she was. Ann Yanny showed up behind the Metropole at 7:15. She had an NBC crew with her, consisting of a cameraman and a sound guy with a microphone on a long boom. The microphone had a gray fur windsock on it, and the boom was 10 feet long. The guy put his hips against the police tape and extended his arms as far as he could, and heard Emerson's voice in his headphones. Emerson was talking to Bianca about prostitution. The M.E. had checked the girl's arms and thighs and between her toes and found no needle tracks. So she hadn't been there to score. So maybe she was hooking. Who else would come out the side door of a downtown hotel in the middle of the night, dressed like that? She was young, and she still had her looks. Therefore, she wouldn't have been cheap. Therefore, she would have been carrying a big purse full of 20s that had just come out of some businessman's ATM. She had run into somebody waiting for her. Either somebody waiting for her specifically, or somebody waiting on the off chance for someone like her. Whoever, he'd snatched her purse and hit her in the head, a little harder than necessary. A 19 or 20-year-old who wasn't an addict wouldn't necessarily have been fingerprinted, unless she had a vice conviction somewhere. Emerson wasn't willing to count on that. Therefore, he didn't expect to discover her identity through the databases. He expected to discover it inside the hotel, either from the night porter who had pimped her in and out, or through the John who had called her. "Nobody leaves," he said to Bianca. "We'll talk to all the guests and all the staff one by one. So find a room somewhere, and tell all units to be on the lookout for a guy with more new 20s than he should have."
A big guy,
Bianca said. Emerson nodded. "A real big guy." That was some punch. The M.E. took the body away to the morgue, and Donna Bianca commandeered the hotel bar, and the interviews were 2/3 through by 8:30 in the morning. The barber was a competent old guy who had probably been cutting the same style for close to 50 years. He went for what the military would have called a white wall. He left an 1.5 inches on the top and used his clippers to shave the bottom and the sides up towards it. Then he flipped the clippers over and squared off the sideburns and cleaned the fuzz off the neck. It was a style Reacher was familiar with. He'd worn it most of his life, except for periods when he'd been too lazy to care, and a couple of 6-month stretches when he'd favored an all-over #1 buzz cut. The barber did the thing with the hand mirror to show Reacher the back. "Happy?" he asked. Reacher nodded. It looked okay, except that there was a 1/2-inch margin all around where his skin was dead white. He had had longer hair in Miami, and the tan hadn't penetrated. The barber brushed the clippings off his collar and removed the towel. Reacher gave him his $7 and tipped him $1. Then he walked round the block. Nobody followed him. He unlocked his room and washed his face and shaved under his sideburns again. There was a new 1/2 inch of stubble there. The barber's clippers had been a little blunt. The Metropole interviews were finished by 9:20, and they gave Emerson absolutely nothing at all. The night porter swore blind that he knew nothing about the girl. There were only 11 guests, and none of them was promising. Emerson was an experienced and talented detective, and he knew that people sometimes tell the truth. And he knew that accepting the truth was as important a part of a detective's professional arsenal as rejecting lies. So he conferred with Donna Bianca, and together they concluded they had just wasted the best part of 3 hours on a faulty hunch. Then a guy named Gary called, from the auto parts store. Gary had got to work at 8 and found himself really short-staffed. There was still no sign of Jeb Oliver, and Sandy didn't show either. At first he'd been annoyed. He had called her apartment and got no reply. On her way, he had assumed. Late. But she never showed. Thereafter he called every 30 minutes. By 9:30 the annoyance had given way to worry, and he started thinking about auto wrecks. So he called the cops for information. The desk guy told him there'd been no traffic accidents that morning. Then there was a pregnant pause, and the desk guy seemed to consider another possibility and asked for a name and a description. Gary said Alexandra Dupree, known as Sandy, 19 years old, white, petite, green, and red. 10 seconds after that, Gary was speaking to a detective called Emerson on a cell phone. Gary agreed to close the store for the day, and Emerson sent a patrol car to pick him up. First stop was the morgue. Gary identified the body and was white and badly shaken when he arrived in Emerson's office. Donna Bianca calmed him down, and Emerson watched him carefully. Statistics show that women get killed by husbands, boyfriends, brothers, employers, and workmates in descending order of likelihood well before passing strangers show up on the list of possible suspects. And sometimes a boyfriend and a workmate can be the same guy. But Emerson knew that Gary was in the clear. He was too shaken. No way could a person fake that kind of sudden shock and surprise over something he'd already known about for 8 or 10 hours. So Emerson started in gently with all the usual cop questions. Last time you saw her, know anything about her private life, family, boyfriends, ex-boyfriends, weird phone calls, did she have any enemies, problems, money troubles? And then, inevitably, anything unusual over the last couple of days? And so by 10:15, Emerson knew all about the stranger who had come to the store the day before. Very tall, heavily built, tan, aggressive, demanding, wearing olive green pants and an olive green flannel shirt. He had spent 2 mysterious sessions with Sandy in the back office, and had borrowed her car, and had demanded Jeb Oliver's address with menaces, and Jeb Oliver was missing too. Emerson left Gary with Donna Bianca and went out to the corridor and used his cell to call Alex Roden in his office. "Your lucky day," he said. "We've got a 19-year-old female homicide victim. Someone broke her neck." "How does that make me lucky?" "Her last unexplained contact was yesterday at her place of work with a guy that sounds a whole lot like our pal Jack Reacher." "Really?" "We got a pretty good description from her boss, and her neck was busted by a single blow to the side of the head, which ain't easy unless you're built like Reacher is." "Who was the girl?" "A redhead from the auto parts store out towards the highway. There's also a boy missing from the same store." "Where did this thing happen?" "Outside the Metropole Palace Hotel." "Is that where Reacher is staying?" "Not according to the register." "So is he a suspect or not?" "Right now, he looks pretty damn good for it." "So when are you going to bring him in?" "As soon as I find him." "I'll call Helen," Alex Roden said. "She'll know where he is." Roden lied to his daughter. He told her that Bellantonio needed to see Reacher to correct a possible misunderstanding about part of the prosecution's evidence.
What part?
Helen asked. "Just something they discussed. Probably nothing important, but I'm playing this very cautiously. Don't want to hand you grounds for an appeal." The traffic cone, Helen thought.
"He's on his way to the airport," she said.
"Why?"
"To say hello to Eileen Hutton."
"They know each other?"
"Apparently."
"That's unethical."
"To know each other?"
"To influence her testimony."
"I'm sure he won't do that."
"When will he be back?"
"After lunch, I think."
"Okay," Roden said. "It'll keep." But it didn't keep, of course. Emerson left for the airport immediately. He'd met Reacher twice, face to face, and could pick him out of a crowd. Donna Bianca went with him. They went in together through a restricted area and found a security office that looked out over the whole arrivals hall through one-way glass. They scanned the waiting faces carefully. No sign of Reacher. Not here yet. So they settled down to wait. Reacher didn't go to the airport. He knew better. Senior military personnel spend a lot of time flying small aircraft, either fixed-wing or rotary, and they don't like it. Outside of combat, more military personnel die in plane crashes than from any other single cause. Therefore, given a choice, a smart brigadier general like Eileen Hutton wouldn't ride a puddle jumper down from Indianapolis. She'd be happy enough with a big jet out of Washington National, but she wouldn't contemplate a twin prop for the final leg of her journey. No way. She'd rent a car instead. So Reacher walked south and east to the library, asked the subdued woman at the desk where the yellow pages were stored. He went where she pointed and hauled the book out onto a table, opened it to H for hotels, started looking. Almost certainly some JAG Corps office grunt had done the equivalent thing the previous day, but remotely, probably online. Hutton would have told him to book her a room. He would have been anxious to please, so he would have turned first to the street map and found the courthouse and the road in from the north. Then he would have chosen a decent place convenient for both. Somewhere with parking for the rental car, probably a chain with an established government rate accessible by a code number. The Marriott Suites, Reacher thought. That's where she'll be headed. Off the highway, south towards town, an obvious left turn east, and there it was, 3 blocks north of the courthouse, an easy walk, breakfast included. The office grunt had probably printed out driving directions from the internet and clipped them to her itinerary, anxious to please. Hutton had that effect on people. He memorized the Marriott's number and put the book away. Then he walked out to the lobby and dialed a payphone. "I want to confirm a reservation," he said.
Name?
Hutton.
Yes, we've got that. Tonight only, a suite.
"Thank you," Reacher said, and put the phone down. She would take an early flight out of D.C. After 2 decades in uniform, she'd be up at 5, in a cab at 6, boarding at 7. She would be in Indianapolis by 9 latest. Out of the Hertz lot by 9:30. It was a 2.5-hour drive. She would arrive at noon, in about an hour. He stepped out of the lobby and looped through the plaza and headed north and east through a thin crowd of people, past the far side of the recruiting office, past the back of the courthouse. He found the Marriott easily enough and took a corner table in its coffee shop and settled down to wait. Helen Roden called Rosemary Barr at work. She wasn't there. The receptionist sounded a little embarrassed about it. So Helen tried Rosemary's home number and got her after the second ring.
Did they let you go?
She asked.
Unpaid leave,
Rosemary said.
I volunteered for it. Everyone was acting awkward around me. That's awful. It's human nature. I need to make a plan. I might have to move. I need a list of your brother's friends, Helen said. He doesn't have any. The true test of friendship is adversity, isn't it? And nobody's visited him. Nobody's even tried. Nobody's called me to ask how he is. I meant before, Helen said. I need to know who he saw, who he hung out with, who knew him well, especially anyone new.
There wasn't anyone new, Rosemary said. Not that I'm aware of.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
What about old?
Have you got a big piece of paper?
I've got a whole yellow pad.
Well, you aren't going to need it. A matchbook cover would do it. James is a very self-sufficient person.
He must have buddies.
A couple, I guess, Rosemary said. There's a guy called Mike from the neighborhood. They talk about lawns and baseball, you know, guy stuff.
Mike, Helen wrote. Guy stuff.
Anyone else?
There was a long pause.
Someone called Charlie, Rosemary said.
Tell me about Charlie,
Helen said.
Well, I don't know much about him. I never really met him.
How long has James known him?
Years.
Including the time you lived there?
He never came around when I was in. I only ever saw him once. He was leaving as I was coming in. I said, "Who was that?" James said, "That was Charlie," like he was an old pal.
What does he look like?
Well, he's small. He's got weird hair, like a black toilet brush.
Is he local?
I guess so.
What was their point of contact?
Another long pause.
Guns, Rosemary said. They shared an interest.
Charlie, Helen wrote. Guns. Donna Bianca spent some time on her cell phone and mapped out the flight schedules between D.C. and Indianapolis. She knew the onward connecting flights then left on the hour and took 35 minutes. She figured a person with a courthouse appointment at 4 o'clock wouldn't aim to arrive on anything later than the 2:35. which meant leaving Indianapolis at 2, which meant getting in there at about 1:30 latest to allow for the walk between gates, which meant leaving Washington National at 11:30 or 12 latest, which wasn't possible. The last direct from National to Indianapolis was at 9:30. There was a morning cluster and an evening cluster, nothing in between.
"She'll come in on the 12:35, she said.
Emerson checked his watch. 11:45. Which means Reacher will be here soon, he said. At 10 to 12, a courier arrived at Helen Roden's building with 6 large cardboard cartons containing the defense's copies of the prosecution's evidence. The discovery process, mandated by the rules of due process. By the Bill of Rights, as interpreted. The courier called from the lobby, and Helen told him to come on up. He had to make 2 trips with his handcart. He stacked the boxes in the empty secretarial pen. Helen signed for them, and he left. Then she opened them. There was a mass of paperwork and dozens of photographs, and 11 new VHS cassettes. They had labels with numbers neatly printed on them that referred to a notarized sheet that described them as faithful and complete copies of the parking garage's security tapes made by an independent third-party contractor. Helen took them all out and stacked them separately. She would have to take them home and use her own VCR to look at them. She didn't have a VCR in the office, or a television set. There was a television set in the Marriott's coffee shop. It was mounted high in the corner on a black articulated bracket bolted to the wall. The sound was off. Reacher watched an advertisement that featured a young woman in a filmy summer dress romping through a field of wildflowers. He wasn't sure what product was being advertised. The dress, maybe, or makeup, or shampoo, or allergy medicine. Then a news banner popped up. Noon report. Reacher checked his watch. 12 exactly. He glanced towards the reception desk in the lobby. He had a clear view. No sign of Hutton. Not yet. So he glanced back at the television. Ann Yanny was on. She seemed to be live on location, downtown, out on a street. In front of the Metropole Palace Hotel. She talked silently but earnestly for a moment, and then the picture cut to tape of dawn twilight. An alley, police barriers, a shapeless form under a white sheet. Then the picture cut again, to a driver's license photograph. Pale skin, green eyes, red hair. Just under the chin, a caption was superimposed. Alexandra Dupree. Alexandra. Sandy.